When the boy has finished casting, he asks if he is too big with his arm outstretched. A gray-haired man in a suit and with a monocle over his eye, putting a hand hidden by a glove to his chin, thoughtfully answers a small white-haired boy that no, it's still too small, but however, this is the largest mansion in our village. The man notes that besides, he sees this style for the first time, but it is built perfectly. A boy in a suit and a girl in a maid's outfit look at the building in amazement, and the girl puts her hands together and says that Mr. Brazwang did a very good job. The white-haired boy thinks that with this power, he is not useless. Looking at the huge, majestic building, the courtiers exclaim that it appeared right out of nowhere. A white-haired man with a monocle is leaning over a pillar, and a white-haired girl in a matching white dress is standing next to him. Vaughn thinks that together, they can make this village thrive. About my rebirth as an aristocrat with industrial magic. The big city is completely built up with tall skyscrapers. The man says that it has been about 10 years since he graduated from high school and moved from the village to the city. Standing in a crowded public transport and pressed from all sides by people, a black-haired man thinks that after moving, there were trips to work in crowded, shaking cars. Burying his face on the table, on which various papers lay and a laptop was standing, he says that there is much more work, and all his free time has to be devoted only to it. As he lifts his face from the table, thoughts run through his head that there's no way he won't be such a bad boss. A black-haired man in an office suit returns home. Taking off his shoes, he goes to his room, thinking that he barely made it to his last train. Taking out a tablet and turning on a video with cute cats, he says that even on weekends he does not have any energy to read his favorite historical novels. Sitting at the table and watching a video on his tablet, he eats instant noodles and thinks about how day after day doesn't get any easier. After putting the phone on charge and plopping down on his bed, he put his hand on his forehead and thought about how much he missed the idol of his native village. After a while, the man falls asleep. A small blonde boy opens his eyes after waking up. He is lying on a large, spacious bed, surrounded by many pillows on the sides. He looks around and sees an unfamiliar antique interior. He thinks about how he doesn't understand what's going on, and he feels very strange right now. Raising his hands up, he notices that his large male hands have turned into small childish hands. He rolled over on the bed, and seeing the large pillows next to him, he thought that maybe his body had shrunk. He crept to the window and looked in. When he saw a huge courtyard with a fountain in the middle and a small village outside the gate, he wondered where he was right now. The boy was standing by the window when someone called loudly from behind him. A fair-haired girl in a maid's garb was running across the room and shouting at him in fright that it was very dangerous. Mr. Van Til's personal maid, 12 years old. The boy turned to face her and apologized. As he strode across the bed toward her, he asked her who she was, and she began to fuss, not knowing what to say to him. Her body began to tremble, and she asked the master in fright that he had forgotten everything, and the boy turned to the window and noted that the stunning view of the garden was very fascinating. Covering her mouth in surprise, Till asked how Mr. Wang knew such complicated words when he was just over 2 years old. Sitting down on the bed, the man in the body of a child was indignant and thought with displeasure, why is it 2 years old? Because he is almost 30. Closing his eyes, he wondered why he suddenly thought he was 30. Touching his chin with his hand, he began to wonder if he wasn't an employee of a Tokyo company, and where this body and this maid came from. He realized that he didn't understand what was going on here at all. Lost in the flow of his own thoughts, under the questioning looks of the maid, he thought, where did he get the memories of this life? Is this the same reincarnation? The boy turned to the girl and said that she was his maid Till, to which the girl clapped her hands and with tears in her eyes exclaimed that everything was true. Sitting on the bed across from her, the white-haired boy said his name was Van Nefertio. The maid started clapping her hands again, admiring how clever the boy was to be able to pronounce his last name. Van said that his father's name was Jalpa Marquis Fetio, and that his brothers were Marcia, Yardo, and Sesto. The maid replied enthusiastically that it was true, and asked if Mr. Wang hardly saw Mr. Yardo and Sesto. How did he know their names? The boy folded his arms and thought. He asked where they were. In the middle of the spacious room, there was a large and long table where the family members dined, while the maids bustled around them. A stern-looking man with a beard and mustache was eating his food. Father and head of the family Marquis Jalpa Pol at Fertio, 44 years old. Sitting at the table, the boy quietly ate his lunch, looking at his own plate. Eldest son Marcia Alego Ferdio, 14 years old. A boy in a light shirt with a black collar, his bangs sticking up, was biting his fork and looking away with displeasure. Yardo's second son, Guy Ferdio, 10 years old. Across from him sat a boy with glasses and a scattering of freckles on his face, and also looked at the side with bewilderment. The third son of Sesto Air Ferdio, 8 years old. Using her fork, the maidservant cut a piece of food. She brought the spoon to her mouth and blew on it to cool it, then put it in the little boy's mouth. 3 maids were circling around Mr. Brisis Wang, who was sitting on a chair, and they were being touched by him. A dark-haired girl holding a spoon in her hand excitedly said how well young Master Wang was eating vegetables. Then another blonde-haired girl folded her hands in front of her face and said contentedly what a good fellow he was. Squatting in front of the boy, Till noticed how calmly he sat and didn't spill anything. The man who got into the child's body thought that he was doing a good job. The maids wiped his mouth, admiring his every move, and told him how pretty the boy was, while he thought he was in a cabaret and was the guest of honor. Completely satisfied with what was happening, he thought confusedly that he would have paid each of them 30,000 yen. His expression changed to a more serious one, and he thought it was time to put the jokes aside. Remembering himself in a work suit, and then imagining the baby in a diaper, he began to reflect that he had apparently been reborn in this world, but still had memories of his past life. As he continued to chew on his food, the boy thought that he still couldn't believe what was happening, and then he thought that the carrots he was eating now were very tasty. Yardo's second son sat frowning at the way the maids ran around his younger brother. Then he heard his name and started up. With a serious face and a stern voice, the head of the family asked him about what the boy would be teaching today. Jumping up in his seat, he shouted out that he would be studying fire magic and battle formation today. Wang recalled that at lunch, his father always asked children under 10 what they would do, and at dinner, they asked how it went, and so on every day. As he presented the sword and the book, he wondered if it was a tradition of the aristocracy, or just for children, to rest in the morning and get an education and fencing lessons in the afternoon. The head of the family approves of his son's activities and asks Sesto's third son what he will be doing today. The guy puts a hand on his chest and proudly replies that he will be studying magic today. He remembers that he is not usually asked about this, but his thoughts are interrupted by the stern voice of his father, who calls the boy's name. Wiping his mouth with a napkin, the man asks his youngest son, what will he do today? The boy turns to his father and calmly replies that he doesn't know much, so he wants to learn the culture and history of his country first. The head of the family, his brothers, and even the maid started up and froze at these words. The father thinks for a second, and then starts laughing loudly, covering his face with his hand, and through the laughter says that they spoiled him because he was the last child of his late wife Mira, but look what a wonderful baby he is. Marquis Jalpa puts his hand to his chin and says that the boy's fire magic must be as strong as his and his mother's. Looking at Smyrna sitting on the chair of his son, the man says that their family is in safe hands, and he will wait for a fair assessment of his magic on the test in 6 years. The head of the family narrows his eyes and says in a stern voice that he hopes for his youngest son. Vaughn remembers that in this world where magic is commonplace, it doesn't matter what kind of magic suits you. He notes that nobles are required to use 2 types of magic, the 4 elements of fire, water, wind, and earth to protect their homes and territories or healing magic. He says that having any other magic in this world is shameful for aristocrats. Vaughn notes that his father and brothers have abilities in 4-element magic. Sitting at a large table, the boy thinks that from his point of view, other types of magic, depending on the method of using them, can also be useful. Putting his hand to his face, he thinks that House Ferdio, as an aristocracy living in a militaristic state, specializes in military strength, so fire magic has a special meaning for them. Imagining warriors in his head, Van reflects that civilization in this world should be as developed as the countries of the Middle Ages or early modern times, but because of magic, the prevalence of gunpowder is extremely low, so the weapons are mainly swords, spears, and bows. And presenting the hands of a conjuring wizard, he notes that the most important weapon is magic. Studying the map of the area, Van notes for himself that there are 3 continents and countless islands in this world, and he is now in a huge country in the southern part of the western continent of Grant, called the Kingdom of Scuderia. The boy notes that the royal family, which has ruled for 300 years, is gradually expanding its possessions, and the current king leads a military aristocracy to invade small countries and then conquer them. Looking at the map, Vaughn thinks that it looks like his father was elevated to the rank of Marquis during the war. Pointing to a point on the map, the boy asks if this is the only port through which ships go, and then says that since huge monsters are waiting to attack deep in the sea, the ships will have a hard time if it's not a narrow strait, and the maid is surprised by the 2-year-old's words. Raising his hand to his chin and imagining a monster in his head, Wang thinks enthusiastically that if there is magic, then there are animals that look like monsters, and then sadly notes that the age of discovery is not yet possible. Till happily tells him, imagining everything in pictures, that there are still various creatures, such as elves, dwarves, anthropomorphs, and others, and in most cases they are isolated from others, so they are rarely seen. A dark-haired maid approaches the girl and laughingly says that she is too difficult to explain everything, while a third girl approaches the little master and offers him a nap. With a smile on his face, he tells her that he's fine, and he asked Till because he wanted to know about it, and then asked the maids if they were tired themselves. The 3 girls were startled by this question and answered the master with embarrassment that they were fine. Vaughn asked Till to tell him about magic tools, and the girl replied that magic crystals, some precious stones, and minerals have the ability to store magical power, and the tools are created depending on the magical characteristics. Van said that he then asked Till a question about magic, which she answered based on her own knowledge. While talking among themselves, one of the maids said that Mr. Braj Wang was a prodigy. And as they passed the white-haired man, they said that the boy was too smart for his 2 years, and he even took care of them, which is not at all typical for an aristocrat. A white-haired man with a monocle who had overheard their conversation became thoughtful. Throwing a stack of books on the table, the white-haired man hovered over the boy and said in a low voice that the master was now 2 years old and probably studying letters and prime numbers, and then asked how much the boy had memorized so far. Butler Espada, 49 years old. The boy sat in a frightened chair, looking up at the man, and reflected that their butler was very capable, and had supported his father for many years, but it seemed that he had never spoken to him before. Looking at the child, the butler said menacingly that he wanted to know how much he had memorized so far, and Vaughn found the man intimidating. In his mind, he scolded the butler, because that's not the way to deal with a 2-year-old child. Not hiding a slight tremor in his voice, the boy said that he could speak well and perceive speech by ear. He added that his letters were a little bad, and then the butler asked him how he was doing with numbers. Wang, who was sitting at the table, asked irritably if the man meant addition and subtraction, and the man nodded approvingly. There was a few seconds of silence between them, and Vaughn was thinking about how he wanted to escape right now. The butler showed him 2 fingers on one hand and 3 fingers on the other, and asked him how much it would be, to which the boy confidently replied that it was 5. And then the man showed him 7 fingers on 2 hands, and asked him how much it would be if he took 2 fingers off, and Vaughn testily replied that it was also 5. There was an awkward silence between the two, which was broken by the butler nodding approvingly, and saying that he would study with the boy twice a week, after which the boy started up indignantly. Every week, the butler gave the boy a large amount of exercise, and he thought that this is a living hell, and this is not what a 2-year-old should learn. Drowning in the flood of information, the boy was indignant that there was too much of it. He noted that the butler was constantly standing in front of him with a face that showed no emotion, and the boy thought with a tight smile that if the man was a demonic creature, he would probably be a golem or undead. Vaughn, completely pleased with himself, boasted that we would continue to take his infernal lessons as a result, and learned to read and write after a few weeks, and learned many things in that time, such as the rules of warfare, the system of aristocracy, and the governance of the kingdom. When he got into a stupor, he realized that this was not for a 2-year-old child. Wang said that this is how he spent 2 years of his life studying. The maid praised him as the boy took up a fighting stance with a fencing stick in his hands. One of the maids attacked the boy with her stick, but he repelled all her attacks, and groups of girls began to praise his reflexes and say that they never doubted their master. Pleased with himself, Vaughn, listening to the maids' cheers about how cute he was, thought about giving them 50,000 yen each, as swordsmanship turned out to be quite fun. Laughing merrily, Till called out to her master and started attacking him with her stick, then knocked the weapon out of his hands. Putting one hand on her belt and holding out the other with a stick forward, the girl happily said that she was able to defeat her master. Vaughn pouted in resentment, then ran with a stick after the loudly laughing girl who was running away from him. Till bumped into her fellow maids, and one of them forced a smile on her face and asked if she felt that she had offended the master and should regret it, and the second maid asked the master to punish the girl. Till looked at them quizzically. Vaughn said he would punish her, and the two girls grabbed their partner's hands and led her to the master, while Till, almost crying, pleaded to protect her, asking for forgiveness for committing the deadly sin of insulting the boy. Vaughn looked at his maid thoughtfully. He walked over to her and gave her a sharp slap on the forehead. Crying, the girl rubbed her bruised forehead and looked questioningly at her master. Wang told her that her punishment was over. She was indignant and said that this was not enough for punishment, to which the boy replied that this was all. Till stood in a bow and, crying loudly again, asked her master to forgive her. Wang says that he had only been fooling around with the maids for half a year, and by the time he was 5, he was training every day. Standing in a clearing with a stick in his hands in front of his equally young opponent, Van says that by the age of 5, he could already fight with future warriors. The boy was thinking that in his previous life, he went to school for judo and karate, so he likes martial arts. Imagining a light sword and shield in his head, he says that a man will win if he strikes first, and to his surprise, this is quite entertaining. Hitting sticks with the opponent, he argues that in the game, it is important to knock the opponent off balance. As he bounces off a punch, Wang thinks about how in karate, you need to anticipate your opponent's movements in order to land an effective punch. Standing up again, the boy reflects that these 2 points can be used in fencing. Studying his opponent, Wang noted that the boy was about 10 years old, tall, and had long arms and legs. As the boy swung, Van noticed that when he picked up a stick and swung it, he kept his distance. The opponent strikes him, which he successfully dodges to the side, and thinks that his opponent is just a child, so his actions are always the same. Van jumped out from behind the boy and added that children always have their own habits and movements. He hit his opponent sharply in the side with a stick, and the opponent fell to the ground. Vaughn was thinking that if he watched the same moves over and over again, he could easily win, given his vast 30 years of experience. Vaughn stood in front of the defeated opponent with a smile on his face as he listened to the cheers from the sidelines about how good he was, and what a great talent he had for swordsmanship. He held out his hand for the boy on the ground to get up. The other guys started discussing the young master. One boy said that unlike Mr. Yardo and Sesto, he could talk to them more easily, and the other boy said that they were not interested in fencing at all, because they were busy learning fire magic. Another boy enthusiastically said that Mr. Broswang also talked to him recently, and the last child said that he was very strange. A tall, breathless man with a very large, muscular build approached Wang and asked the boy to ask him a question. Deputy head of the Knights of Dai, 35 years old. Holding the bottle in his hands, Vaughn turned to look at him and thought that this was one of the strongest members of the Marquis family, then told the man that he could ask him a question. The man enthusiastically stretched out his hands to the child and asked to show him his hands. Van said yes, but asked why he needed it, and the man knelt down next to him and began to examine his hand. Dee carefully examined the baby's hand, noting thoughtfully that it was free of calluses, the skin was soft, and the nails were growing. Pulling back his hand, Wang Chen replied indignantly that he would train more when he was older. Putting his hands on his waist, the tall man said that he thought the boy was losing to their students and training at night, but apparently he was wrong. Vaughn sat down on a bench and told the man that learning was hard, so he would study harder when he could, and assured him that he wouldn't stop liking the sword. Dee put a hand to his face and said thoughtfully that he thought he had heard that the butler Espada had instructed the boy to learn 3 times as much as usual. The boy's eyes widened, and he loudly protested, "Why is he being given so much study?" Wang got down from the bench and hit his head on it, and said in a sad voice that he thought it was strange that only he was studying from morning till night. The man behind him happily exclaimed that if the young master wanted to practice more with the sword, then he could safely use it. Dee started saying enthusiastically that this old butler was too keen on studying, and someone like him, who could judge people impartially, felt that the master should follow the path of the sword. Annoyance appeared on the boy's face as he listened to the cheers that he had an innate talent and needed to learn the basics and build up his muscles first, then practice daily. Clenching his hand into a fist and raising it in the air, the man took up a stance and said with great enthusiasm and a smile on his face that sooner or later he would be able to make the young master the greatest swordsman of the kingdom. Looking at Dee with a bewildered face, the boy thought that he was really serious. As Vaughn began to compare the two mentors in his head, he noted that Butler Espada was giving too much theory, while Deputy Night Chief Dee was doing things first and thinking later. Trying to get out of the situation, Vaughn forced a smile and said a little irritably that he liked swords, but he also liked studying, so he would try both ways. The man folded his arms and covered his eyes, saying in a serious voice that it couldn't be helped, but at least the young master would be trained directly by him, and then asked if it would suit him. The boy was taken aback by his words, and a drop of cold sweat ran down his puzzled face. In response, he mumbled a request for the man to be lenient with him, to which Dee enthusiastically replied that it would be so, since the young master was still a child. The boy says that Dee's words turned out to be an obvious lie. The man strictly ordered him to perform 100 push-ups, then 100 squats, and at the end, the same number of jumps, encouraging him with motivational phrases. Van tried to catch his breath. The boy was standing with his hand on his knee, and trying to bring his breathing back to normal. He indignantly said that he needed to rest a little, because they had just run. The man turned to him and sternly said that the rest would be later, and then called the upset boy to continue to perform exercises. Wang's body plopped down. Finally, sitting down on the bench, having done everything he could for the lesson, the exhausted Wang tried to recover and thought that his mentor was a real demon. An enthusiastic Dee came up to him again with a new idea in his head and called out to the boy. With a huge smile on his face, he happily said that while Vaughn was resting, he wasn't doing anything, so why don't they clean up this wooden bench and sit outside for a while? Shooting the man a glare, Vaughn thought that he wasn't a demon at all, just an idiot. Watching the satisfied man sitting in the exercise, the boy thought that he was a complete idiot sitting on air. Several armored knights passed by, and one of them wished the young master good luck and told him to do whatever the deputy said. Till approached the boy sitting on the bench, holding a towel in her hands, and said that the young master had done a good job, after which Wang thanked her for her words. While the boy dried himself with a towel, raising his hands into fists, the girl smiled and happily said that it was great that the young master was trying his best every day. Thinking back to his previous life, when in the evenings he just sat with a cup of tea and stared at the tablet, he was a little depressed, and looking at one point, he thought that it was hard for him now, but since he was reborn, something fun happens every day. Sitting on the bench and laughing with the joyous, till sitting next to him and Dee raising his fist to show the boy's victory, he thought that he was now experiencing a sense of satisfaction that he couldn't have experienced in his previous life. So he would become the best aristocrat in this world and enjoy a happy new life. 3 years had passed since then, and their manor had hit the floor with a loud thud. Van says that for several years he was called a prodigy. The head of the family was running around the room, loudly indignant that this could not be, so he asked his son if he was not ashamed to be such a loser. The man picked up his sword and said that it should disappear from his family. Van reflects on his second life, which was so bright. Raising his sword, the blade of which reflects Wang's face, Marquis Jalpa threateningly says that he himself will have to. Swinging his sword, he menacingly says that he will have to get rid of the boy himself. Looking at his father, a startled Wang staggered back. His life, which had been so bright, suddenly ended. Events 2 years ago, when Wang was 6 years old. The boy looked curiously at the people passing through the city. He pressed his hands to the window of the carriage and looked around in awe, noting how many people there were on the street, and then thinking that he didn't get tired of watching them at all. The boy saw a knight in armor walking down the street, holding a rope in his hand, the end of which was tied to the hands of a girl in dirty clothes, who was slowly dragging behind him with her head down. He was watching him closely when Till called his name. The girl sitting across from him in the carriage noted that earlier, the young master had told her that he wanted to take a walk and asked where they were going, and then asked if he wanted to see the local market. Snow-white birds flew over the city lit up by the bright sun as a carriage slowly rolled along the main street. Sitting in the carriage, the boy thought that he was 6-year-old Van Nefertio and still has memories of the past life, and in this world he was reborn as the 4th son of Marais, and they began to call him a child prodigy, but every day he goes through the hell of studying and fencing lessons. Paying attention to the Marquis' son walking along the road with his personal maid, Passers-by say that it seems that now 12-year-old recruits did not even stand next to young Master Wang, although the difference in their physique is very large, and he learns what adults usually learn. Turning his attention to the passers-by, he waved his hand with a smile, after which people began to greet him. Vaughn reflected that it was obvious that the common people had heard rumors about his skills and that he was now conspicuous. With a charming smile on her face, Till told the young master that he was a genius, having managed to excel even in swordsmanship, and maybe one day he would be able to overtake his brothers and become the head of the family. Wang Mo smiled back at her, and at the same time, the thought that he was in trouble flashed through his mind. Imagining the throne in his head, he thinks that in the world of the aristocracy, everyone is for themselves, and the winner takes money, status, reputation, and power, and becoming one, you can radically change the future. As Van imagines one little man attacking another, he reflects that this is why it is common for the aristocracy to attempt to assassinate a younger brother with high hopes. And remembering the passing brothers, the boy thinks that unfortunately, seeing how the older brothers ignore him in every possible way and show their displeasure with all their appearance, he can't say that he has a good relationship with his brothers because they can kill him without hesitation. Sitting at his study table, Vaughn reflects that if he really wants to become the head of the family, the chances of getting killed will only increase, and he can't live happily with that kind of life. Drooping, he calls out his personal maid's name. Van tells the girl that he wants to take a walk. He thinks that in this way, he wants to become an ordinary child. The servants help him out and tell him that this is the best market in town. And the boy at this time in his head says that he decided to be a slacker, but nevertheless, he has no idea how to have fun in this world, because in a previous life, he was a workaholic. Thinking that they should start with shopping, they went to a busy street where there were many stalls. As he passed them, the boy said that there were a lot of people here, and behind him was a smiling Till, followed by 2 accompanying knights. Arriving at a large white building with tall pillars at the entrance, Vaughn asked what it was, to which the girl replied that it was Mary's company, with branches all over the kingdom. Looking with admiration, the boy noticed that the building was large and compared it to the company from his previous life, after which the girl looked at him blankly. They heard a shout from the side, a man telling someone to go faster, and then the whole group turned at the noise. He saw a man almost dragging a man with long black hair and dirty clothes, bound by a rope, along the ground. At first, Vaughn thought it was just a beggar, but after the person stood up, he saw that it was a child. A man passing by them, catching their eyes, shouted indignantly, "What are they looking at? Because this is not a performance for them." And when they heard the aggression towards the young master, the escorts grabbed their swords in their scabbards. Seeing this, the black-haired, mustachioed man jumped back. Vaughn raised his left hand, ordering the guards to retreat, and asked the man who the child was and why he was tied up. The man began to aggressively spit out that this is the best thing he can do for his son. Wang asked him if this was his son, to which the man loudly protested that it was none of his business and that the boy was in debt, so he would sell him as a slave. Hand on heart, Till explained to the young master that according to the law on slavery, only 2 types of slaves are allowed, the first of which is slavery and for a long time, and the second because of crime. The girl noted that, however, for a long time, poor families have been selling children into slavery who cannot feed for the sake of livelihood existence. Looking at the bullied boy, Wang said, "So this man passed on the debt to his child to turn him into a slave." The young master noted to himself that despite the horror of the lowly appearance, this boy does not even give a voice. Apparently, this is due to the fact that slavery has become commonplace in society, and everyone is already used to looking at such things. The boy is standing with his head between his legs, his whole body dirty, and the hoodie he's wearing is half torn. Looking at all this, Wang thought that slavery was simply disgusting. A girl with blonde hair pulled back in a voluminous ponytail, wearing a multicolored skirt and a white cropped blouse, suddenly approached them, and clasping her hands together, she enthusiastically said that the Marquisa's son really came to visit them. Vaughn was about to ask why she thought that, but Till, who was standing nearby, interrupted him and said that it was true, after which the blonde-haired girl bowed to the boy. The maid enthusiastically began to show the girl the coat of arms on the cloak of the confused young master, saying that it was the famous prodigy Mr. Van Nefertio. With one hand on her waist and the other pointing at the entrance of the building that contained many different shops, the girl said with a smile on her face that since this was the same Mr. Pan Wang, then welcome to Mary's company. She asked if they were looking for something specific, because they had everything they wanted. She raised her hand to her face and flashed her voluminous earrings, saying her name was Rosalie with satisfaction, and then thanked them for visiting the company. As the black-haired man with the mustache pulled on the rope a little, he said that this boy was from the Marquis's family, after which Van Intil turned around and looked at him warily. The man looked at them with angry eyes. Vaughn wondered if the man was worried about the punishment for abusing the slavery system. Addressing the blonde girl, calling her name and making her turn around, Wang says that it seems the man has come to sell the child as a slave, wondering how much it is worth. Rosalie put her hand to her chin and thought about it, noting that the boy looked about 8 years old. She went up to the man and held out her hand and asked what about the boy's magic, to which the man replied that he had thief magic, and the girl said that then she could give no more than 3 silver coins. The man is indignant, and with aggression in his voice, shows the girl a finger at the store and says that in that store they'd paid more than 5 silver coins for each slave, because the longer the slave can work, the more expensive it will naturally be. And Rosalie, folding her arms, calmly replies that any store buys at a lower price than the average, and she will give no more than 3 silver coins for it, because if it were a girl, the price could be doubled, but since a small boy is of little use, it costs less, including the cost of education. The man pulls sharply on the rope and screams that the boy is of no use at all. The boy falls to the ground face down, and the man starts kicking him on the back, indignantly shouting that he can't even get proper money from him. He continues to beat the child, while shouting obscenities in his direction. Rosalie tried to stop the man, saying that he should not treat his child like this, to which the man aggressively ordered her to shut up and not interfere. Vaughn stood quietly and watched the scene unfold. Angry Rosalie, putting her hands on her waist and drawing her eyebrows down to the bridge of her nose, began to yell at the man in response, saying that no one would buy a beaten child now, and who knows, maybe he was lying about it being his son at all. The man roused himself, glared at her, and angrily replied that they were all making a fool of him, and he wasn't going to sell them the baby anymore. He pulled on the child again, who squeezed his eyes shut in fear and pain as blood began to trickle down his wrists, forcing him to his feet, and then shouted that they were going to another store. Wang intervened and said he was buying it. Everyone turned sharply in surprise at the boy who came forward, showing 5 fingers on his hand, and said that he would buy a child for 5 silver coins. Still holding his open palm in the air, he calmly asks if the man agrees. The man and Rosalie look at him in surprise, not saying a word. Lowering his head, Vaughn exhaled, telling himself to calm down, because if things continued like this kid would just get killed. The young master's man asks if he has any money. Next to her, Till fussed, saying that they had prepared gold coins, and Wang asked her if there were 5 pieces of silver. Rosalie held out her hand to them, leaned over, and put her hand to her chest, saying that she could change the money for them. The boy and the girl were surprised by this, but gave her coins. After taking his money, the man quickly ran away without even looking at the child. The boy raised his head and looked after his father. He sat on the cold ground with his hands tied, watching his father walk away after collecting his 5 silvers. The young master knelt down and cut the rope around the boy's arms, asking if he was hurt and if he could get up. Raising his head, the boy looked at the young master, who was holding out his hand, telling him his name. Wang then asked the boy's name with a naive, radiant smile on his face. The boy sat and continued to look at him with a surprised look, and then in response he held out his hand, which was still bruised from the rope, and said that his name was Kamsin. Vaughn picked him up from the floor, and with a huge smile on his face, happily told the confused Kamsin that he was now free to go wherever he wanted. Till approached the young master and asked if he had bought the boy as a slave, to which Van replied that he just wanted to help him, and the girl said that this would have to be explained to her father somehow. Vaughn put a hand to his chin and considered, his mind racing with thoughts of how irresponsible he was, as a child shouldn't be walking the streets alone. He turned to Kamsin and asked if he wanted to go somewhere, to which the confused boy didn't say anything, so Wang suggested that they go to his house and find some work for him there. One of the guards threw up his hands and protested that the Marquis would hardly allow anyone to be left in the mansion unless as a slave to the young master. Vaughn closed his eyes and sighed indignantly. Turning to Kamsin and looking up at him, he excused himself and asked if that would suit him. Kamsin nodded and said yes. Vaughn took his hand and pulled him along happily, telling him to look at his clothes first, and since he was with him now, you should look good. Clapping her hands, Rosalie thanked the young master and said that they should make a contract first. After the smiling girl asked them to extend their hands to her, the boys thoughtfully placed one of their own hands in each of hers. The girl closed her eyes and began to chant a spell. The boys watched in fascination as their wrist began to glow. A mark began to form on the back of Kamzen's hand. Vaughn pointed at the Pegasus mark in surprise, and Rosalie, smiling and leaning over, explained that she was a contract mage, and that this was a slave contract, and the mark would be on the slave until the contract was terminated. She added that this time it is possible without payment, since the young master is here for the first time. Putting on a fake smile and thanking the girl, Vaughn thought about the fact that this boy now had the slave badge and therefore felt guilty. Rosalie put her hand to her chin and said that it was unusual to hear gratitude from an aristocrat. Vaughn looked at her in surprise, after which the girl roused herself and apologized, happily inviting them to follow her. She asked the young master if they would look at the clothes for Kamzen first. Vaughn said yes and took the boy's hand, inviting him to follow him. Kamzen looked down at his own hand, which was being squeezed by Mr. Wang's. He looked at the young master, who was leading him in a surprised and enthusiastic manner. They went into a large store, and Rosalie noticed that the young master had good taste. Pointing to a rack of shirts, Vaughn asked the girl if she were into shoes, what clothes would be comfortable for her. She pointed to one of the options and said that it was made of good fabric. Picking up one of the shirts, she said enthusiastically that slaves usually get something like this. Van told her that he didn't want Kamzen to look like a slave and showed her which options seemed good to him, to which Rosalie replied that she understood. Kamzen stood and watched in silence as the young master fussed over him. Wang said that he would have to choose underwear and shoes later. Rosalie happily thanked the young master and noted that they had shoes that went well with their chosen clothes. Vaughn turned to look at the boy. He thought about what would happen, like buying a slave on the first walk. Kamzen raised his right hand and stared at his mark. Seeing the boy press the marked hand to his face, closing his eyes and kissing it, Vaughn knew he would be fine now. A small flock of birds flew over his family's mansion. The boy opened the door a crack and, looking into the room, called the master. Kamzen, with his hair cut short and dressed in a black suit with shorts, walked into the room and stood near the door, hands clasped behind his back, and said that the master was looking for the deputy head of the Knights of Dai. Vaughn turned to face him with his cheeks fully stuffed. He handed the boy a cookie and asked him to tell Dee that he wasn't here. While eating the cookies, Kamzen said that the deputy head of the Knights probably already knew that the young master was lying. Looking at the open mark on the boy's hand, Van asks why he doesn't wear gloves, to which Kamzen, who is still munching on a cookie, replies that it's not necessary, and Van tells him that he doesn't like to see it. Clenching his hand into a fist and holding it out, Kamzen, with his mouth full, says that she connects him with the master, so let him be visible. Van thinks that Kamzen shouldn't show it so easily, since it's a slave's mark. The young master sadly asks the boy why he bought him gloves then. Taking them out of his pocket, Kamzen immediately pulled the glove on his hand with a thoughtful look, and Van was indignant that he had always carried them with him. A loud knock on the door and a voice shouting for the young master made Wang jump in fright. Kamzen looked out of the room and told Dee that the young master didn't seem to be here, and that the man had remarked indignantly that a witness had recently entered the room. Satisfied that he hadn't been discovered, Vaughn stood in the room, listening to Kamzen ask Dee if his feelings for his master were just an illusion that Man C was indignantly asking what he was talking about. Pointing his hand at the boy's face, the man irritably asks where the crumbs came from on his face, because they were not there before. Kamzen covers her mouth with her hand, eating the last of the cookies on her face. Removing his hand, he calmly asks the man what crumbs he meant, to which Dee is indignant that the boy just ate them himself. Dee straightens his back and clenches his hand into a fist, angrily saying that he bribed Kamzen, so stop ignoring his orders. Leaning forward slightly, Kamzen irritably replies that he is still Master Wang's slave. The man leans forward and says to tell him something like this, he abruptly takes off, enthusiastically adding that you need to have great courage. With bright eyes and a big smile on his face, Dee happily declares that in this case, he will train the boy instead of the young master, and he should be flattered by this. Looking at his wrist being squeezed by the deputy head of the Knights, Kamzen started with a confused face, asking why him. I look out the door, and Van has been watching him the whole time, grinning and thinking that the boy is in trouble. Through the open door, he stepped out onto the balcony and jumped up, leaning on the railing. Looking down on Kamzan and Dee as they trained below, Vaughn reflected that he had thus become lazy for the sake of a good future, so let everyone think of him as an ordinary child. They were a prodigy. Hanging onto the railing and kicking his feet, the young master thought that if Kamzan suddenly got tired, he would take over. In the middle of the quiet city streets, a voice was heard saying that Mr. Bazoswang was already 8 years old. A white-haired man in a hat enthusiastically notes that soon there will be a test of his magic. The man with the blindfold happily replied that the boy was a prodigy after all, and that he would be looking forward to the results. The little girl went to her mother, who was hanging up the laundry on a string, and said that she wanted Mr. Bazoswang to become a lord, and that her mother said that Mr. Wang was very kind to them and often visited them. Two men were sitting in a bar with a pint of beer, discussing that all the sons of the Ferdio family have the magic of the elements of fire and wind. I'm not sure that Mr. Wang also has fire. Wang was standing in the middle of a huge hall, surrounded by his father and his older brothers, when the head of the family was outraged that the boy owns none of the elements. He stood there in a dazed state of shock, listening to his father's indignation at him, not saying a single word in response, while tears streamed down his cheeks. His father and elder brother Yardo, who were standing opposite him, looked at him with anger and contempt, and in the eyes of brother Marcius there was sadness and surprise. Marcia was startled when his brothers Sesto and Yardo started loudly mocking the fact that their younger brother got production magic. The head of the family glared at them, and they quickly calmed down, covering their mouths with their hands. The man put his hand to his face and said that magic that allows you to create objects is often called one of the most unfortunate types of magic, and then asked if he knew why so. Looking down at his hands in confusion, Wang listened to his father tell him that this kind of magic was known as alchemy. I can imagine a girl sitting on her knees and conjuring magic in my head. He went on to say that you can prepare materials like iron and copper, and then imagine a shape in your head to create a sword or accessory, but you can't create anything big with this magic. The man said that even weapons and jewelry spent a lot of magic power, while other people whores can almost create items because inventors and blacksmiths do not need magic. Listening to his father's words, Vaughn swallowed silently. Remembering the times when he was happily entertained, the boy thought that for 2 years he had done everything so that he would not be considered a child prodigy, and his brothers did not have the desire to attempt his life. But however, such a rating for the test was very unexpected for him. Vaughn was thinking that nobles were expected to use 4-element magic or healing magic, and that fire element magicians were especially welcome in the Ferdio family. Thinking back to his desk sitting, working first brother, the boy thought that the eldest son of his family, Marcia, had inherited the wind element from his maternal grandmother, but he, like no one else, was going out of his way to become the head of the family. And thinking back to the eternal rebukes of his other 2 brothers, Vaughn thought that even though the wind element was acceptable to aristocrats, the second and third fire element brothers were constantly making fun of Marcia. The boy reflected that among the aristocrats, the type of magic is extremely important, so his thoughts were interrupted by an angry father yelling that his youngest son wasn't a prodigy. Waving his arms, the man was indignant that he and his wife Mira possessed the element of fire, so why was her last child born with industrial magic? The man's words were beginning to show aggression. Thinking of the mother he had never met, Vaughn's mind flashed to the fact that his mother, who was weak in body but strong in magic, had died giving birth to him, and his father had high hopes for him. My father grabbed the scabbard hanging from his scabbard with one hand. Gripping the hilt of his sword tightly with his other hand, he frowned and said in a calm voice that they would stop talking. Slowly drawing out the glittering sword, Marquis Jalpa began to slowly draw out her glittering sword and said that from the very beginning, it was foolish to expect anything more from the boy. The startled Vaughn roused himself and took a sharp step, thinking about what a terrible situation he was in. Abruptly drawing out his sword and swiping it through the air, the head of the family fiercely declared that there was no place for a child born with industrial magic in the Marquis family. Taking rapid steps forward, the man said angrily that how can a boy not be ashamed to be born such a loser, and if he himself does not disappear from his family. Approaching the boy, the man, whose silhouette turned black due to the shadow, swung at his son, raising his sword up and said that he himself would have to get rid of it. The boy stood looking at his father with fear-filled eyes, a drop of cold sweat running down his cheek, and Wang wondered what he should do now. A voice from the side asked my father to stop. Marcia's older brother approached the boy, standing in front of him and confidently covering the child with his back. Van opened his eyes wide and looked at his brother in confusion. The Marquis of Jalpa, looking at his eldest son with displeasure, asks what is he doing. Pulling a welcoming smile on his face, the guy notes that there is a place on their family's territory that is difficult to develop because of its location and reminds his father of a remote village. The man looks at the boy intently, narrowing his eyes. Looking her father straight in the eye with her good-natured gaze, Marcia offers to leave her to Van. The man asked why he would give the boy an unnamed village here, to which Marcia replied that initially there were about 100 people living in it, and they are not engaged in production, but the Wolfsburg Mountains in the north are full of resources. Imagining a map of the area where a small village was located among the Rocky Mountains, Marcia enthusiastically said that Ferdinand County was located next to the village, and on the other side the hostile kingdom of Araneta, and although it was quite far away, there was a fortress used as a defensive base. Imagining in his mind the full picture of what he had said, he added that the village could become a training camp for Count Ferdinand's land expeditions. Putting his hand to his chin, Marquis Jalpa said thoughtfully that this was part of the territory he had gained as a marquis, and also the place where Count Ferdinand, whose territory had been reduced, sent knights to raid. The man exclaimed that this is not a bad option. Smiling as he described what was happening in his head, Marcia said that if they sent Wang to this village, it would be absolutely fine to assign him to the Knight County. Introducing the flag with the coat of arms of their family, the guy added that in addition, only the acquired territory is hardly loyal to them, and if they appoint a person from the Marquis's family there. The head of the family interrupted the words of the eldest son, saying that he understood everything. Pointing at the bewildered younger son, who had been standing next to Marcia all this time with his sword, he told him that the boy would become the master of this village. While sheathing the weapon, the man sternly told him to leave as soon as he was ready. Turning his back on them and heading for the exit, Marquis Jalpa said that he could not have expected less from Marcia. Following their father, the other two brothers turned to look at the older one, who was bowing as the head of the family added that Marcia was able to find a use for useless things. With a loud slam of the door, they all exited the room, leaving Marcia and Vaughn alone. Looking at the terrible brother in confusion, the boy turned to him. Marcia turned to the boy and, forcing Van to stagger back, sat down on one knee, bowing his head in front of him and asking for his forgiveness. The boy drooped with sadness in his voice, saying that his father and brothers were putting a lot of pressure on him because of the wind element, but the boy probably had a much harder time in this regard. Continuing to stand on one knee in front of his brother, Marcia said that because of such a reckless offer, the boy has the right to be offended by him. Wang was confused and said that it wasn't like that at all, because on the contrary, he helped him. Imagining his own death and the agony of slavery, the boy held up his hand and said that otherwise he would have been killed or put in prison, or worse, his tongue would have been torn out and sold into slavery. Getting down on one knee, Wang said that no matter how desperate the situation was. Sitting on one knee opposite his brother, with his hand on his chest, the boy confidently says that he will never waste the opportunity that Marcia gave him. Opening his mouth slightly in surprise and giving her younger brother a dazed look, the guy says that Wang is really a genius. Getting up from the floor and picking up the confused boy by the hand, Marcia says that his mindset is just like an adult's, and he thinks deeper than him, and then asks where he learned this. The boy noticed that Espada until had been bragging about his achievements for a long time, and then the boy started up in embarrassment. Marcia closed his eyes and smiled a radiant smile, then said that the Marquis who was sending the boy to the border would regret it. He started to stretch out his palm, saying that there wasn't much he could do right now. Leaning over her younger brother and extending her hand for a handshake, Marcia confidently and with firmness in her voice says that he will do everything possible. Vaughn's mouth is slightly open in surprise, and he looks carefully at the outstretched palm when his older brother says that he hopes it will help him a little. The boy smiles affectionately and starts to pull his hand in response. They clasp their hands together in a handshake, and Wang thanks his older brother heartily. Sometime later, at the Ferdio family estate, clenching her hands into fists, Till squeezed her eyes shut and shouted in embarrassment that even without magic, Mr. Wang was a smart and wonderful aristocrat. While Vaughn and Kamzan packed up, the girl fussed over them, loudly protesting that even that wasn't enough for the Marquis to banish their amazing master to the village. With a smile on his face, Vaughn said that it seemed a non-disclosure order had been issued. He thanked the girl and Kamzin for their concern, but then happily said that he was looking forward to his departure. Concerned, Till put a hand to her tear-soaked cheek and stared at the young master in awe. Thoughtfully folding up the books, Vaughn thought he understood one thing. He raised his hand, clenched it into a fist, and with a joyful face and a huge smile, thought that away from the cruel rules of aristocratic life, he would be free. The thoughts that flashed through his mind were that he hoped it would be like this. As he continued to happily pack his things with Till and Kamzin, the boy reflected that he should think about what he should do in the future, since as the owner of the village, he might not do anything outstanding and have a lot of free time. Memories flashed before his eyes of his father leaving the office after he tried to kill him. He put the last book in a pile with a dejected look, and then realized that he had to make the village a place for a comfortable and happy life. Putting his hands up and pulling himself up, Vaughn said that he was going to be pretty damn busy from now on. Aristocrats are just ordinary people. Imagining a well-dressed man with expensive rings on his hands, the man reflected that despite the pompous speech and excessive pride, the aristocrats run with their tails between their legs and give priority to the interests of power, forgetting about the common people and their safety, and at this time his mind was filled with a picture of poor city streets where the poor had to spend the night. As the man continued to ponder, he noticed that the aristocrats looked down on commoners, especially adventurers who roamed from place to place. There was a loud yawn. A scowling blonde man with a large scar on his face was sitting at the table, leaning his head on his fist, reading the note in his hand. He thoughtfully noted that they needed to escort the young noble. The man sitting across from him said that he might be a nice guy, or maybe a headstrong aristocrat who despised the likes of them, after which the dark-haired girl with glasses and a mug in her hands noted that this is how most people think about aristocrats. A large man with a bandage on his forehead moved slightly closer to the table and, pouting, asked why they accepted this request then. The scar-faced man replied that they had no choice if they wanted to stay in the dukedom. Soft footsteps sounded behind them. A boy came up to the group and asked if they were the famous Ordo guys. He put his right hand on his chest and, with a good-natured face and a huge, radiant smile, said that his name was Van Nefertio. The boy thanked the mercenaries who looked at him with surprised eyes for accompanying him on the road. The scarred man approached the child and scratched the back of his head, awkwardly saying that it was nice to meet him too. Vaughn looked at him with delight and a glint in his eyes, then said that the man looked very strong. Seeing the deep scars on his arms, the boy said admiringly that he was just like a war hero, and looking at his sword, Vaughn noted with a breathy and wide smile that such a bulky weapon must be very hard to carry. Ortho, feeling embarrassed, scratched his ear and mumbled that the weapon was heavy. Under the interested gazes of his partners, the man explained to the boy that the heavier the weapon, the more powerful it is. Vaughn went over to meet the rest of the team and quickly found a common language with them. They all had fun chatting, spend some time over a drink. As Ordo watched the boy leave, he paused, one hand clenching his chin. Leaving the tavern door, the boy waved happily to the entire team, saying that he was very happy to meet them. A large man, not hiding the gleam in his eyes, enthusiastically said that it was a blessing that they would accompany an ordinary child, and a man with a scar standing next to him and folding his arms on his chest noted that the boy just wanted to pat on the head. The girl who intervened in their conversation covered her mouth with her hand and said that they should not forget about politeness. Vaughn was checking a list of his belongings as Kamzin put some of them on the cart, the mercenaries standing behind them talking. Vaughn said that it wasn't strange to interact with adventurers. Without taking his eyes off the list, he said to Kamzin, who turned to look at him in 3 carts, "The knights can't go with them, so Marcia hired 10 adventurers." Remembering his brother's happy and smiling face, Wang thanks him in his mind, leaning down slightly and cupping his hands together. He says that initially he and Kamzin only had 1 cart until something happened. Putting her hands on her waist and drawing her thin brows together, Till angrily protested that she had said that she had to go with them, since she was the master's personal maid. The girl confidently entered the carriage, avoiding the shocked boy. They say that they were joined by Till. The fact that his magic was not suitable for the aristocracy decided to hide, and therefore everyone who knew about it was ordered to remain silent. Continuing, he noted that there was no way to silence some of them. The surprised boy was approached by a joyful D with a huge backpack on his back and enthusiastically said that he would also accompany the master, and taking swords with him, he was going to train him. The boy's face twisted, and a hint of annoyance crossed it, and he thought, oh no, not that. He told the man that he could use the knights as escorts after all. The man indignantly protested that he would never let this happen. Turning to the subordinates standing next to him, he pointed them in the direction and shouted that if they were going to go with him, then let them get ready for life, and that the men said that's exactly what they were doing. Vaughn was watching in disbelief when the butler quietly approached him. Looking at the shocked boy, Espada said that he had told Mr. Jalpa that he was retiring a little earlier. Walking up to his horse-drawn carriage, he waved his hand at it and stood next to it. The man said that since his receiver is old enough, the Marquis agreed, because he is already 55 years old and wants to relax in the countryside. The question flashed through the boy's mind, when did the man have time to prepare the carriage? Watching the scene with an exasperated face, Vaughn wondered how his father had let go of Espada, who had worked for him for so many years, so easily it must be hard to find a successor to replace him. He was looking at the butler climbing into the carriage when he turned around. Not hiding the cunning in his face, Espada said that it would be interesting to see if he could learn something from the master in his old age. Nervously pouting his cheeks and trying to hide his displeasure, Wang in his head asked everyone to stop doing this. As he watched the joyous D and his companions carry their belongings to the cart, the boy wondered why the two of them had followed him to a remote village. As Vaughn stepped into the carriage with Kamzin, until already in it, he thought that he was glad to have D, who was strong in battle, and Espada, who knew a lot of things, on his side. Turning to the young master, Till happily asked him if something good had happened. Upon entering the carriage, the boy's contented face revealed a big, radiant smile. Van looked at Till questioningly, and then the girl noticed that the master was smiling. Rubbing his neck, he sits down on the carriage seat and thinks that he didn't expect something to happen that would make this trip to the border bother him. Not hiding the smile on his embarrassed face, Vaughn gently replied that he was very happy to have them by his side right now. Cupping her hands together, Till enthusiastically noted that Mr. Marshall was a very busy man, and he didn't have time to talk to the maids, Mr. Gallardo and Sesto, and the maids didn't care, but Mr. Wang was different from them. Recalling the daily routine at the manor, the girl says that the master always greets him when he passes by the maids, and remembering how he brought her and Kamzin sweets, she adds that he sometimes treated them all. And remembering the time when she was outraged when she saw a boy with a broom in his hands, she noted that he even helped them with cleaning. And remembering her smiling maid companions, the dark-haired girl and the blonde girl with 2 ponytails, she recalled that they had all once practiced with a sword together, and added that the maids were very fond of the master. The emotionless face of the guy gradually began to blush. He thought that he was very uncomfortable, and putting his hands on his knees and fidgeting in place, he looked down at the floor and told Kamzin that this also applies to him, because if he doesn't want to leave, he can stay. Vaughn added that the slave contract could be terminated or changed, and he could ask Marcia to keep an eye on him. With a serious expression on his face, Kamzin turned to Wang. He clenched his hands into fists and said firmly that he had decided to devote his entire life to the master. Looking into the astonished boy's eyes, he continued that he would always serve him faithfully. Blushing, Wang jumped up and excitedly asked what Kamzin was talking about, and did he really like him that much? And in his head, thinking about how awkward he is right now, Kamzin confidently replied that he liked the master very much and literally adored him. Vaughn's face flushed even more at that. He thought that Kamzin had grown up a lot, and then said that it was time to go on the road. The carriage moved off. As they approached the exit of the city, Vaughn thought that his carriage didn't have the Marquis's coat of arms on it, as his father didn't want anyone to know that he was leaving, and he just had to pretend that it didn't exist. When the carriage stopped in front of the gate, the boy noted that he had been in the city a lot for the past 2 years, so he was sad to leave it. A panting little girl ran up to the carriage and called out to the young master, and he remembered that she was the daughter of one of the guards, and then he greeted her. The girl excitedly asked why the master was going somewhere, to which Vaughn anxiously asked why she thought that. She pointed her finger at the carriage following the carriage, which was flanked by 2 huge flags that said that it was Mr. Wang's departure today. The boy cried out in surprise, saying that it was very confusing for him. The knight who rode up to him on a horse said with a happy smile on his face that the flags were an order from Lord Dai, because he found it sad that they were running away like criminals in the middle of the night. so he decided to reveal the departure of the Lord to everyone around him. Vaughn was outraged, saying that the Marquis had ordered that no one be told about this. The knight began to laugh and slapped his forehead with his fist, then said that this was the first time he had ever heard of this, and probably Lord D didn't know it. The knight complacently points out that he must be sleeping in the carriage right now, but when he wakes up, he'll let him know. At this time, the deputy head of the Knights of D diligently waves flags around and enthusiastically shouts that the youngest son of Marquis Van Neyfertio is leaving the city. He is desperately asking the villagers to see young Master off. Wang leans against the knight and irritably tells him that D is not sleeping, to which the knight abruptly jumps forward on his horse and shouts to the master that he needs to look around. The townspeople begin to approach the carriage, asking in surprise where the master is going and asking him to return as soon as possible. One of the residents asks in amazement, "Is Mr. Wang really going to the Royal Academy?" Vaughn was mesmerized by how many people had come out to see him off. People clapped their hands and enthusiastically shouted good wishes to the boy. Vaughn smiled and happily thanked them as he waved from the carriage and said that they would definitely meet again. The carriages passed through the gate and left the city. Vaughn smiled softly, pleasantly surprised by such a farewell from the city's residents. The boy turned away from his companions to wipe the tears from his eyes. He didn't think he would be so worried. He was thinking about how sad it was to say goodbye when Till handed him a handkerchief. The boy thanked her and turned around, but then saw that the girl herself was sitting up and bursting into tears. The man hands Mr. Juliet Wang a skewer on which pieces of meat were strung and says that it is fried meat. While accepting food from Ordo, Van reveals that in the middle of their journey, he first set up camp. Remembering a night spent in the car, he notes that this is not counting the time when he had to spend the night in the car in his previous life. Sitting in front of the fire, next to which his companions settled down, he tells that in a dangerous place full of magic and other things, this happens to him for the first time. Looking at the tall man standing across from him with a scar on his cheek and a skewer in his hand, Vaughn reveals that they have hired 2 groups of adventurers to accompany them, and this man is an Ortho Sith, and he is a talented adventurer group leader who has been working for over 20 years and is used to dealing with different customers. Van and Ortho chatted happily together over dinner. Van says that despite the fact that Ortho is an 8-year-old child, he behaves professionally. With a smile on his face, the boy thanks Ortho for keeping the perimeter secure with him and his group, but notes that they should not forget to rest. The man's eyes widen and he looks at the young master in surprise. The man leaned over and took his chin in his hand and began to carefully examine the boy from head to toe, and the boy, with an awkward voice, asked the man, "What is it?" Turning around, Ortho said that everything was fine and nothing like that, and then waved his hand and said that he would come back later with a report. The boy asked Till, who had just come up to him, what had just happened, and the girl laughed with a grin. With a hand on her chest and a twinkle in her eyes, she enthusiastically said that even an adventurer can see through the kindness of the master, and she personally can say more than 100 good things about him. The carts following each other continued on their way through the forest. Recalling the many late-night campfire gatherings and fun conversations with his companions, Wang tells them that he will leave for one city and go to another, and they set up many camps. From his window very often opened a large boundless forest, behind which there were equally large and high mountains. Remembering the cute local houses that city dwellers walked slowly next to, the boy says that he managed to visit 4 cities, small and large, however, because of their luggage, they moved slowly. The horses thumped their hooves softly on the ground. As the carts continued on their way peacefully, Wang said that they traveled 50 to 100 kilometers every day, covering 500 to 1,000 kilometers in 2 weeks. Watching the beautiful views outside the window every day, the boy notes that the territory of the Marquis is simply huge. Wang thinks that if they were in Japan right now, they would have already traveled around 3-4 prefectures, although he is not very sure about the number. The guys were sleeping peacefully in their carriage. Kamzan was looking at the map in Till's hands, and the girls studied it and enthusiastically told the young master that they would be arriving soon, to which the boy replied with a smile on his face that he was very happy. Taking his chin in his hand, the boy closed his eyes and thought that this was all like moving the head of a department to another one, and he should make a good first impression. Suddenly, the cart stopped abruptly, and Till looked out of the window, addressing the terrified driver and asking him what happened. The man turned to her and said in confusion that they were not doing well. As he watched a large number of people approach the high gate in front of the village and shoot arrows through it, the man shouted that it seemed that the village was being attacked. Till, Van, and Kamzan all froze in shock at the same time. Seeing the fierce bandits trying to break through the high fence, the man once again shouted that the village was under attack. They sat in silence in the carriage, unable to say anything because of their fright, and a tear slowly rolled down Till's cheek. All the companions got out of their carts and gathered in a large circle to discuss the situation, but no one dared to start first. They hid all their carriages and carts behind a rock so that the robbers would not see them. Ortho said it was either a raid by bandits or former mercenaries. Folding his arms across his chest, he said in a calm voice that it was nature, because it was either you or you, but you could get used to fighting over time. Van stood looking around thoughtfully. Noticing the fence over which the arrows were flying, he began to reflect that there was a wooden fence built around the village, which looks quite large, but however, it is not very effective against arrows. Looking at the raging bandits, he noticed that right in front of the gate, the main entrance of the village, there were armored fighters in a straight line, and behind them were mages. He thinks that all the locals have to do is protect the village from the inside, like a turtle in a shell. He is pulled out of his own thoughts by D, who calls out to the master. He indignantly shouted that he was asking the master to let him and his knight join the battle, but if they worked together, they would definitely come up with something. Hearing his request, Vaughn didn't say anything, he just stood there, but he was thinking hard about the fact that their opponents would be 40 or 50 people, and even if they attacked them suddenly, they would still lose out in numbers, and he was thinking, is it worth the risk? Suddenly, someone asked me to stop. Folding his arms across his chest, Ortho, surrounded by his comrades, said that it was too dangerous. D firmly replied that he was well aware of this, and he knew that there might be injuries and losses, but they could recapture the village. Frowning, Ortho said that he had one rule about not putting team members at risk of death, as such situations were not uncommon among adventurers. Looking at the deputy head of the D-Knights, he sternly said that if he had put his life on the line every time, he would have been in his grave long ago. Placing his hand on the hilt of his greatsword, D confidently stated that sometimes there are moments when we have to give our lives, and this is one of them. He raised his sword in front of his face and shouted desperately that this was his lord's first domain and his first inhabitants, and if he didn't unsheath his sword in a moment of danger, who else would? With a wave of his hand, Ortho noted that D was a noble knight, which unfortunately couldn't be said for them, since even if they paid them even more money, he wasn't going to die here. D clenched his jaw tightly and clicked his tongue in displeasure. Looking at the adventurers standing in front of him, he said that in that case, he wanted to ask them something. D asked them to run away if the situation worsened, and Ortho asked in surprise what he really meant. The butler Espada intervened in their conversation, raising his hand and saying that he was against it. Espada noted that in addition to D, his remaining 2 knights would also die. Espada stood with his hand raised and told D and his companions that there would be more than 30 people fighting against him, including mages, and it seemed to him that mages made up half of them. He added that then D would also die, and after that there would be no point in trying to recapture the village. Ortho looked at the butler and asked with a puzzled expression, does he mean that they won't fight? Espada closed his eyes and calmly said that he was the ultimate 4 elements mage. Folding his hands behind his back, the white-haired man noted that the ground was just right under their feet, so they could rely on his support. Ortho turned to the butler and asked in surprise if he was going to fight, to which Espada calmly replied that he couldn't take any chances. The butler stated that he would build a wall first, and the adventurers would attack from behind the wall at some distance. Drawing a schematic picture of his plan in his head, he said that when the enemy noticed them, D and his knights would attack from the side, and if both surprise attacks were successful, they would be able to win. Ortho asked the butler what they should do with the mages, and pointed out that if more archers were drawn, they would also be the losers. Turning his attention to the carriage standing nearby, the butler Espada says that it is lined with iron plates in some places, and after making the first attack, you can get into it and leave, because the only main task is to attract the enemy. Vaughn stood thoughtfully with his hand on his chin, pondering the words he had just said. The boy turned to the butler and asked if he wanted to stay and fight, to which the man replied that it was his duty, because if he stayed behind the wall, D and the others would die. Vaughn frowned and said firmly that he was against it, because if that was the case, the butler would also die and give up on him. With a soft smile and a slight tilt of his head, Espada calmly asked his master to let him be selfish this time. The boy thought for a while, and then confidently suggested that he become the bait. Espada, Ortho, D, and all the people in front of him turned abruptly and looked at the boy in surprise. There was a loud, indignant shout from the side, telling him not to do it. An enraged Till ran up to Van and said that she was absolutely against it, and grabbed the boy by the shoulder, shouting that if he did this, she would never forgive him for it. With her face flushed from crying, she said that if he became a decoy, then she would personally go out to the enemy. Kneeling down, she clasped the young master's hands in her hands and began to cry bitterly, saying through her tears that she would also join the battle, and then they would definitely win. Kamzin ran up to them and knelt down, putting his hand to his chest, and confidently declared that then he would go too. He said if they went with Till, Vaughn raised a hand to interrupt the boy and asked everyone to listen to him. He pointed a finger at himself and expressed complete determination on his face, saying that he was now the owner of this village. Wang said that everyone would kindly listen to him now. Looking at Ortho with his arms folded in agitation, the boy said that they had only hired adventurers to accompany him to the village, and they were not required to participate in the fighting. Addressing the butler who was standing quietly with his hands behind his back, the young master said that he was currently retired, and after making such a huge contribution to the Marquis family, he couldn't possibly die in a place like this. Turning to the deputy head of the D-Knights, who had two of his teammates behind him, Vaughn noted that they still belonged to his father, and served him first and foremost. His father wouldn't like it if something happened to them. Walking over to his personal maid, who still had tears streaming down her cheeks, Vaughn addressed her by name and said that she was like an older sister to him, who he had spent more time with than anyone else, so he didn't want to see someone dear to him die. Turning to Kamzin, the boy said that he was happy with his feelings, but even if he was a slave, he had to choose whether to live or die. The boy looked down, his face sad as Wang said that he would be happy to know that Kamzin was happy with his life. Sitting on the ground, Till and Kamzin looked at their master and cried when they heard such good words addressed to them. Looking at the group of companions standing in front of him, Vaughn thought about how they were willing to follow someone who was labeled unworthy and kicked out of the family. He noted that wonderful people like them shouldn't die. Thinking back to how he used to be forced to work until he was exhausted, sometimes falling asleep right at his desk, Vaughn noted that now he just gave orders and didn't do anything himself. But he would never be like his boss in a previous life, so he had to be responsible and do something first by myself. The boy's confident and firm gaze was filled with determination, and he mentally apologized to his wonderful companions for what he was about to do. Drawing an attack plan on the ground with his sword, Wang said that first he would ride the carriage forward, and they would attack from different directions. Sticking the earth into his sword and placing his hands on the hilt, the boy confidently said that concentrating power on long-range attacks would be pointless if nothing works, let the others run. Taking his sword out of the ground, Van calmly said that they could throw his corpse, and thoughts flashed through his head that it would be okay if they suddenly killed him. Raising his sword and swinging it, Van said with a smile on his face that since the robbers did not know their names, he would not bother the Marquis. The boy stood and smiled, completely satisfied with his plan, when a loud yawn was heard from the side, attracting his attention. Ortho scratched the back of his head, saying that they were in trouble. Quickly walking past the surprised boy with his squad, Ordo sternly said that only this time they would put their lives on the line. The confused boy, raising his hand, tried to tell them that he did not mean it, but Ortho interrupted him, loudly indignant that how could a child say that he would sacrifice his life. The man furrowed his eyebrows and looked at the boy with an angry look, saying that if he repeated this again, he and his squad would be angry. A girl with glasses approached Van and leaned slightly towards him, tucking her hair behind her ear, and then said that she expected something completely different from an aristocrat, because everyone she met did nothing but scratch with their tongue. Van looked at Pluriel touched, quietly pronouncing her name. The girl began to laugh loudly, and covering her mouth with her hand, smiling radiantly, she noted that the boy even remembered their names. Holding her spear in front of her face, Pluriel confidently said that she thought she could give her life for the boy. Ortho said that they were all thinking the same thing as the adventurers gathered in a semicircle, rolling up their sleeves and readying their weapons, leaving a stunned Wang behind them. Feeling awkward, Van looked at the squad in bewilderment and thought that now he couldn't tell them that he only remembered the girl's name because she was cute. His comrades confidently stated that they were noble knights serving the Marquis, and serving Lord Wang was the same as serving the future heir. Holding his great sword in his hand, Dee menacingly said that now they would protect him as if they were protecting his future family. The butler quietly approached the boy and lowered his head and said that when it was all over, he would like him to think about all the responsibility that falls on the shoulders of the candidate heir. Looking at the boy with a stern look, Espada said that he could be sure that they would cope in 3 days. Looking warily up at the butler, Van thought how tall and intimidating he was. Waving his hand, Espada loudly stated that he was proposing to use his strategy where he would first create a wall and attack from a long distance. Looking at the deputy head of the knights, he sternly says that Dee and his knights will attack from the left side, and then directs his gaze to Ordo and his comrades, saying that they will attack from the right side. Kamzan and Till, sitting nearby, listened to the butler's order that everyone else who could defend themselves would remain here. With a loud cry, Dee's team took off and rushed forward. The Espada began to quietly cast a spell, and a white glow began to appear around his hand. He stomped his foot hard, and the ground underneath him, towards the gate, began to rapidly crack. Next, Ortho and his squad of adventurers decisively rushed forward. Espada stamped his foot again, and a second one began to form parallel to the first one, pushing the earth out and building 2 large walls. Jumping onto the horses and cart, Ortho and his comrade moved to the other side of the wall. The guy with the bandage on his forehead noted that the butler had already managed to create walls, after which Ortho said that this old man was a good magician, and it was unlikely that the magician of the 4 elements would work as an ordinary butler, but for some reason this one works. While driving the carriage, the guy in the headband shouted to his leader, asking why he decided to risk his life if he could refuse the young aristocrat. Moving on a horse at high speed parallel to the cart, Ordo told him that this boy would be a great man and he should not die yet. With a smile on his face, the scarred man says that if it were possible, he would like to make the boy king, and thinks that in the last 2 weeks he has completely reconsidered his views on aristocrats. Remembering one of the joint dinners in the broken camp, Ortho reflects that he did not know that there were such people among the aristocrats, and during this time Mr. Pei Wang managed to become very imbued with it, and if the gentleman gets into trouble, he will definitely help him. But then he didn't know him yet. Remembering the silhouette of a boy who, some time ago, holding his sword in his hands, so confidently declared that he could die calmly, Ortho reflected that at first he considered him simply the owner of a small village, accompanying whom seemed like a troublesome task, but the boy put his life on the line when it came down to his responsibility. Thoughts flashed through the man's head that the boy did this not only for the territory and residents, but also for the sake of the knights, the butler, the maid, and the slave, and moreover, for the lives of the adventurers, proposing a strategy in which none of them would die, but in which the 8-year-old child himself will die. Look ahead at the road and smile. Ortho noted that he is strange, very strange. Standing in front of the sword stuck in the ground, Van stood and looked towards the gate where the battle was soon to take place. A hand reached out to him from behind. Crying Till and Kamzan tightly hugged their master, who was very surprised by their action. Till cried bitterly, pressing her face to Van's shoulder and saying how good it was that the master would not go to certain death. Tears slowly flowed down Kamzan's face as he rested his forehead on Van's back and said that if the gentleman was on the verge of death, it would be better if he covered him and died himself. Van froze sadly, lowering his eyes to the floor, listening to the words of his crying friends. He extended his hand towards them. Stroking the heads of the boy and girl sitting on the ground, Van thought that they were more like a family than his real relatives. He told his friends that there was a battle going on and they should do something to help. Van turned around and sternly and confidently declared that the 3 of them would go to pull medicines and instruments out of the carriage. The robbers, carried away by the raid and trying to break through the village gates, relaxed their vigilance. Watching as one of the robbers directed the other with his hand, showing him where to shoot with a bow, Van said that in small settlements there is no sound management, so such attacks end quite quickly. A man with a sword and shield in his hands turned to his comrade, declaring with interest that he was very curious how many women there would be in the settlement, to which the second robber happily answered him that today they would have a holiday. Suddenly, an arrow sharply pierced the man from behind. The rest of the gang froze and looked in shock at their comrade, from whose wound blood began to flow. A barrage of arrows flew at the men, and they somehow managed to hide from them with their shields. The robber shouted in alarm that they were being attacked from behind. Turning back, they saw the walls recently erected by the Espada butler and cried out in surprise, asking where they came from there. Behind one of the walls was hiding a girl from a team of adventurers whose diversionary maneuver was successful. At this time, Dee's squad and the remaining members of the adventure team began to run towards the bandits, catching them by surprise. A loud cry was heard indicating that the bandits were being attacked from both sides. Ortho and Dee began to skillfully swing their weapons, stunning every robber who stood in their way. Turning to Dee, the focused Ortho noted that he and his knights could handle large swords quite easily. Looking at the enraged man, carried away by the battle, and who was already holding the body of one of the robbers by the scruff of the neck, the thought flashed through his head that here he was the deputy head of the knights of the Fertio clan. Seeing such a frightening picture, some of the robbers began to turn around out of fear. They ran away, shouting to their comrades to run too, because they could not win, to which one man from the gang shouted at them that they were cowards. Continuing the battle, Ordo joyfully said that it is very good that now there are a little fewer of them. A large bandit in armor turned around and, seeing that Ordo was busy fighting, rushed towards the walls. Ortho noticed the bandit running away from his place and was taken aback, opening his eyes wide and freezing literally for a moment. Defending himself from his attacker, he furiously screamed for someone to stop him. Watching as the man in armor continued to rapidly approach the wall, Ordo did not stop shouting loudly for someone to stop this bandit. He clenched his teeth tightly, parrying another blow, and thought that things were bad. Thinking about his comrades behind the wall, he said in his mind that long-range attackers would have to be distracted by the enemy. He ran to the wall, simultaneously stepping on the bodies of the robbers who died in battle, and tried to shout to his comrades to warn them of the danger. Hearing a loud warning that the enemy was approaching them, Pluriel, sitting against the wall, opened her surprised eyes and shuddered. A large bandit in armor suddenly appeared from behind the wall, swinging his double-sided axe. The members of the squad remaining at the wall froze, looking at the thug who appeared in front of them. The man slowly approached, releasing dense steam from his mouth with anger, and holding his weapon tightly in his hands, preparing to attack. Grabbing her spear, the dark-haired girl with glasses stood in a fighting stance with a menacing look and thought that having already used magic, she would only be able to use the next one in 10 seconds. Planting her feet firmly on the ground, she watched as the robber rushed at her, swinging an axe, and thought that she would not have enough time. Every moment he became closer, and when the robber swung his axe at her, her eyes widening in horror, Pluriel thought that she was going to die. Footsteps were heard quickly approaching behind her. Van and Kamzan, with a stern look, quickly approached the girl and the enemy, simultaneously drawing their swords from their sheaths. The girl screamed the young master's name in fear, trying to stop him. Holding his sword out in front of him and running past the girl, Van tells her that they can handle this heavily equipped warrior. The girl, who had fallen to her knees, shouted angrily after them that this was reckless, and that 2 children would not be able to stand against him. Van ran up to the fighter, deftly dodging his attacks, and rushing to his feet, ran out from the other side and quickly slashed his sword at the enemy's popliteal fosse, forcing him to drop his axe from his hands in sharp pain. Grunting and gritting his teeth, the man fell to his knees, after which Kamzan jumped onto the handle of his axe and, pushing off with his foot, did a somersault in the air. Landing, he dealt the enemy a final crushing blow. The man's body fell right in front of the girl who was watching what was happening, on whose face one could read fear and surprise at the same time. Waving his free hand, Van sternly shouted to those at the wall that all the enemies could come running here, so they need to keep their eyes open. The team shook themselves a little, and one of the men replied to the young master that they understood everything. Pluriel looked at Van with her mouth slightly open. Noticing how much confidence and determination there was in his words and actions, she thought that something was wrong with this child. Looking at the tied-up bandits sitting on the ground, Ordo says that several robbers managed to run in, but they defeated the rest, and they had no casualties, and this is the best outcome. Tying the rope tightly around the robber's torso, placing his foot on his back, Ortho says that they will leave as soon as they get the other half of the payment. Seeing the pensive face of his partner, the girl with glasses sitting next to him asked what happened, to which he replied that a certain thought had come to his mind. Rubbing his hands and turning to the other adventurers, Ortho asks how they feel about staying here instead of paying. The leader of the other squad tells him that they took the order out of convenience as they were heading to a neighboring county. Then he waves to the man and says that they will see each other again. Ortho casually replies that they were a great help on their journey and then bids them farewell. The big guy from the Ortho squad with a bandage on his forehead said, smiling, that they could stay here, after which the other guy said that if they wanted to stay for a long time, he'd better leave. The third man noted that there are dense forests and mountains nearby, and here they can even earn money. Plurial intervened in the conversation, attracting Ordo's attention, and said that it seemed to her that Van was not at all like an ordinary aristocrat, because any adult could envy his thinking. Folding his arms across his chest, the man with the scar on his cheek said that was why he wanted to stay here. Turning around and looking at the boy, who at that time was actively gesturing with his hands, giving instructions to the others, the man said that he was still so small, but already so smart, because not every child raised by an aristocrat becomes like that. Watching Van, Ordo says that this boy is a genius. He reflects that at first Van seems like an arrogant aristocrat, but as soon as he speaks, it becomes clear that he is a completely different person. Watching how the boy and his butler walked towards the tearful till running towards him, he thinks that Van is polite and laid back, but with the people in the city he is cheerful and friendly, and even though he is an aristocrat, he has no desire to look down on everyone. Looking at the boy with tenderness and admiration, the man said that he thought he had never seen such aristocrats before. His team thought about it and agreed with the leader. One guy said that if you think about it, Wang's magic is completely unsuitable for combat, after which another man asked that he really meant that the boy was literally ready to die, after which the third man noted that he was very strange. With a smile on her face, the glasses-wearing girl noted that Vaughn saved her when she was in danger, and she should repay him. The dark-haired man enthusiastically agreed with her, and said that he himself would not have thought of such a thing as a child, and noted that Van uses a sword just like an ordinary knight. The men fervently discussed that the boy was not even 10 years old, noting that he was a child of mystery. Folding his arms across his chest, Ordo laughed and said that he was the best of all the aristocrats he knew. Looking at Wang standing nearby, a plump man wearing a headband says that if the boy one day becomes a ruler, he would love to see how big his territory will be. Ortho grinned, and with a smile on his face asked how his comrades would like to help the boy. All team members thought for 1 second, and then joyfully exclaimed that they agreed, crying loudly till shook the boy and protested that the young master would always put his life before theirs, to which the tortured Wang replied that he understood her. Continuing to cry, the girl shouted for Van to repeat her words, to which the boy exhaustedly replied that he understood her and would henceforth do as she said. Kamzan, who was watching them, thought. Clenching his hand into a fist, he lowered his eyes and quietly said that he needed to make an effort. Till jumped in fright when a girl with glasses from the Ortho squad suddenly appeared next to them and asked if they were all right. Moving a little to the side from Till, who was trying to calm down, Van approached Plurial, and she said that the boy was so young and had already brought the girl to tears. Smiling softly, Van said that he tries to be honest with girls, especially those he cares about. Till jumped up sharply and blushed even more, looking at the young master. She covered her embarrassed face with her palms when the girl with glasses seriously asked the young master if he was an elf by chance, and noted that in childhood they were not particularly different from people. Remembering how, in a moment of danger, she simply called the boy by name, she lowered her eyes and thought that then, as now, she was not very polite towards the aristocrat. Wang said with a wide smile on his face that Till had been taking care of him since childhood, so she could be sure that he was an ordinary person. The girl thought that it seemed that the boy didn't care at all about the way she talked to him, and then asked the young master where he learned fencing. Pointing his finger at Dai, who was busy tying up the robbers, Vaughn asked if the girl saw that knight over there, and then annoyedly said that he was the one who trained him, despite the fact that he was too small, and said that he was training him to become stronger him. Then the girl sternly asked him whether the Espada butler was training him. Looking up at the girl, Wang casually replied that it was so, and then noted that his way of thinking is made up of the people around him. Van put his hand on his belt and looked at the girl with a look full of confidence in his words and actions. Pluriel slowly placed her hand on her chest. Kneeling down in front of the boy and bowing her head, she said that his actions and fencing skills saved her in a moment of danger. Continuing to kneel, the girl thanks the young master and says that she will never forget this. Van tells her that everything is fine. Closing his eyes and smiling radiantly at her, the boy gently told the girl that she could forget about it. Raising her surprised gaze at him, thoughts flashed through her head that if you think about it, as an aristocrat, the boy is very charismatic. Pluriel clutched her cape on her chest with her hand. Smiling tenderly at the boy in response, she thought that he had already managed to win the hearts of the adventurers. A butler standing nearby turned to the boy and said that it seemed that all the villagers had gathered near the gate. Till waved her hand clenched into a fist and happily said that even if this was not what they expected, they had finally arrived, to which the boy smiled softly and said that he agreed with her. Heading towards the gate, Van joyfully and with a smile said to Kamzan, Till and Espada standing behind him, that in their first meeting he needed to make a good impression on the locals. In the middle of the Rocky Mountains, in a secluded corner, lay a small village covered by high wooden gates. Local residents looked warily at the guests arriving in their village, hiding in the corners and covering their children. The men who came forward took sticks and stakes with them. The boy standing opposite them loudly introduced himself, saying that his name was Van Ferdio. Placing his hand on his chest, he closed his eyes and smiled broadly at the residents, saying that he was sent here by Lord Ferdio, who has recently ruled this territory, including their village. He noted that from now on, he will rule this village. There was a loud sound of the cane hitting the ground. A short, gray-haired man with a long, thick beard came forward and said that he was the elder of this village named Rhonda. He added that he was very grateful to him for helping their village. The boy happily replied that he was very glad to meet you, and then noted that now he understands who is in charge here. Wang confidently said that he had heard rumors that neither the owners nor the soldiers took command in this village, and then apologized to the elder. Bowing his head to the white-haired man standing opposite him, Vaughn said that he wanted to protect this village, so from now on he would take on the role of leader, and then added that he hoped for the understanding of the elder and the villagers. Pausing in a bow, Van wondered if this was too formal an apology. There was a nervous chuckle behind him, followed by very loud laughter from Ortho, who was trying to cover his mouth with his hand. Van felt a little awkward and irritated. Turning around, the elder noted that it was very kind of Wang, and then invited the boy to come into his house and asked him to follow him. They approached a small wooden house, the entrance of which was covered with fabric. Sitting on his knees on a mat, the elder began his story by saying that once 150 people lived in this village. The elder then told the young master that half a year ago and last month, the village was attacked by bandits, so now there are only 100 people left, and today there was a third attack, and each attack was different. After this, Wang asked the elder why he thought the village became their main target. Introducing him as a neighboring kingdom, the elders answer that he thinks this is due to the fact that the border with the Geronet kingdom is close to the village, and the knights of the border guard patrolled the border during the time of Count Ferdinand, but now that the lord has changed, the border has been abandoned. The butler perked up a bit as the elder finished his thoughts. Reasoning, Van said that simply put, the village was in danger because it now belonged to Lord Ferdio. Vaughn thought about the influence of the Lord and how the other aristocrats would have cut off Rhonda's head, apologized to the elder with a serious expression, and said that the former ruler, Count Ferdinand, had supporters in every city. Then the boy added that it turns out that his father, Lord Ferdio, appointed rulers only for large cities, and nothing is still known about the situation of small villages. Squeezing the hem of his cape with shaking hands, the elder sadly noted that this meant that the master had put them aside. Hanging, Rhonda sadly said that a small village is a village that does not need to be protected, and it pays almost no taxes, but still. Interrupting Rhonda's words, Van confidently stated that from now on, he will notify him about everything. The accompanying elders frowned when the young master said that there was no point in complaining, lamenting, and criticizing the state of this country. Van noted that they might not believe him, however. This would not change anything, when suddenly a tall, large man jumped up from his seat and loudly indignant that he was really telling this to the nobility. The man stood with his hand clenched into a fist, holding back his anger. Son Rhonda Malaga. Van noted in his head that this is a healthy body, and his eyes are quite bright. However, with such temper, the village has no future. And the man needed a dissatisfied look. The boy politely asked him to sit down, and then reminded him that he spoke for this village. The man went back down to his mat. Looking down, Van calmly said that the nobility should be responsible. If you think so, perhaps the founder of the kingdom, King Berlinet, left a flaw by making a mistake in the law. Everyone in the room perked up and stared at the young master in surprise. The butler sitting behind him defiantly cleared his throat into his fist. In his head, the boy thought that they had nothing to fear, even though he would become the ruler of a village that was on the verge of destruction. In any case, the king had bandits. Closing his eyes and lowering his head, Van said that, however, nothing could be changed by complaining about the laws of the kingdom and how it should be. Slapping his hand on his chest, he declared that this village had them. Pointing to the number 3 with his fingers, he stated that there were 3 specific measures. The dark-haired girl jumped up on the spot and asked that there were really only 3 solutions to their problem. Imagining in his head his plan of how people would work along a large stone wall and then sell the goods they produced, the boy said that first, he needed to create something valuable, something that the kingdom could not ignore. Secondly, regularly earn money and hire mercenaries. And thirdly, reconstruct and develop the village independently. The elder said that they had also thought about this, and then the girl added that, however, none of these points could be accomplished so easily. While sitting on the floor, Wang thought that if the village was in such a remote place, even if the villagers sold wood or stone, it would be impossible to make a profit due to the problems of transportation costs. However, due to the low education, it would be difficult for the villagers to produce handicrafts items with market value, such as weapons or utensils. Thinking that if this was the case, then they would not be able to make a profit, which meant there was no need to reconstruct the village, Vaughn imagined silhouettes of sad and dejected local residents in his head. And then, thinking about himself and his companions, he mentally replied that, however, they were now in this village. Clenching his right hand into a fist, Vaughn firmly and confidently stated that he knew it had not been easy for them, but now he had come here, having received the necessary education, and would do his best for the defense and development of this village. The elder and his companions suddenly sank. Espada intervened in the conversation, placing his hand on his chest and saying that he was a butler from the house of Lord Ferdio named Espada. A white-haired man with a monocle said that Mr. Coyers Wang, despite his age of 8, was entrusted with the management of the earth, and for this reason many consider him a gifted child. He added that although this was too bold on his part, that is why he and the deputy head of the knightly order, Dai, came here to serve them faithfully. Hitting his chest with his fist and smiling, Dee asked permission to join the village detachment. The accompanying elders exclaimed in surprise that the butler and the deputy himself had really come to them. The black-haired girl covered her mouth in surprise and asked why such high-ranking officials were in the village. Elder Rhonda said that it was like a dream, and then wiping away the tears that had come and catching the embarrassed look of his son, he noted that the 4th son of Lord Wang was also here. Clenching his hand into a fist, Malaga joyfully exclaimed that now he understood what they want help them. The man asked if the gentleman also mastered the magic of the 4 elements. Raising his palm, Vaughn asked them to stop, and then said in a calm voice that he did not master any element, so they could not expect combat power from him. Those present in the room from the village side, after these words, again drooped, lowering their heads in disappointment. Seeing their reaction, Vaughn felt awkward and thought that they thought he was a weakling. He folded his hands on his chest indignantly and firmly said that first of all, they must strengthen the walls so that no one gets in. The boy said that their fence is strong enough, but it is made of wood and vulnerable to fire, and the same goes for houses. I turned to the butler. He asked if the stone would remain hard, to which Espada replied that while the magic was active, it would retain its hardness, but later it would become an ordinary lump of earth. Imagining the plan in his head, Vaughn thought for a moment, and then said that they need to use the lumps to strengthen the walls, and he is sure that then they will have time to make a strong wall. Putting his hand on his chin, he thoughtfully said that they would need a ditch, because it would help fence them off from robbers. Dee behind him exclaimed joyfully, and placing his hand on his chest, said that he and his knights would take care of this, because they were already accustomed to digging ditches. Fascinated by what was happening, Dee enthusiastically suggested making several traps, and then preparing to attack from the wall. Wang told the deputy that they would need bows and arrows or stones, because they were easier for the peasants. Turning to the elder, the boy asks him to gather the villagers, as they must greet them and explain his plan to them. Rhonda and his companions looked at the young master in surprise. Standing on a wooden box, surrounded by his companions and a local villager, Van tells them his proposal. With a smile on his face, the boy happily declares that he will do everything possible for the development of the village and thanks them in advance for their support. Under the approving glances of the butler and deputy, Van says that even though he is a child, he has strong and smart people behind him. If the bandits come, then together they must fight back. Clenching his hand into a fist and not hiding the twinkle in his eyes, the boy enthusiastically says that they must be strong in order to build a prosperous village together. Looking at his fist, he smiled softly and then closed his eyes, thinking that he now looked like a politician when a local resident standing next to him raised his hand and called him. Waving his hand at the man, Van asked him, "What is it?" In a trembling voice, the men asked what would happen to the taxes and then added that until now they had paid 30% on the harvest as well as on the skins and fangs of monsters. Van asked in surprise if this was not too much, and then, placing his hand on his chest with a smile on his face, said that let it be 10%, and if it is not enough, then he can pay for it himself once. Looking at the stunned faces of the peasants, the boy says that first of all, it is important that the local residents have a stable life. Recalling the unpleasant incident at the central market, Wang thinks that there are cases when people sell their children because of debt, and looking at the peasants, he notes that they will be glad to see a reduction in taxes. An adult woman, clutching her child to her, anxiously asked if they could call the nightly order, because what if the bandits come back again? Imagining possible difficulties in the form of a long journey and an abundance of paperwork, Van calmly replies that the message will take 2 weeks, then a week for confirmation, and then 3 weeks on the path of the knights, and at the end adds that it is too late to call for help, and that most likely they won't come because of the distance. A certain man notes upsetly that this is all because they are an abandoned village, to which the local old man is indignant that they really think that the order will abandon them. Opening his arms, the boy confidently says that he understands their anger, but currently the Marquillas have neither the budget nor the knights to defend a huge territory, and even if they could persuade the knights, there would be too few of them, and they would not help, because ideally they would need 200 people. He notes that they would have to pay for food, horses, armor, tools, and the costs for mercenaries would be even higher. Van turns to his butler and asks him to build a wall behind the wooden fence. Espada waved his hand, and behind the fence, a huge wall suddenly appeared right out of the ground, much higher than the height of the fence. Local residents, seeing this, jumped on the spot and were completely shocked. Looking at the erected wall, around which clouds of dust have formed, Van says that now, more than ever, they need the help of the local residents, and if they join him. Smiling widely, the boy joyfully says that in this case, this village will survive and become much stronger. The moon rose and the first night in the village began. Sitting around a fire with a group of friends, Van reveals that they don't have enough shelter, so they rest in a wagon. Remembering how the elder persistently offered to live with him, and the boy stubbornly refused, he says that Rhonda wanted to give them his house, but they couldn't leave him on the street. The silence was broken by the quiet crackling of the fire. Sitting on a stone, the boy watched the bright flame and thought that until that moment he had never complained that he only owned production magic. Remembering how the elder and his companions bowed their heads in doom upon hearing this, he thought that he had never felt so bitter. Van thought that if you don't master the magic of the elements, then nothing can be done about it. Remembering the silhouettes of local residents in his head, the boy thought that he tried to appeal to them, but people are skeptical, and he must win their trust for the success of the village and a happy life. Looking sadly at his hand clenched into a fist, he thought that he would definitely cope with this. Kamzin and Till, also sitting in front of the fire, watched Van as he firmly decided that with the help of his magic, he would protect this village and make it a pleasant place for people to live. Under the crackle of fire, a firm voice sounded, saying that you can't just defend yourself. Van, sitting in front of the fire, surrounded by his comrades, says that ideally, if the enemy does not attack us, then we will be able to attack him. Throwing out his hands, Dee replies that they usually attack from walls with magical bows and arrows, and Espada adds that an attack from a low wall will not be so effective. Elder Rhonda intervenes in their conversation and says that they have not used spears to attack through gaps in the forest fortress before. Hearing this, Dee says that the enemies are now in the same position, and they can spear them again. Van raises his index finger and confidently says that they need a catapult. The butler leans slightly towards him and calmly replies that the catapult is a siege weapon, and they cannot use it for defense. Addressing the deputy head of the knights, the elder asks what a catapult is. Imagining a cannon attacking the wall in his head, D explains that the catapult shoots huge boulders, but it is difficult to determine where they will fall, and also requires the catapult itself to be temporarily reloaded. He adds that the walls of the fortresses and observation towers are large enough that they can be easily destroyed with a catapult. Presenting a sketch of his plan, Van confidently states that the range will be greater if they throw a box filled with small rocks, and if they aim it at the gate, their attack will be much more effective. Catching the conflicting glances of his comrades, Van continues to enthusiastically say that if they put an oil bottle and a torch into the catapult, they will instantly set the ground on fire, which will make their offensive even stronger. Looking askance at the master, Espada asks who will create this mechanism. Joyfully pointing his finger at himself with a smile on his face, Van confidently declares that it will be him. An awkward silence arose around the fire. Noticing this, Van mentally indignant that they did not believe in his production magic at all. Looking at the stones and stick lying in front of him, Van reflects that he himself does not fully understand his magic in order to master it. He squeezes the objects in his hand, and a small light begins to emerge from them. The boy thinks that on the way to the village, he often used it to learn how to freely change the shape of stones of wood and metal. Squeezing his hand tightly, he thinks that now is the time to show everyone what he has learned. Horses, tucked into carts and carts, moved slowly through the thicket of the forest. Talking to Orto, who is walking next to his partners, the young master asks what he thinks about occupying the village, since the opposition party has already left. Ortho says it's very funny. And then, looking at the surprised boy, he adds that he and his squad will stay in this village for a while to earn extra money by hunting mythical monsters. Some strange sound attracted the man's attention, and he stopped to listen. After examining the area, the man leaned his foot on a stone and told the confused Wang and Kamzin that everything in the nearby area was clear. Turning off the path with his squad and turning to the boy, Ortho says that they sense a monster here, so they need to hurry. He asks the gentleman to cut down the nearby trees because it could be dangerous here. Watching Ortho saddle his horse and gallop ahead with his team, Van thinks that he is amazed at the man's intuition because during the journey he notices and destroys enemies that no one even suspected. Holding a snag in his hands and gloomily looking at it, the boy thinks that despite his skill, Ortho still cannot raise the level of an adventurer. Kamzin's loud call knocks him out of his thoughts. He stands in front of a huge tree, the trunk of which is entwined with the same huge vines, and they enthusiastically point at it, exclaiming that this tree is perfect. Van calmly replies that this tree is too big for them to cut down, and then Kamzin enthusiastically points to another nearby tree, but Van calls that one too big. Having cut down a ring of trees, they threw all the logs into one large pile. Taking the log in his hands and closing his eyes and concentrating, Vaughn thought that he hadn't imagined the shape clearly enough, so if he used magic, the new shape would be strange and fragile. The boy reasons that he would not call the production one easy to use, however, as soon as he accurately imagines at least a small part, he will be able to create what he wants. The bottom of his stomach gradually becomes warm, and the power reaches his fingertips, illuminated by a bright white light. Closing his eyes, he thinks that the image should be as small and detailed as possible. Imagining the thin fibers of trees, he reasons that he must even imagine them, and if he can, then they will intertwine with each other, and the cords will be able to form a strong knot. Feeling a bright white glow through his closed eyes, Van thinks about how he seems to have succeeded. Imagining woven fibers in his head, Wang thought about how when the fibers split into small pieces and knitted together again, they are transformed into a wooden cube. When the boy opened his eyes, he saw that a glowing, smooth wooden club had appeared in his hands. Looking at the object, he said that this club was made of wood, but looked like plastic. Van continued to create many cubes from the logs, and Till and Kamzin sat and sorted them out when the girl noted that they were of very good quality, and then asked in surprise what they were. The boy calmly told her that it was a fiber block, similar in structure to nanofiber. Wang added that it was stronger than wood under any treatment, and that they could make many things from these blocks. Kamzin and Till got up, and the young master told them that they needed to carry the blocks to the carriage. Slowly approaching steps were heard from behind, and seeing the blocks, someone asked in surprise what they were. Van turned to the Ortho squad, who had returned from the hunt with their prey on their shoulders, and greeted them. Leaning towards the cubes, Pluriel asked the boy if he wasn't collecting wood, and then noted, asking that it was from the forest of the demonic beast. Taking the cube and throwing it in his hands, Ortho said in surprise that it was much lighter than it seemed. Looking at the boy, he noted that breaking such a cube would be real torture, after which Van asked him to try to do it. Putting his hand on his chin, Van thought that he himself was wondering how strong he was. Ortho sharply threw the cube up. The man swung his hand and immediately struck him sharply and loudly with his sword. Under the pressure of the blow, the cube flew to the side, crashing into a huge cobblestone. Everyone suddenly perked up and ran up to the stone. Flying away from the stone, the whole and unharmed cube fell down, leaving behind a large crack in the stone. Seeing this, everyone was very surprised. Approaching the object and leaning towards it, his mouth open in amazement, Van noted that there was not a single break on it. Till took the cube in her hands and joyfully said that it was great that it turned out to be so strong. Contorting his face, Ortho noted in puzzlement that the cube was so strong that it broke the stone. Putting his hand on his chin, Van thoughtfully asked what is harder, stone or wood, to which Ordo indignantly replied that it was a stone, but he meant that the stone broke, but this light block did not. Joyfully running up to the man, Van, with a wide smile on his face, asked what does it mean that he found something very useful. Looking at the cube lying on the green grass, the boy thinks that today's discovery was very unexpected. The wheels of the carriage slowly rolled over the dry ground. Sitting surrounded by cubes and several piles of newly created objects, such as jewelry, small knives, dishes, revolvers, looking at his hands engulfed in bright light, Van asks in surprise that the magical power has really been exhausted. Till asked in surprise if this had consequences, after which Van told her that he had heard that magic is complex, but has its own logic. Looking at the abundance of objects around her, the girl enthusiastically stated how skillfully all these things were made. Thinking out loud, Vaughn asked rhetorically, "How does magic work?" He touched his palm to his other hand and began to slowly move it upward, forming and extending a bright white light between his two hands. The boy thought that he needed to imagine the whole weapon, its metal, sharpened blade, and shape. After some time, the light went out, and a long, sharp sword remained in his hand. Catching Kamzen's admiring gaze, Wang, looking at the sword, calmly says that it seems that this is all. Van handed the sword to his friend and said that it was for him. Kamzen opened his mouth slightly, and his face suddenly flushed with embarrassment and delight as he took the sword into his hands. Holding the weapon tightly, he joyfully declares that it will become his family heirloom. Kamzen continued to admire his sword in fascination, while Till sat opposite Van, clasped her hands and looked at the master with an enthusiastic gaze, waiting for him to create a weapon for her. Van handed the puzzled girl, whose face reflected a complex mixture of happiness and sadness, a double-sided axe with a sharp tip and a skull figurine in the center, and she muttered in confusion that he had done a great job. Taking the axe in her hands, she lowered her head and embarrassedly thanked him, and Van, seeing the girl's reaction, anxiously asked that she didn't like the weapon. Pressing his fists to his face and raising his eyebrows, he said in confusion that he made the axe very powerful so that it would not be possible to scratch or break it. The girl shouted loudly that everything was okay. Her face frowned as she pressed her cheek to the axe and said in a creepy voice that she really loved axes and was delighted with this hatchet. Smiling, Van said that he was glad that she liked it, after which the girl said in a fear-inspiring voice that this was exactly what was needed. Smiling sweetly, Van thought about making a decoration for her axe a little later. Looking thoughtfully at his hand, he mused that he was not sure how much magical power was being consumed, but wouldn't it improve his magic production? Looking at the pile of created objects and picking up a small knife, grinning, Van thought that all this could be used in an unusual way. Returning back, Van discovered that the village had begun construction of a new wall, starting from the front of the village. Watching what was happening, Wang noted that it was amazing that they were able to achieve such progress in just half a day. Folding his arms across his chest and looking at the wall, Ordo says that Mr. Bowie Wang is one thing, but this butler is a little crazy, although in fact, he is a very good magician. Van asked a little annoyed that he was really being treated like a child. Thinking that he was glad to be put on the same level as the Espada, the boy said that he was a very good butler who supported the Marquis in difficult times. Raising her head up, Pluriel said that the butler also seemed strange to her, since such magicians are usually attracted to the army, and then, putting her hand to her chin, thoughtfully said that if the man were an adventurer, he would definitely be of the highest rank. While walking along the wall with the adventurers, Vaughn says that he is glad that the Espada followed him even though he was planning to retire, and then noted that the future is just as important to him as the past. The boy said contentedly that he hoped the butler would have a happy old age. Noticing someone, Pluriel stopped. Quiet steps were heard behind the boy as he began to say that he thought that happiness was. Espada, who suddenly appeared behind the boy, holding a stack of books in his hands, leaned towards him and said that the master was growing up before his eyes, and now, as a lord, you will have to accept all the responsibility and severity of this title. Van froze in place, raising his eyebrows and opening his mouth in sudden surprise. Seeing a huge stack of books in the hands of the butler, the boy shouted indignantly that not this. Grabbing his hand, the butler dragged the boy back while he tried to fight him off by saying that since he had said that there had been no progress in the last 3 days, it was now more important to strengthen the defenses of the village, and then excitedly declared that he would strengthen the gate. The butler stopped abruptly and, turning to the gentleman, asked how he was going to strengthen them. D appeared out of nowhere with a big smile on his face and a shovel in his hand, joyfully declaring that if you need to dump all the stones into a pile, then they can help. Van puffed out his cheeks offendedly and frowned on his face, noting in his head that there were only fools around him, and then said irritably that he was here to do something with the help of his magic. At the mention of magic, D froze in confusion, and then, correcting himself, he loudly said after the departing gentleman that he really admired him. Wang and the others approached the main gate. The boy stood in front of the high gate and carefully examined it when D sadly said that no matter how much the master worked, he could not do anything with the help of magic. Ignoring his words, Van touched the gate with his hand and thought that it was wood, which means the process would be similar to making ordinary wooden blocks. A white glow began to appear under his fingers as he thought that the only thing that was bothering him was his weight. The light began to slowly rise, gradually engulfing the gate completely, while Van reflected that this was the key to protecting against the enemy, and for now this was all they had, and only then they would make a heavy gate out of metal. When the white light completely dissipated, D and Espada, frozen in shock, perplexedly and enthusiastically asked the master where and when he could learn this. The party of adventurers and Mr. Taiyuang's servants fell into a silent stupor, looking at the new gate. The high gate, without knowing what material it was made of, was impossible to distinguish from a real gate made of stone. In the very center of the gate was the personal coat of arms of the Ferdio family, and under it there was a large crossbar for opening and closing the gate. The adventurers stood with their mouths wide open as Vaughn quietly said that he was able to do it. The boy turned to the surprised Ordo with a request to try to cut the door with his sword, sparing no effort, because in theory it should be restored, after which the man carefully asked if the gentleman was sure. Wang replied that he wanted to test the power of the wall, so he asked the man to do his best. Raising the sword above his head, Ordo, hesitating slightly, said that he would try. The man with a concentrated face quickly swung his sword at the gate, however, Ordo did not break through the door. In fact, the sword bounced off her, making a deep metallic clang that made her eyes widen in confusion. The man swung again and hit the goal again with all his might. From such a loud, deafening sound, Wang and everyone standing nearby had to tightly cover their ears with their hands. Having finished his attack, Ortho looked at the wall in a daze, stretching his shoulder. Van walked up to the goal and became thoughtful, touching the place of the impact with his palm. When all the dust had cleared, the boy noted that there was a scratch, and then added that he felt that wood was not a very suitable material. A discouraged D suddenly ran up to him, along with an equally shocked group of adventurers, and they began to bombard the boy with questions about how he did it, why the tree is so strong, and how he was able to learn this. Van stood with his nose in the air and completely pleased with himself, listened to everyone calling him to ask his question, and the boy thought that he hoped that he could help at least a little. When the morning sun came out, the boy opened his eyes, lying on the seat of the carriage in which he had to sleep. Sitting down, the boy began to stretch his body, thinking that sleeping in cramped spaces with only a sleeping bag was very inconvenient. Stretching out his nightgown, he noted dissatisfiedly that he could not even wash himself as a human being. Van thought that on the way to the village they stayed overnight in camps and carts, but even after arriving in the village they had to sleep in the carriage. Closing his eyes and putting his fist to his chin, the boy thought that despite all this, he was still a nobleman. Remembering his father's angry face in front of him and the way he spoke to him, Van thought that now he looked more like an adventurer. He went out into the street, where he was joyfully greeted by Till and Kamsin with brooms in their hands, who had woken up early to clean up near the carriage, and the boy wished them good morning in return. Kamsin was intently sweeping the road, and Till stopped every now and then to wipe beads of sweat from her forehead, but still continued to smile. Seeing how tired his friends were, who were still trying to show a smile on their face, Vaughn thought that he was fine, but these two and everyone else had it much worse, and they were all too exhausted. Seeing with what effort they continued to clean around the carriages, he thought that this could not continue. Thoughts flashed through Van's head that before starting the defense of the village, it was necessary to provide it with food, clothing, and housing. Clapping his hands sharply and loudly, he confidently said that he needed to try to create a house. Calling Kamsin, he loudly asked him to bring wooden blocks, and the boy, jumping on the spot in surprise, said that he would do everything now. Elder Rhonda approached and thoughtfully asked what it was when he saw the resulting pile of wooden blocks, around which Till, Van, and Kamsin were rushing. Pointing to a pile of blocks, Wang said that he wanted to build a house on this site, after which he anxiously asked if it would be safe, and if the terrain was suitable for this. Thoughtful, the old man rubbed his long beard, and then agreed with the boy and said that since this was the center of the village, the Wang mansion would look just right here. To his words, the boy added that then a square could be built nearby. Looking at the elder, the boy smiled softly at him, and thought that when they had free time, they could organize some kind of festival here. Van places his palm on a stack of wooden blocks when a white light begins to emerge from under his hands. He reflects on the fact that he considers himself strong enough, but will he ever be able to build something more than a house? Sitting on his knees, he thought that he, Till, Kamsin, and Espada could live in this house, and Dee and the knights would have their own separate housing. Having concentrated his magical power, he began to make several pillars, telling himself that first he must create 4 load-bearing beams, and then decide on the size. Watching the slow construction, the boy thought that he should pretend that it was a wire and insert it into the ground, because the thicker the column, the better it would be. Moving on to constructing the rest of the house, he thought that he needed to create the floor and walls, and then the roof could be made. He sat on his knees, and his hair and cloak fluttered from the resulting large current of wind, and the boy thought that in his head he imagined the house to be much smaller than it now turned out to be. After he finished the outer walls and roof, he began to build the inner dividing walls. He noted that he had used up almost all the blocks, but his house was ready. Closing his eyes, imagining the internal structure of the house, he thought that it now had a kitchen, a toilet, 1 large bedroom, and a second smaller one, and there were still 2 small rooms left, with which something would also need to be done, otherwise the butler would be angry. Looking at the windows, he realized that he did not yet know how to make glass, so for now he would have to hang shutters on the windows, and then find out from the merchants where he could buy quartz sand. Having finished casting his spell, Van looked up at the house. A large 2-story house with a balcony and a huge number of windows opened before their eyes, and the elder asked if it seemed a little big to the others. Vaughn shook his head negatively, and then noted with a smile on his face that production magic is very interesting, but he still thinks that strong attack magic is much better. Grinning, he added that the residents should feel behind their lord as if behind a stone wall, when Till screamed indignantly that he was completely wrong. Clenching her hands into fists, she joyfully said that she would rather live in his city than in the city of the Marquis of Jalpa. Van laughed and nodded in response to Till's encouragement, which was entirely dictated by emotions rather than rational thinking. Espada, who was watching what was happening, came forward and said that the master is absolutely right when it comes to war. But in times of peace, people want a ruler who will make their lives better. Looking at the boy's face, stunned by his words, the butler added that he could not name the name of the person who would be better suited for this role than the master. Touched by the butler's speech, Kamsin loudly exclaimed that he would always follow his master, and Till, who was standing next to him, held back so as not to cry. Van, who did not expect such a reaction, hesitated a little and thanked him. Suddenly, Ortho and the adventurers and Dee and his knights approached them, shouted in fear and indignation, asking what happened here. Pointing his finger at himself, Van joyfully said that this was a house built with the help of his magic, after which those who approached screamed in surprise that he had not been here a few minutes ago. Dee and her knights run their eyes in shock, looking first at the house and then at the master and so on in a circle. Without hiding his grin, Wang said that if they could get more wood, they could build houses for everyone. After his words, Dee and the knights behind him froze, and their eyes became even wider. Turning to his comrades, Dee shouted loudly for them to urgently bring the wood here, let them use carts if necessary, so that everything would be here by noon. In response, with stern faces, they shouted just as loudly that they would do everything. They took off and quickly ran to carry out the order, and Van, looking after them, thought that he had never seen such speed, and then asked where the usual relaxed atmosphere had gone. Ordo, with a devilish expression on his face, loudly gave an order to his squad that now they should all urgently go into the forest, and then added that he would chop, and they would transport everything on carts. The adventurer party ran as fast as they could, and Ortho shouted indignantly that they must not allow the knights to overtake them. Shocked, Van stood and watched as they jumped into the cart and sped away on it. An irritation appeared on the boy's face, and frowning, he thought that why did the adventurer need him in his home if they were only going to stay in the village for a while? As he watched the carts kick up dust in the distance, Elder Rhonda appears from behind, tapping his cane on the ground. He approached the boy with a crowd of locals enthusiastically inspecting the newly built mansion, and slightly stammered he said that he had been informed that Van wanted to build houses for people. Van turned around, hoping that he had misheard, and smiled a little bewilderedly. One after another, requests for reconstruction came in. One person's roof was leaking, another's floor had collapsed, and a third's roof was leaking. Van broke into a cold sweat from all these words, but the residents were serious. Smiling awkwardly, he mentally noted that he thought that everything would not be possible with just one house, and then added that he shouldn't have said anything. Glancing at the musty, shabby houses of the local residents, he thought that their housing was really quite frail. Van waved his hand, and then closed his eyes and said with a slight smile that they could get in line. To the joyful cries of local residents, the boy said that he would provide them with new housing. People began to scream joyfully and wave their hands, and the elder and his children bowed low to the master, and he thought that if his magic could make these people happy, then he had no choice. Van said that now Espada and the villagers are building barricades against the wall. Dai, together with Ordo and the rest of his comrades, is harvesting wood, and he is building houses together with Till and Kamzan. Van squatted touching the ground, and under his own trained hands, he quickly began to erect a new house. Wang thought about it and has become accustomed to this process, so he can already produce at home at a faster pace. They took the wood they could find, be it logs, broken walls, dilapidated doors, or any other structure, and turned it into wooden blocks. Continuing to concentrate on construction, he thought that he would really like to design his own interior. Over time, his excitement from construction began to wear off, and the boy thought irritably that he was beginning to feel as if he was following someone else's orders, and this was very depressing for him, as it awakened memories of the period of corporate slavery. He then added that once he started, he couldn't stop. Dee brought a new batch of blocks in the cart, and when he stopped, he looked admiringly at the newly built mansion and joyfully exclaimed that it was simply a masterpiece, and he was truly amazed at how great the master's magical powers were. Looking at the neat, beautiful one-story houses lined up in a row, Dee noted that to create such a stunning mansion, you need to invest a lot of knowledge. In total, Wang built about 60 buildings, which were essentially grouped in groups of 4, with lanes and streets arranged in a grid pattern. In the very center of the village, there was a main square, opposite which was the mansion of the gentleman, and all the houses were located around it. To the left of the mansion, 2 large houses were built for Elder Rond and the deputy head of the knights, Dee. The houses for Ortho and the others were not located near the gates, where there was a constant flow of people coming and going. Wang noted that if there is an influx of visitors, the village will expand in the future. Looking at the new houses, Wang reasoned that they were built uniformly for the local residents so that there would not be much difference, and for now this was enough. But when the village had enough building stone, they would rebuild these houses individually for each family. Meeting Wang on his way, local residents constantly approached him with gratitude, bowed and offered their products, and then he realized that even without luxurious houses, they were extremely grateful to him. Empty steam was coming out of the building's chimney. Despite the small wooden building being built next to the main mansion, Vaughn noted that he had also erected a small, simple bathing area. Till and Pluriel clapped their hands and jumped up and down joyfully with excitement when they saw the bathhouse. At their joyful exclamations, other local residents also came running. Van smiled softly, looking at the crowd that had formed, and thought that he created the bathhouse only because he himself wanted to wash himself, but he was glad that everyone was happy. After running water into the bathtub, Pluriel used her water magic to purify the water, and then her retro alternative to heat the water using fire. Extending her hand to the boy, Till with a wide smile on her face joyfully called the gentleman to go with her to the bathhouse, and Pluriel said that she also wanted to go. Van jumped in place and looked at the girls in shock, and gradually his face began to turn red. Continuing to smile radiantly, Till noted that Kamzan already looked just like an adult. Averting his gaze from the girl's face, Van tried to cover his arms with his hands to hide his embarrassment, and wondered if she really wanted 10-year-old Kamzan to go swimming with grown men, and he, because he was 8, had to go with them. He loudly replied that he would not go with him, thinking at that time that despite his age, they did not need to take him for a small child. Thoughts flashed through his head that he was actually over 20, when he tried to cover his simultaneously embarrassed and indignant face with his hands, and then told the girl that he, in fact, was also an adult. The two girls giggled quietly, jokingly saying that how could they forget that the gentleman was already an adult. Imagining Till and Pluriel covered with towels, Van sat alone in the bathroom, and, covering his face with his hands in shame, thought that he regretted his refusal a little. Van slowly walked up the stairs of the mansion, contentedly noting that he had finally taken a bath. Walking into his room, he happily said that he now had a spacious place to sleep. The boy stopped abruptly, thinking he was a fool. He stood in front of a completely empty room, realizing that he had not made any furniture for himself and the others. Almost crying, he thought about how he didn't want to sleep in a sleeping bag after moving into a real big house. Van hurriedly tries to build a bed from the remaining wooden blocks. But since the house requires more beds, he decides to make at least a simple bed from hay and straw, which the locals shared with him. After some time, he was finally able to lie down and buried his face in the pillow, covering his eyes. He noted with satisfaction that the pillow was very soft and fluffy. Mentally wishing everyone good night, the boy fell soundly asleep. For breakfast, he had vegetables and an egg scone topped with sauce. Armed with a fork and knife, Van, smiling broadly, happily noted that it was very tasty. He thought that he was full of strength and energy today, and it was probably because he had not slept well for so long. Pressing her fist to her chest, Till sheepishly said that she was glad that the master liked everything, because she was a little worried that they did not have enough ingredients for cooking. Looking at the dining table, which did not have as many dishes as in his own mansion, the boy thought that breakfast was much tastier in his own home. At the table, he exchanged jokes with Till, and they laughed carefreely together, and Van thought that having breakfast in the company of people close to him was even better. Placing a glass of liquid on the table, Espada said that the village's defense was still important, but beyond that, they needed to find a way to generate regular income. With a grim expression on his face, the man added that currently income came in once a month or so, and from what he had learned, the village's only contact with the outside world was now through merchants. Van sank sharply when he realized that the joyful and carefree atmosphere of this morning had unexpectedly ended for him. Looking at the butler sitting opposite him, the boy thought that he was saying all this in such a serious tone, although he himself had an omelet on his mustache. Turning gloomy, he pouted, and thoughts flashed through his head that it was really necessary to solve all this during breakfast. Leaning back in his chair, Van says that he believes he can handle the houses, furniture, clothes, and other household items, and they have enough provisions. Pointing at the man's mustache with his hand, the boy said that based on all this, perhaps they should still focus on building up the village's defenses. When he said this, Espada carefully wiped his mouth with a white handkerchief and replied that they did not have any seasonings, and in addition, they also did not have the ingredients for the master's favorite sweet pastries. Van jumped up sharply in his chair, resting his hands on the table, and shouted indignantly that this could not be. He looked at Till, and she awkwardly looked away from him. Wang said that since they need production, then fine. He sat at the table with a downcast face, seriously thinking about the problem and clasping his hands, and then said that they needed to make something to sell in this village right now, and asked anyone to give some idea. As he said this, Kamsin raised his hand and began to talk about how he thought the wooden blocks made by the gentleman were quite good for sale, after which Wang rejected his offer, saying that he was the only one capable of creating them. Kamsin sank sharply after refusing, until suggested going on a monster hunt and getting some useful materials. But Van also responded negatively to her proposal, since Ordo and the others already want it. However, what the hunters got belongs only to themselves and is not the property of the village. Thinking, Espada put his hand to his chin and said that in this case, the solution should be to sell the harvest, but given the characteristics of this village, difficulties may arise here, and this method still will not bring income in the short term. There was an awkward silence at the table. Everyone turned to the boy when he said that they needed to think about which way in resolving this issue would be the best for them. Seeing Kamsin looking at the sword the master had made for him, the man noted that Van was really bathing in love. An adventurer with a bandage on his forehead named Zara enthusiastically tells Van that he has already suggested that Kamsin and Till try their weapons in action to figure out how they work, and then added that even though he is a scout, he is actually responsible for disarming traps. When the man said this, Kamsin and Till discouragedly looked away from the man, continuing to hold the weapon in their hands. Zara adds that the guys are worried that they could easily ruin the master's precious gift, and Van calmly said that he really appreciates their gratitude. Kamsin and Till looked at their weapons, and their eyes showed fear and horror at the fact that they would have to use it. While they hesitated, Zara grinned and said that everything would be fine. He took out an oak knight's shield, and showing it to the guys, he joyfully said that the shield was tightly covered with leather on the inside and along the edges, which made it durable and elastic. Looking at the leather shield that the adventurer proudly took out, Kamsin reluctantly raised his sword to Zara's cheers of encouragement. He swung his sword lightly, taking great care not to damage the sword, and, closing his eyes, carefully struck the shield. Zara laughed at the weak blow and said that he understood that the boy did not want to hurt him, but this blow was too weak. Part of the leather shield, making up about a third of its total mass, falls to the ground, causing everyone to freeze in confusion. Van looked in surprise at the boy, who looked at his sword with the same surprise, raising it up and showing it to the master. Till lowers his hesitant glance at the double-sided axe that she has been holding in her hands all this time. Tears begin to accumulate in the corners of Zara's eyes, and opening his mouth wide, the man is about to scream in frustration. While Van examines Kamsin's sword, Zara, holding two pieces of his shield, begins to cry heavily, stuttering, shouting that he only recently received it, and the shield is brand new. Looking at Kamsin's sword again, Van says that a wooden weapon will be so powerful, to which Zara, swallowing tears, is indignant that his knight's shield was made of oak and leather. Approaching the tearful man, Van asks to support his shield in such a way that it is convenient for him to touch it, and then guiltily says that he will make it even stronger than before. Van repairs the leather shield with his manufacturing magic, combining and fusing its components. In the blink of an eye, the shield returned to its original form, and Zara began to make ecstatic sounds. The man began to cry again, only this time with happiness, holding his shield in his hands and saying that he was whole again. Ortho approached them from behind and asked what the noise was. Seeing Mr. Wang next to his friend, the man noted that it was good that he was here now. Returning from the forest, Ordo and the other adventurers brought with them a large amount of water in addition to logs. Waving at the cart, Ortho, to the boys' surprised exclamations, asked if they could sell this ore. The man takes several stones into his hands, and looking at them he says that in the depths of the forest there are quite a lot of strong evil spirits, presumably because of the Wolfsburg Mountains nearby, and one way or another, they will be able to mine rare minerals without going deep into the mountains. Having said this, Ortho takes the ore from the cart and places it in front of Van. The man says it's iron ore, but they also found some silver and copper and managed to get just a little gold. Taking a large light stone in his hands, Ortho joyfully invites the boy to look at it. The boy's eyes widened when he saw the stone, and without hiding his joyful surprise, he enthusiastically asked that this could really be mithril ore. Examining the ore, Van cheerfully notes that it is great luck that they managed to find something like this in the forest, and then adds that he is very interested in why it has not been mined before. Rubbing his chin with his hand, Ortho thoughtfully said that he had one assumption about this. Imagining knights walking through the forest, oblivious to the mithril ore deposits, Ortho says that until now the problem with mining was the great remoteness and difficult terrain. He adds that it seems to him that the only thing that was undertaken here were nightly expeditions, and for them herbs and minerals are of rather little interest. Touching the stone thoughtfully, Van says that for experienced adventurers, this is a good chance to start mining ore, and if there are such rich deposits in the foothills, then it is certain that even more can be found in the Wolfberg Mountains themselves. Van thinks that this ore needs to be processed first, and a white light begins to sparkle under his hands. Concentrating on the magic, Vaughn thoughtfully reflected that in the case of wood, the refining process occurs evenly, distributed between the layers, but in the situation of iron ore, there are parts that the magic penetrates gradually, and there are those that it deals with instantly. With the cube formed in his hands, he thinks about converting the easily recyclable parts into sand, and after a couple of moments, the sand flows from his palms onto the ground. Kesara, watching the boy, indignantly notes that after processing, only 1/3 of the original size of the ore remained. Wang says that to check the quality, the cube should be melted down and the impurities removed, since he does not know how pure the ore was originally. Kneeling down next to the master, Zara excitedly asks him to try to forge a sword from this, and notes that there is just enough metal for a thin, sharp sword. With his hands folded on his chest, Ordo looks at his comrade in surprise and indifferently asks that he really likes swords that much, or iron weapons in general. A dark-haired man standing next to him asks Ortho if he thinks the weapon created by the master can be sold later at a higher price. Looking at Zar, the boy says that since the adventurers brought him ore, he will make weapons for each of them, and then adds to himself that he will also do this as an apology for the shield. Delighted by this news, Zara leans towards the boy, and with a wide smile on his face, clasps his hands, joyfully asking Van to make him one dagger and one long sword. Touching the cube, Van thinks that this will be his first iron weapon. Imagining the blade of a sword in his head, he notes that it is thicker than a katana, but the cutting part of the blade must be extremely sharp. Van stood with his eyes closed, completely concentrating on his magic, when something very similar to a sword began to emerge in his hands. At this time, he reasoned that he believed that the density of the metal also plays a role. He just had to put it all together and secure it. When the glow went out, what was left in his hands was a short sword with a thick hilt and decorative patterns along its perimeter. Taking the weapon by the handle, Vaughn thought that its creation did not take much time, and it was not that he was skipping some steps for the sake of speed, but that this was a clear result of the growth of his skills. Handing the weapon into Zar's shaking hands, the boy says with a smile on his face that he will be his honorary first client, and then adds that he tried to decorate the sword a little. Raising the sword with his head, Zara began to scream loudly in joy, receiving disapproving glances from the adventurers, and Vaughn noted that his reaction was a little frightening. He began to make a second sword for the man from the remaining ore, thinking that this time he needed to do the same thing, only make the blade a little longer. Closing his eyes, he concentrated on magic, trying not to pay attention to the hubbub of the adventurers who asked to show Zar his sword. He mentally ordered them all to shut up, noting that he was actually creating a cool long sword for them. After some time, the boy was already holding it in his hand, and looking at the sword in fascination and smiling, he said that it turned out very great. He thought that the sword was powerful and at the same time very sharp, and everyone was very lucky that he had good grades in arts and crafts. Van handed the sword to Zar, whose face broke into a huge smile, and tears of happiness began to appear in his eyes again. Zara screamed in joy again, and all the adventurers turned around in shock at his cry. They suddenly ran to the master, and everyone began to excitedly beg him for the boy to create a weapon for them. Ortho loudly asked to make a sword for him. A long-haired man with dark hair said that he wanted a long sword like Zar's, and a fair-haired guy in a hat loudly said that he urgently needed a piercing dagger. Not expecting such an influx of orders, Wang grinned and said that he was very surprised that his weapons were in demand among professionals. Pluriel, who had just approached, tucked her hair behind her ear and thoughtfully said that it is difficult to say anything about the weapon until it has been tested in action, but she thinks that it can be sold quite expensively. Espada, who appeared out of nowhere, sat down next to Van and, rubbing his chin, noted that this was truly a curiosity. Looking at a small pile of stones, he said that he had not yet encountered ore deposits in the middle of a forest rather than in the mountains because this was quite a rare occurrence. Taking a piece of ore in his hands and examining it, he noted that he had heard about iron sand much more often, and apparently, the ore contained in these stones was indeed very rare. Presenting a large, dark, rocky figure against the backdrop of an old, overgrown dungeon, the butler says that the exception is golems made of stone, iron, and other ores, so if there is a dungeon somewhere nearby, that explains everything. Ortho, Zara, and the others looked in surprise at the Espada, who came up with a very convincing theory. With everyone on their haunches, the adventurers gathered in a circle, and Ortho asked if they had come across something similar to the ruins of golems. The dark-haired man, scratching his chin, thoughtfully replied that it seemed not, and Zara suggested that if these were the remains of golems destroyed a long time ago. Ortho asked his comrades if they knew if there was a dungeon nearby. Kesara confidently replied that they had not yet explored the entire area, so it was likely that it was somewhere. Ortho rose from the ground, and he and Van made eye contact. Espada, turning to the boy, said that if the dungeon were suddenly discovered, their affairs would change dramatically. Looking at the surprised face of the gentleman, he added that this village will be able to launch an abundant trade turnover. The corners of Wang's lips lifted slightly after these words. Putting his hand to his chin, he said with interest that if they could really find him, the village's importance would greatly increase. Dungeons are a treasure trove of resources. Moreover, when it comes to new dungeons, they often contain unique treasures and legacies of incredible value, ranging from chests with gold and precious stones, as well as valuable metals, crafting materials, and various kinds of artifacts. No country would ever leave a strategically important place unattended. Most of the national treasures that countries own, such as armor and treasures, historically valuable artifacts and weapons, have been found in dungeons. Members of the Adventurers Guild must report any dungeon they discover to the guild. Having received a report about a new dungeon, the guild has the right to immediately open a branch at the location of the dungeon in the nearest city or village. Discovering a new dungeon is a great achievement for an adventurer, because it is good news to establish oneself, and one can even get into the circles of the best adventurers, and in addition, the adventurer gets the right to be the first to explore a new dungeon. Putting down. To the butler's words, Vaughn added that there was also the possibility of an attack from a neighboring country, and they would most likely be invaded by Count Ferdinand. Ortho and the other adventurers sitting next to them made worried faces, and the man asked that, in other words, they should stay away from the dungeon for a while and not look for him. Pluriel, folding her arms across her chest, waved her palm and noted that as soon as everyone finds out about the new dungeon, they will immediately send knights here, and then added that with Mr. Moswang's magic, the construction problem will be solved in the blink of an eye. The squatting boy laughed at her words and said that he was an obstacle for the Ferdio family, and if they had such an opportunity, they would immediately get rid of him. When he finished, Pluriel raised her eyebrows in horror and said that, apparently, it is necessary to first expand and break up this village before claiming a dungeon, then the Ferdio family will not be able to do anything. Ortho and the others easily agreed with their words, and turning to his comrades, Ortho asked them to explore the area where the dungeon might be and go around it when they collected resources. Vaughn thought that it was not at all profitable to claim the dungeon right now, but perhaps they would be rewarded for it. Looking down, the boy thought about the fact that dungeons are important both for the country and for the aristocracy. Imagining the dark silhouettes of his family members, Vaughn thinks that he should consider his position, as he is currently considered a worthless person with no future, and if he reports that he has found a dungeon, one of his brothers will force him to give up the territory. Therefore, he must continue to use his magical power to make this village his. While walking with Till, Van told her that it seemed to him that everything was fine with housing so far, and their future goal was to finance and provide defense. Smiling, the girl noted that the gentleman built the houses in the blink of an eye, and then asked that his magical power was not running out. Closing his eyes, he calmly tells her that he can get tired too, and once that happens, he stops using his magic for the rest of the day. Looking at the boy with a puzzled look, Till says that approximately the same thing happens with her cooking. Van rubbed his chin with his hands and thought that he needed labor, but few people in the village knew how to work with their hands. Imagining several barrels filled with equipment in his head, the boy notes that he would like to stock up on weapons and shields before the traders arrive. He added that external defense is also no less important, because in a few days they made tangible progress, erecting a strong wall around the perimeter of the village and digging a ditch around it, which could even better protect the settlement from ill-wishers. Wang added that the outer wall was almost completely finished, and all that remained was to fill the moat with water. The boy says that he managed to lay out the stones in such a way that the walls became as strong as concrete. Naturally, this all happened with the help of magic, and at first he lacked the height and thickness of the walls, but after some time he managed to solve this problem. Standing on top of the wall, surrounded by Till and local men, Van looks at a number of cubes neatly stacked in front of him. Suddenly everything around is suddenly illuminated with white light, transforming the blocks into something new. Having completed the main transformation, Van talks about how it occurred to him to install simple ballistas on the towers. The string is made from monster skin rather than rubber, and the front is shaped like a crossbow with a platform to hold a large arrow. Continuing to improve it, he notes that the front of the ballista is equipped with a large shield made of wooden blocks, which prevents enemies from attacking it and allows them to release their destructive, spear-like arrows with impunity. Along the perimeter of the village, Van erected observation posts, on each of which he installed several ballistae. After finishing observing the construction, Till said that she would now call Kamsin here while she went to do dinner, and Wang thanked her. After a while, the boy noted that Kamsin, who had just approached him, had worked very hard today. Kamsin lowered his eyes in disappointment, and Wang asked him what happened to him. The dark-haired guy looked detachedly at his mud-stained hands, and then hesitantly said that the gentleman had so easily transformed the village, while he himself just took out the stones. Continuing to examine the palms, he said in a slightly trembling voice that all he had to do was, "Get the stones for the master." Van laughed at the deflated Kamsin, whose voice turned into a whimper, and said that now he is a lord, and it is his direct duty to work for the good of the village. It was already getting dark outside when Van sat down on the edge of the observation tower and, smiling, calmly asked Kamsin whether he was striving for anything in his life. Kamsin froze after this question, lowering his head, and Van, who felt a little awkward from his reaction, thought that such a question seemed quite appropriate in this situation. Kamsin clenched his gloved hands into a fist and began to say that his aspirations are. Expressing complete determination and confidence in his words and actions on his face, Kamsin replies that his desire is to protect Mr. Wang. Unable to resist such words, Vaughn clutched his heart ecstatically. He was a little embarrassed by Kamsin's words, but still thanked him and asked him not to overdo it. While heading towards the exit of their tower, Kamsin suddenly began walking ahead of Vaughn as if trying to escort him safely to his destination, and Vaughn couldn't help but laugh at the way he walked with his chest out, looking around warily, and then made a mental note that Kamsin is always so straightforward and always takes care of him. Seeing Kamsin strutting around, Vaughn decided that he wanted to make a set of armor for him. Imagining the back of a slightly older Kamsin in armor, Van reasons that his precious knight needs excellent armor that will protect him in difficult times. For the next 3 days, Wang worked hard. He was busy strengthening the gates and continued to create many ballistas, and when he finished, he thought that now the village had become like a small fortress. Watching the almost finished result, Van, in the company of Till, Kamsin, Dee, and Espada, enthusiastically notes that they did a great job, and then asks where else can one see such a well-defended village. Till and Kamsin unanimously answer him that nowhere. When they answered joyfully, Espada and Dee snorted, frowning, and the butler said that this could no longer be called a village at all. And then Dee added that it was more like a small fortress, and the robbers would definitely not get past these walls. The ditch behind the defensive wall was completed during this 3-day period, and all that remained was to fill it with water. The only way to enter the village is to cross the moat on a bridge that can only be accessed at the front of the village, which is raised and lowered by a pulley. Dee opened his mouth and then said in disappointment that if the Marquis of Jalper realized the strength of Mr. Bernays Wang, then the house of the Marquis would quickly prosper if Mr. Purvu Wang were the head or the assistant. Espada raised an eyebrow at the muttering and then said, slightly annoyed, that Dee might think so, but the head of House Ferdio considered fighting skill to be paramount, and then added that there was no point in discussing it now. The deputy head of the Knights decided to argue with the butler, excitedly saying that it was obvious that some way could be found to use Mr. Wang's abilities in battles, and then he added that if you give him a little time, he will be able to become stronger than anyone else. Espada calmly answered the knight that the master's power was purely defensive in nature, and it could not be used to attack another country because this power would do a much better job of defending against invasion, and thus, with Master Wang, they would have an impenetrable defense. Objecting to the butler's words, Dee loudly replied that this is all nonsense, and the battle is not only about knights waving swords, and first of all, the interaction of the forces of attack, defense, supply, and so on is important in battle. Till and Kamzin began to shudder in fear from the intensity of their argument. Van stood and silently watched them until the situation began to crap. Putting his hands on his belt, Van closed his eyes and calmly said that now there is absolutely no point in regretting the circumstances or the talent he was born with, because the most important thing is to be able to adapt and live with what was given to you by fate. Dee and Espada both froze with wide eyes. Till and Kamzin looked at their master with eyes full of adoration, while Van thought that he decided to quote a phrase that he had heard somewhere in his past life. Dee and the Espada stood silently and looked at him for a while, until Dee laughed loudly. Slapping the boy on the shoulder, Dee, with a wide smile on his face, joyfully said that the gentleman was absolutely right, and there was no point in arguing about something that couldn't be changed. Laughing, he added that even if the gentleman was sent to the ends of the world, for him it would be a mere trifle, because any territory would flourish under his leadership. Observing the enthusiastic man, Espada calmly asked him if he was going to propose a conversation with the Marquis again. Realizing that the tense atmosphere had finally changed to a more positive one, Van realized that it was time for him to get to work. Heading towards the exit of the village to inspect it from the outside, he simultaneously tells the workers that they have done a very good job, after which they joyfully thank him. Going outside, Van began to inspect the moat near the walls of the village. He noted that the ditches had just been dug and were not yet filled with water, and then added that such a structure was best suited for defense. Imagining in his head the finished version of the structure filled with water, rubbing his chin with his hand, Van thought that there was even something aesthetic in this. To complete the work, they needed to strengthen the bottom and sides of the ditch, and they also needed to secure a waterway from which they could draw water to fill the ditch. Now their only source of water in the village is a barrel filled to the brim, to fill which they go to the river for water or filter rainwater that they can collect. Putting his hand to his chin, Van thoughtfully says that they need a more reliable source of water, because water is the most important thing in life. Mumbling this, he was returning to the village entrance when a villager ran in from outside and loudly shouted that there was trouble. He had a desperate expression on his face as he shouted at the top of his lungs that there were robbers here, and they were quickly approaching the village from the other side. Everyone looked at the man in shock, and when he sharply shouted for everyone to run and hide behind the walls, the local residents took off, causing a huge commotion. Van waved his hand and loudly, so that everyone could hear his words in the chaos, ordered to quickly raise the bridge and close the gate. Running around the perimeter, Van tried to find out from the local residents whether anyone was left outside, after which the girl told him that she would check it now. On his instructions, the villagers immediately began to act. One raised the bridge, the other closed and bolted the gate. A little embarrassed, Van assessed the situation, thinking in surprise that only a few days had passed, and the villagers were already following his orders unquestioningly. Looking at the shaking men, whose eyes were full of fear, the boy thought that despite all this, they were still very afraid to fight. Looking at their frightened faces, Van sadly thought that the same thing happened to them in the previous battle against the robbers. Standing opposite them, Van confidently says that the village is now much better protected than before, and besides, they still have Dai and the Espada. But parallel to these encouraging words, Van thinks that he himself is a little scared. But as a lord, he cannot afford to look scared. Thoughts flash through his head that he must take responsibility and carry them through. As the locals begin to gather at the closed gate, Van stands in front of them and confidently says that he knows that they are all scared, and it is possible that some of them may get hurt, but this is an important battle for the future of this village. He added that he would also fight for him, but he definitely couldn't do it alone. Placing his hand on his chest, the boy, whose eyes showed steadfastness and determination, asked the local residents to help. He asks local residents to help him and protect this village together. The men suddenly perked up after his words and gradually began to come to their senses, clenching their hands into fists, and their faces became more confident. The men, filled with fighting spirit, began to shout loudly that they would all fight together and stand shoulder to shoulder. Giving them a satisfied look, Van smiled and sincerely thanked them for their trust. A few moments later, Van waved his hand towards the towers and loudly ordered everyone to get up. He shouted after the running people that there should be no more than 5 people standing in each direction, and no less than 10 people at the gates. They answered him just as loudly that they understood all his instructions. After Vaughn gave out all the instructions, he quickly began to climb the stairs, heading towards the ballistas. Till, who was running after him, sharply grabbed the boy by the hand, forcing him to stop. He turned to the frozen girl, who lowered her head so that her face was not visible, and said that he needed to go to the others. The girl raised her eyes, filled with tears, and her face expressed anger and dissatisfaction. Van looked at the girl in surprise, since he had never seen Till angry before. Addressing D as he passes by, Van asks him to take his men and work with them to find out what the enemy is planning, while he continues to give the others instructions. D slapped himself on the chest and raised the corner of his mouth in a wide smile, and then enthusiastically declared that the master could rely on him. D can say with confidence that he is an outstanding leader, a genius, and generally the best of the best. Recalling his past missions to destroy raids, he reveals that even if the advantage is not on his side, and even if he is surrounded, he will still prevail. This is all the result of the high training of his soldiers and the choice of the best tactics for combat. D stands with his back in full uniform as his cape slowly flutters in the wind. Remembering this, he thinks that he is proud of having achieved more success than Commander Straddle. Passing by the boy watching him, closing his eyes, D calmly climbs up the stairs, thinking that now he will serve Mr. Panluang, because all this surprised him again and again. In his head, the man says that he is ready to trust the boy and risk his life. Realizing this, a smile naturally appeared on his face, and the man began to laugh loudly, noting that this would all be very interesting. Laughing, he climbed the stairs, and then saw the frightened faces of the villagers who were installing ballistas. He patted one of them on the shoulder as he walked to the edge of the wall to inspect the road, and then said loudly that it would be a spectacular sight. Due to the remoteness of the village, D, putting the edge of his hand to his forehead and squinting his eyes, could not see anything on the horizon, but a local resident said that he managed to see an approaching group of people, and it seemed to him that they were bandits. D sharply slapped the frightened guy on the back and said that he turned out to be just an excellent scout. Soon the raiders, behind whom there was a huge cloud of dust, finally appeared in the man's field of vision, and he wondered if they were really running towards the village. Behind him, the voice of Mr. Kodosaiwang was heard, who asked the man about what was happening there, and turning to him, D loudly answered that there were about 50 or even 100 robbers, and the distance from them to the village was several hundred meters. The man confidently added that it seems that they are all running towards them, so they need to prepare for defense. Hearing his report, Van paused for a few seconds to think. Shouting loudly, Van asked D if someone was chasing the robbers, and the man, turning back to the observation room, said that it was quite possible. Trying to take a closer look, he began to think out loud that maybe they had stumbled upon a police patrol when he heard a loud scream from a man standing to his right. When D asked him what happened, the villager pointed to a point behind the bandits and shouted loudly that he thought he saw a tail there. The information is a little vague, so D turns back to the lookout to try to see what's going on behind the bandits. When the cloud of dust cleared a little, D noticed a long, scaly tail in the distance and asked indignantly whether all the locals really had such eagle vision. As the robbers with a cloud of dust behind them began to approach closer and closer, the silhouettes of huge dragons appeared, whose body was completely covered with large scales. One of the local residents shouted heart-rendingly that shell dragons were approaching them, of which there were many more than 1 or 2. The men watching this on the observation deck were suddenly taken aback and shuddered at this information. Observing the situation, D clenched his teeth tightly and thought that their affairs were very bad, because even experienced knights found it very difficult to fight armored dragons, and there was not a single experienced fighter in this village. D quickly turns around and shouts so that Van can hear him from his place on the ground near the wall, and says that it looks like the armored dragons are driving bandits towards their village, and these dragons cannot be penetrated with ordinary weapons. When he said this, Mr. Wang's face became very tense. Watching the butler standing behind the ballista with Kamzan, D thinks that in this village, the only magicians who can fight are Espada and Plurial, and the adventurers went to get materials, so Plurial cannot be called upon to fight the creatures. D, imagining what is happening in his head, reflects that even without magicians, a group of knights, dressed in armor with heavy weapons, could slow down the dragon and then strike at the weak point, but the locals are unlikely to succeed. He adds that they won't be able to withstand heavy attacks from their tail and claws, and they certainly won't be able to fight them. Van shouted loudly so that everyone would listen to his words now. He strictly ordered everyone to stand behind the ballistas and put the ballista bolts next to them. All the men immediately began to follow his instructions. D took the iron arrow and, swinging it slightly in his hands, noted that it weighed no more than a dagger, and it certainly wouldn't pierce an armored dragon. D sharply brought his eyebrows to the bridge of his nose, driving away the thoughts that he might doubt Mr. Beizwang's actions. D placed an iron arrow into the ballista and loudly shouted to the others not to worry and to listen to Mr. Wang's orders. Now that the bandits were not raising as much dust and were much closer, D could clearly see the huge, looming figures of the dragons behind them. With the last of their strength, the robbers continued to run quickly, praying that someone would help them. Watching the barrage of dragons running behind the robbers, D thinks that there is no end in sight for them, and such an attack will be difficult to repel even in a large city. The man loudly, so that everyone can hear, notes that he sees about 40 armored dragons, 8 meters tall, and then adds that they will be able to use the robbers as bait. Hearing these words, Van shouted back to the man, telling him to come up with something else, because even though these were robbers, it was a pity to send them to such a death. D was startled by Mr. Wang's inappropriate statement and laughed loudly, catching the surprised looks of the other men, and then, smiling broadly, noted that he could have immediately guessed that Mr. would say so. The man grinned at the corner of his lips, thinking that when you find yourself in a difficult situation, it is better to relax and laugh in the face of danger, and then you will definitely find a solution. Watching the bandits approaching the village, D loudly gave the order that all the men's attacks should be directed at the dragon, and then added that they could start shooting after the bandits jumped into the ditch. Putting his hands to his mouth for greater volume, Vaughn shouted to the local men, asking if they could handle it if the dragons were in the far distance. The residents, grabbing the ballistas, began to point them at the fighters and loudly answered the master that they could handle it, and he could rely on them. Throwing one leg over the edge of the observation deck, D shouted loudly so that the locals would not even think about being afraid, and if they could hit the eye or mouth, then they would have a better chance of winning. Captivated by the excitement of battle, Dai, smiling terribly, says that today none of them, Mr. Wang's subjects, will die, and they will win this battle. With one foot on the edge of the lookout, D squares his shoulders and loudly encourages the locals to show them what they can do. Looking at the approaching dragons, the man loudly notes that they will have dragon kebab for dinner tonight. The bandits tried their best to stay on their feet and continued to run, but the dragons still quickly reached them. The gate is closed, they have nowhere to run, and there is no other option left but to jump into the ditch. With pitiful cries, the bandits, having reached the village, one after another fell into the ditch. The farthest bandit stumbled, fell and screamed. The armored dragon pulled the leg of one of the fallen bandits at the edge of the moat and shook it slightly. Another armored dragon bit the bandit on the upper body, which he waved like a child's doll, while the man's heart-rending screams. With a silent cry, the bandit's body was eaten by the dragons. Fear and animal horror were visible in the eyes of the other robbers watching this from the ditch. Dirty and completely exhausted, they tried to cover their bodies, stained with the blood of their murdered comrade. The horror of the villagers reached its peak throughout the entire battle. They stood with their eyes wide open, covering their mouths in shock. D takes a sharp breath and shouts loudly, telling everyone to get ready. After his cry, the villagers' bodies reflexively moved, and they aimed the ballistas. Watching a crowd of dragons devour the body of another robber, D, taking aim at the dragon and raising an eyebrow, thought that this would be much more difficult than he had previously thought. He drew the arrow and then abruptly released it. The man shouted loudly, ordering everyone else to attack. There was a sharp sound as the wind was torn apart, and a barrage of iron arrows flew at deadly speed towards the dragons. The iron arrow, as if attracted by a magnet, pierced the forehead of the armored dragon, which raised its head. One by one, the dragons began to scream heart-rendingly in pain from the arrows that hit them. Looking at the dragon that D had hit a couple of moments ago, he saw that there was a round black abrasion on its forehead, but the arrow itself was nowhere to be found, and this was the case with every dragon that was overtaken by the first attack. Jumping out from behind the ballista in surprise, D opened his mouth wide in bewilderment, trying to understand what had happened. Had the arrows really disappeared, or had they all missed? Suddenly, the armored dragon began to scream and writhe, and then fell immobilized on its side. The armored dragons walking ahead of the herd were defeated, and one by one they began to fall dead to the ground. Among the lying bodies of monsters, Dee saw a bloody arrow. This iron arrow pierced deep into the armored lizard's leg, causing him to scream in agony. The armored dragon pulled out the arrow that was stuck in his paw, raising his leg. Everyone saw that this arrow pierced the thick armor on his paw and pierced into the ground, where it finally stopped. Everyone jumped up sharply, amazed by what they saw, and Dee, holding onto the ballista, shouted loudly, asking if she really pierced the dragon right through. Looking at the bloody iron arrow, Dee realized that, having hit the dragon's head, it flew through and stuck into the paw of another dragon standing next to the first, and stopped only when, having pierced the limb, it stuck into the ground. Still in silent shock, the man with wide eyes and open mouth thought that although they had killed a few dragons this time, he definitely did not expect this. Van, standing at the bottom of the wall, loudly called out to the knight to find out how things were going there. Shouting back to him, Dee enthusiastically says that the master has done something monstrous. Till shivered a little at these words, after which Van, putting his palms to his mouth, shouted again, asking in what sense the man meant his words, after which he received a joyful answer that in the best. Looking at the bloody corpses of the lizards, Dee screams as loud as he can, so that every villager can hear his words that they were able to kill about 10 shell dragons with one gulp. After his words, joyful exclamations were heard throughout the village. Looking down at the others, Dee shouted that all their arrows were gone, and they needed to get the arrows from the other ballistae they hadn't used yet. When he shouted this, several villagers jumped up and ran for the arrows, loudly remarking that they would bring them now. At this time, vivid images flashed through Van's head of how Ortho, having struck with all his might, was unable to cause significant damage to his wall, and how Kamzan only needed one slight movement to cut Zar's shield in half. Turning to the knight, loudly and confidently says that since there are no iron arrows, he can make wooden ones. Taken aback by such a proposal, the man froze, wondering if the tree could help them. After a moment, he turns to the locals and loudly orders to load the remaining arrows and cock the ballistas, and then prepare for the attack. To shout, and they all prepare with calm movements. Observing their already calmer and more confident reaction, Dee grins at one corner of his lips, thinking that after just one successful volley, people became confident in their victory. In addition to the central wall, the people on the side towers also took their positions and were ready. Thoughts flew through Dee's head that in this way, the second salvo would be much more accurate, and they would be able to win. The dragons, who had been a little further away all this time, were rapidly approaching the village, emitting a heart-rending roar. Dee shouted that now they would feel the full power of this village, and then gave the order to shoot. Immediately after this, a huge number of arrows were fired simultaneously, reaching their target, and Dee tried to see how the wooden arrows did their job. He saw that one of the wooden arrows they fired pierced the forehead of the armored lizard and killed one of them. She managed to penetrate deep enough, half her length into the head of the beast. Looking at this with surprised eyes, the man thought that even with wooden arrows they were able to repel the attack, and although the result was not the same as that of iron arrows, they still managed to pierce such thick scales. Although the man has still not recovered from the shock, he, as a commander, turns to the others and loudly orders them to load the ballistas with wooden arrows, while thinking that, as Mr. Wang said, they can cope with this without iron. Some villagers are still loading their arrows, but most have already completed the process when Dee loudly orders them to take aim. All the ballistas are loaded and ready to fire, and Dee, shouting as loud as he can, orders them to open fire. Under the onslaught of arrows, all the remaining dragons were defeated, and Dee, standing at the edge of the wall, watched their lifeless bodies with wide eyes. Laughing, Dee clenched his hand into a fist and joyfully shouted to everyone below that they had won, and all the shell dragons had been defeated. After these words, everyone froze for a moment, and Van and Till looked at the man with rounded eyes. The jubilant exclamations of all the residents suddenly began to be heard. They jumped, clapped their hands, and shouted, loudly rejoicing at the victory. A big smile spread across Van's face, and Till jumped on him, squeezing the boy in her arms. Looking at the rejoicing residents, Dee smiled contentedly, and then sat down to rest a little. Trying to catch his breath, the man thought that their enemy had been destroyed, and they had not only no casualties, but also more than one wounded, and in the end, they had spent about 60 arrows. Exhaling heavily, the man, smiling slightly, said out loud that if he had told Commander Stratel about this, he would never have believed him, and then thought that such a stunning result seemed impossible. Looking down at his master, Dee smiled softly and said, speaking aloud to Commander Stratel, that Mr. Bodswang had grown noticeably during this time. Vaughn smiled happily with Till and Kamzan, who were hugging the boy on both sides, and behind them, Espada walked slowly, wiping away the tears that had formed with a white handkerchief, thinking that no one would notice. Looking at them, Dee noted that it was hard to even imagine how much the boy had grown. When Wang climbed to the top of the defensive wall, Dee greeted him with open arms, happily telling the master that they had done it. As the boy hurried past Dee to the edge, he touched his hand and, smiling, softly thanked the knight, saying that they had won only because of him. A pile of dragon carcasses was scattered in front of the ditch. The bodies were so huge that it would be more accurate to call them dinosaurs rather than dragons, which is exactly what Wang did. Standing dumbfounded at the edge, he mentally counted the number of dead bodies and said that they killed about 44 dragons. Dee laughed loudly, slapping the boy on the back with his hand, and joyfully said that he had no idea what dinosaurs were, but they only won thanks to the master's ballistas. Dee embarrassedly praised the boy, saying that no one could even imagine that simple wooden arrows could pierce the steel scales of shell dragons. Continuing to pat Van on the back, Dai, smiling widely, continued to joyfully say that if it weren't for the master's ballistas, maybe this village wouldn't exist at all. Realizing that because of the slaps on his back, Van is getting closer to the edge, he frightenedly asks the man to stop doing this and, clutching the edge, shouts to him that he is going to fall. Dee's slapping caused him to be pinned to the edge of the wall, and when he looked down, he was shocked to see that inside the moat, a group of pale-faced bandits were looking up at them. Having counted them, the boy noted that about 30 people survived, and then added that he had completely forgotten about them. Looking at them with a gloomy face, Dee threw several skeins of rope from the wall and sternly ordered the robbers to tie each other up. He shouted loudly to them that they had seen the recent battle perfectly well, and if they did not want to be covered by a barrage of arrows like dragons, let them do what they were told. In parallel with his words, the local residents again loaded the ballistas. Sitting the tied-up bandits in front of them, Van and the other villagers listened with interest as the bandits heart-rendingly begged them, almost crying, saying that they would change and try their best, and if they handed them over to the authorities, then they would all be sold into slavery or simply imprisoned. Van folded his arms across his chest in displeasure when he heard the request to allow them to work for the good of the village. Vaughn glanced at Elder Rhonda standing next to him and saw him clutch the cane in his hand. Addressing the boy, the old man confidently, but with a slight trembling in his voice, tells him that these people very often robbed their village. A dark-haired guy suddenly ran out of the crowd and grabbed one of the robbers by the collar and then punched him in the face. He began to angrily shout at them, saying that how could they ask for help after his parents and many other residents of this village died at their hands. Swinging again, the guy furiously shouted that he would personally kill each of them, but Van gently managed to intercept his bloody fist. Taking the guy's hand in both of his, and sadly looking at his blood-stained knuckles, he apologizes to him, and then asks him not to dirty his hands with them. Van squeezed the guy's fist with his own hands and looking straight into his eyes, trying to calm him down, said that these robbers will definitely get their punishment, and then asks him to leave it to him. Sniffling because of the tears that have come, the guy lowers his head, and having calmed down a little, agrees to leave it to Mr. Wang. Looking at the frightened faces of the tied-up robbers, Van calmly says that he is sorry, they will still have to face the law, and as soon as someone arrives in the village, they will be taken away from here. After this, with a face full of indifference, he sternly adds that until then they will all work for the good of this village. As the robber runs his knife over the dragon's carcass, Van stands on the lookout and loudly shouts for them to cut up the skin, bones, and flesh, completely preserving the eyes, fangs, and claws, and the entrails are not needed, but they must make sure that they get the magic core. At this time, arrows from charged ballistas were aimed at them. A man standing below next to the carcass with a knife in his hand shouted loudly in response that they understood everything. With ballistas aimed at them, the bandits worked desperately without any signs of complacency and carried out all the orders of Mr. Bergewang. The boy Ordo, standing next to him, folded his arms on his chest, watching what was happening, and with a smile on his face, he noted that over the past week, there were so many surprises that would last a lifetime, and in response he heard the laughter of a smiling boy. Zara said that dealing with even one dragon is a difficult task, and Pluriel, without turning her head at him, in response noted how many swords are in such excellent condition, and all this without a spot of magic. Watching the already exhausted robbers, she added that even if 30 people use these excellent swords of Mr. Kan Wang, 4 or 5 butchered bodies per day is their maximum. Scratching the back of his head irritably, Ordo sighed and said that we must have time to cut up the bodies while they are still fresh. From the next day, a team consisting of Ordo, Dai, Kamzan, and local residents who had free hands also began to deal with the carcasses of the dragons. Wang changed the material of the stripping knife so that it was much sharper. Having made a new kitchen knife from a freshly prepared wooden sword, he was very pleased with his work. With the increase in numbers and the replacement of harvesting tools from wooden to iron, the whole team managed to finish in 3 days, and at the entrance to the village there were 2 large piles, in one of which meat carcasses were piled, and in the other bones, scales, etc. The next night, the moon had already risen high in the sky when Van, addressing the locals, loudly said that he believed that thanks to them all, the village had become stronger and more worthy than ever. All the people gathered in the main square, where they lit several fires to roast meat, and listened to Mr. Paul Zwang's words that now you don't have to worry about money and use any seasonings. After his words, the boy wished everyone to enjoy the delicious meat. All the people stood with wooden cups in their hands, fascinated listening to Mr. Wang's speech, and he said that in honor of the holiday they could drink sake, but no more than 2 glasses per person. Van pushed his cup towards the locals and loudly said that he congratulated them on their great victory. Van raised his cup and everyone raised theirs in response, followed by deafening cheers of approval. The locals began shouting joyfully that they would now drink to Mr. Wang's health. People were laughing and having fun, shouting with joy that they were able to do it. The only light was from fires and torches, but the villagers were happy, and for the first time in a long time their eyes sparkled. Some of them scattered over the fires, roasting their meat, and exclamations were often heard in the square that someone was starting to burn it. Others joyfully noted that they had not drunk sake for a very long time. Holding a skewer with several pieces of meat in his hands, the chewing boy's eyes lit up at how delicious it was. Seeing his reaction, Ordo approached and with a smile asked how the boy tasted dragon meat, and Van, looking at the skewer with loving eyes, replied that it was perfectly fried until crispy, juicy, and tender. And in this head, I'm flying with thoughts that he's wondering if other parts of the body taste different. Putting his index finger forward, Ordo tells the boy that the meat inside is fatty and tasty, since it was protected all this time by the shell, to which Van was surprised and said that he did not know that this had anything to do with the shell. Behind him stood Zara and Pluriel, each holding a skewer of meat, when the girl, contentedly closing her eyes, said that dragon meat was very expensive, so they always sold it. After her words, Kesa, sighing blissfully, joyfully says that even if they eat a lot, they will still have some left to sell. Looking at the gentleman, Ordo, with a smile on his face, says that he is now convinced that the ballista arrows have the same power as the weapons that he prepared for them, and at that moment, D and his knights running behind him suddenly break. With his eyes and mouth wide open in surprise, D quietly asks Mr. Jirswang that he really made weapons for adventurers, but not for him. Each of the adventurers in turn begins to show off their weapons to the knights. Showing his sword, Ortho happily says that he cut the weapon with it without any resistance. Pluriel, smiling brightly, says that the blade of her dagger is so thin and easy to swing, so the blows are very sharp, which helps a lot. And Kesara, shyly closing her eyes, says that if you place an order, it will be ready in just a few minutes, and the appearance and spiciness will be of the highest level. 3 knights pressed the confused boy into a circle, hovering over him, and began to tell him their wishes with an intimidating look. D said that he needed a large sword, asking how much it would cost. The second knight noted that he needed a set of a samurai sword and a dagger, and the third said that he wanted the same thing as the second. D clenched his hands into fists, and, smiling from ear to ear, asked Mr. Makiwang not to charge him, since until now he had been his loyal subject, and if he was to manage the materials and finances of the village, he would need full equipment for 3 men. After his words, the 2 knights also smiled widely. Shouting after Van, who is running away from them, Ordo says that they also want equipment for themselves. The fleeing boy is intercepted by local residents, and one of them sincerely thanks Mr. Wang for the meat, to which Wang tells him that they all did a good job. The guys sitting around the fire watched as Van interacted nicely with the locals, who offered to bring him more meat. Looking thoughtfully at his hand, the dark-haired guy says that the boy is very strange, because despite the fact that the enemy was right in front of his nose. The guy sitting next to him ends his sentence by saying that he still made a difficult decision, despite his difficult life. Clenching his hand into a fist, the dark-haired guy said that thanks to Mr. De Zhuang, he did not become the same as those robbers. The guy smiled softly, looking at his battered knuckles, and then turned to his surprised comrade and confidently and loudly invited him, for the sake of the dead families, to try to make this village even better. Extending his hand to the sky, he added that today they should taste the highest quality meat. Elder Rhonda, sitting in front of the fire with a mug in his hands, surrounded by his children, joyfully said that it was so good that the time had finally come when they could laugh together again and eat delicious food. Smiling softly, the dark-haired girl with a mug in her hands noted that now even an aristocrat was with them. After her words, Malaga sighed, about to say something, but Espada, who approached them from behind in the company of Till and Kamzan, bowed slightly and said that this could be problematic if you think like an aristocrat, but smiling widely, Till finished phrase in that it is part of his charm, and Kamzan nodded in confirmation. She looked with wide eyes at the boy, who was having fun and laughing loudly in the company of Dai, his knights and local residents, and then softly said that she thought that Mr. Brisedwang was going to do many more amazing things. The villagers continued to have fun and roast meat over the fire. Holding a hot skewer in his hands and chewing a piece, Ortho, stammering slightly, says that a merchant can pay about 20 gold coins for one shell dragon. Van is surprised and says that this is a lot, after which the man, raising the finger of his free hand up, says that only because most of the meat will soon go rotten, they will not be able to sell it, and, taking into account transport costs, for the rest body parts will be able to receive about 8 gold coins. After these words, Vaughn's eyes widened, and while holding the mug in his hands, he thought that despite this, they had about 40 bodies, so they would eventually receive more than 300 gold coins. The boy suddenly perked up, thinking in surprise about how rich he could become, because if you convert 300 gold coins into yen, it would be more than 300 million. The Espada who approached him leans towards the boy and congratulates him on his successful defense against mythical monsters and their conquest. Van, smiling, thanks him and says that the butler also helped them a lot with the wall and asks them to eat his meat. The butler says that this is a great result. However, the man puts his fist to his chin and closes his eyes, and then continues that there is a law according to which a village or city that has earned more than 100 gold coins must pay 50% to the Marquis's treasury. Van opened his mouth in surprise, from which water flowed. He looked dumbfounded into his mug, thinking that even in this world there is a taxation system. Raising his gaze to Espada, and looking at the man dumbfounded, he asked if they could somehow hide this fact. Espada replies that it will be impossible to do this. At least if there was one dragon with a shell, it would be possible to keep silent, but they will find out about such a number. The boy squatted down and hung his head down. He was disappointedly thinking that he could get 300 million, but in the end only 150 would come out. He says out loud that he will now have to forget about easy money, and then raises his head to the butler. Looking at his thoughtful face, Van asks if this is how the Marquis's family will learn about the state of the village. Looking down at the boy sitting on the ground, Espada says that keeping this a secret will be extremely difficult. However, not a single hand will be left idle. After his words, Van opens his eyes in surprise. Looking at the imperturbable butler, Van thinks that he doesn't know anyone who has served the Marquis for decades with the same devotion as the Espada, and then adds that this matter is different from the case with the dungeon. Remembering the mansion in which he lived his entire adult life, the boy thinks that this time, in order to hide the truth, they will act secretly at the same time. Van realizes that the Espada preferred a peaceful life with him to his father. With his head slightly embarrassed and covering his face with his fist, Van stands opposite the butler, who looks at him with a soft, good-natured look, and then asks if he has any plan. Imagining in his head the image of the eldest crowned son of the Marquis of Jalpa, Espada says that the master must inform his elder brother Marcia about this. Folding his arms across his chest, Van looked down and began to reason out loud about the Espada's words, saying that he needed to report the state of the village to his elder brother. Vaughn suddenly jumped up as he realized what the butler meant and enthusiastically said that the idea of giving credit to his elder brother was very insightful. Espada imagines armored dragons walking through the forest in his head and begins to propose his plan, saying that the knightly order will not work. So he proposes to involve adventurers in this story. Supposedly they came across a herd, but it was in the forest, so you can pretend they destroyed them individually. After listening to his proposal, Van says that the idea that his brother allegedly also wanted to get the achievement would be very convenient for him and them. Raising his fist to his chin and lowering his head, Van thinks that if he is discarded, then there are 3 older brothers vying for the place of the next head of the family, and he wants Marcia, who has supported him in many ways until now, to win this fight. Raising his head to the espada, Van nodded and they both smiled at each other, after which the boy said that the butler had just come up with a great idea. In the morning, when Van went to make his rounds, the villagers called out to him one after another, joyfully wishing the master good morning. As he walked through the city with Till and Kamzan, words of gratitude began to be heard in his address for the very tasty meat, and that the gentleman was taking such good care of the village, and all these words made the boy very happy. Looking at the joyful local residents, Wang thought with a smile on his face that many of the residents had become very friendly. Hearing a local man approach Wang with a request to take Mrs. Till as his wife, the girl, slightly embarrassed, screamed and jumped on the spot. After these words, the boy abruptly grabbed the girl's hand, frowning on his face, which made Till very surprised. Closing her eyes, Till, laughing loudly, said that the gentleman had not held her hand for a very long time. Van turned his embarrassed, pouting face away from her and thought that he had behaved like an adult in the bathing situation, but he was only 8 years old, and as a child he could have many privileges. Local residents watched with rapture as the gentleman walked along the road, grabbing his maid by the hand. After a few steps, Van let go of Till's hand. The girl looked at the lord in bewilderment, asking why he didn't let go of his hand, while Van, lowering his eyes in embarrassment, tried to maintain a serious look and thought that he was, after all, my lord. He confidently raised his head up, not hiding his red cheeks, and seriously said to himself that affection is, of course, important, but dignity is also an important thing. Looking at the back of Till walking in front of him, whose long hair is blown by the wind, Van understands that one day the day will come when the girl will have to leave him. But still, the girl's happiness comes first for him. The boy calls her name, and Till turns to him with a surprised face. Looking at the floor, Van calmly tells her that if a person suddenly appears who interests her, Till calls the boy, interrupting his speech. Placing her hand on her chest, the girl, smiling broadly, looks at the gentleman with a gentle gaze and says that she wants to take care of him, so she didn't even think about such things. Smiling, she leaned towards the surprised boy, extending her hand to him, and laughing a little, said that she would really like to continue to be next to him. Wang's face flushed again, but he still extended his palm in response and took the girl's hand. Together with Till and Kamzan, Wang was walking up the stairs to climb the wall when one of the guards loudly called out to him. He raised his head and asked the man standing on the watchtower if he had noticed anything, after which the man loudly shouted back that merchants were approaching them. Van ran to the edge of the wall to look at them himself, and the man on the tower shouted to him that these were the merchants Mr. Bell and Mr. Lango, after which the boy squinted, trying to see at least something. In the distance, 2 small dark spots were visible on the horizon, and Wang said indignantly that he could barely see their silhouettes, and the local could even see their faces. Van looked in surprise at Till and Kamzan, who were both peering into the horizon with the same perplexed expression on their faces, and the boy asked if they saw something there or only he had poor eyesight. Inspired, Van confidently said, pointing his finger in the direction, that first of all, you need to understand the bridge and prepare the ballistas, after which he heard the loud, frightened and indignant voice of the guard, saying that it was not bandits who were approaching them now. Van looked at the confused man and said that there could be bandits in and around the carts, not just the merchants and the convoy, and these bandits could threaten the locals. So if they want to protect the village, sometimes they need to be skeptical. Turning to his friends, the boy asks them to go and call Ortho and Dihir. He thinks that now there are many things that need to be done in the village, and it is up to him how effectively he can take advantage of each opportunity. Looking down from the wall, The boy with a smile on his face happily notes that now he has finally been given that very opportunity. A gloomy atmosphere reigned in the slowly approaching convoy of wagons, and the driver, further intensifying the atmosphere, said that they were all in trouble. A blond man sitting inside, actively waving his hand, told the annoyed coachman that due to the fact that the wagon was damaged along the way, many goods had become unusable, so they would have to calculate the cost of repairs, the cost of stay, and the convoy. Fixing his gaze towards the village, the man continued to say that even though they returned to Hashimura village, they still didn't earn much money from the sale, and they wouldn't be able to buy anything else. After his words, the coachman, almost crying, shouted indignantly that they had a huge deficit. A bald man riding a horse nearby called out to the coachman, causing him to look up in surprise at him, and asked if that settlement ahead was the village of Hashimura. Approaching the settlement, he saw a moat and a large high stone wall, and therefore said that no matter how you look, in scale it does not look like a village at all. The coachman, who had just turned his attention to this, looked ahead in fascination, quietly agreeing with the words of the bald man. Having approached the ditch, the convoy stopped, and the bald man asked if they were sure they were on the wrong road, after which the coachman, turning to him, indignantly replies that they came to the right place. But he does not understand how the village in which, it would seem, there is nothing but huts, it has become like this. Their little argument is interrupted by a loud voice coming from somewhere above, which says that the men must be traitors. A small wind began to rise around the village walls, and all the men raised their heads high to see who was talking to them. The boy, who was looking down on them, says that he is the owner of this village named Van Nefertio, and if they are really traitors, let each of them name their trading company and their name, and if they are really a convoy, accordingly, each should name their position and name. The man sitting in the carriage tapped the coachman on the shoulder, asking him to turn to him, and then noted that this was a child from the Ferdio family. The coachman, looking at the boy, asked his brother, "Is this the same fourth son of the Marquis Ferdio, who, according to rumors, is a child prodigy?" The bald man, who was also watching what was happening on the wall, butts into the conversation of the two guys and says that their stronghold is the largest city, so they saw the boy several times, but people in the city communicated with him quite often, so he is quite famous in circles of residents. Looking at Wang, who is watching them intently, the bald man notes that this is definitely the same child. The coachman, raising his shocked gaze, indignantly asks how the boy, who looks to be about 10 years old, became the owner of this godforsaken village. In the guy's thoughts, the words are uttered that he knows that geniuses are often shunned, but not so much so that the Marquis personally sent his son to the border, and then reasons that maybe he did this in order to turn this area into a fortress. The coachman, placing his palm on his chest, shouts loudly that his name is Bell, and then points to the slightly bent guy standing behind him, says that this is his brother Lango, and they are both traders from Mary's company. Then pointing to the bald man, he says that with them is the adventurer guard Ayer, who leads the B-rank Silver Spear group. Van looked at Ordo, who was standing next to him, and asked if he knew this man. Looking down, the man said that he knew, and they met more than once in the Adventurers Guild, and sometimes even drank together. Hearing this, Van looks at the merchants again, and putting his hand to his mouth, shouts that they are allowed to enter the village. As soon as he said this, the villagers hurriedly lowered the bridge and opened the gate. Bell leads the carriage, and they slowly drive through the gates to the loud cries of Van, saying that they will be glad to welcome them to their village. Going down to the cart, the two brothers looked from side to side in shock, because the view of the village inside was completely alien. Not at all similar to what they remembered, solid houses stood in regular rows, forming a beautiful city landscape. Rhonda came out to the guys and said that they were all really waiting for them. Coming closer to them, the elder said that he was glad that they had finally returned, after which Bell stepped towards the elder and apologized to him for the fact that they had not returned for so long, and then added that for some reason they had to stop halfway. Quiet footsteps were heard as a voice greeted them and apologized for the wait. Van put his right hand on his chest and bowed slightly, smiling broadly, once again greeted the guys and introduced himself to them. When the boy approached Bell, he panicked and tensed, and then together with his brother he bent down in a bow, and again calling his name, loudly said that he was very glad to meet you. Getting straight to the point, Van says that he would like to know as quickly as possible if they can sell the shell dragon parts. The guys jumped up sharply on the spot and opened their mouths wide, looking at the boy with an enthusiastic look, and loudly declared that there would be no problems with this at all. Belle began to jabber quickly, asking in surprise if they were really able to pacify the shell dragons, adding that even adventurers hate fighting them, since they are very strong. Belle and Lango grabbed hands and began jumping joyfully in place, rejoicing that their village had received such valuable material and they would be able to avoid shortages. Watching them, Van laughed and said that he would now take them to the warehouse. Vaughn led them to a warehouse with an unusually high ceiling. It contained body parts of the shell dragons stacked in massive stacks, so massive that they touched the roof in some places. And also in the warehouse were claws, fangs, bones, and magic cores. Frozen at such a picture, Belle hesitantly asked that this was all the same material obtained from dragons that Mr. Wang had in mind. The brothers continued to look at the warehouse with stunned faces, and Lango asked if there were really such a large number of 20-30 meter stacks of material from the shell dragons here. Turning to the guys, Vaughn calmly explained that they had subdued about 40 Dracos, and also arrested 30 people, and then thought of leaving these people to help drag the material. Vaughn then asked the guys what they thought about it. He added that the cart was already ready, after which Belle jumped up in fear and, stammering, asked Mr. Wang to wait 1 minute. Moving his hand along one of the piles, Belle thought for a moment, and then said that he needed to attract people to trade as soon as possible. While his brother looked at the giant scales with interest, Belle leaned over a little and said that they would try to come up with something within a month, and then asked the boy if they could wait that long. Waving his hand, Van smilingly replied that there was nothing wrong with that, and while they waited, they would enjoy the delicious meat of the shell dragon. Swallowing, Belle thought that this amount of meat would be too much for the village to consume, which meant it would rot. Spreading his hands to the side, the guy asks if Mr. Wang would mind if he and his brother took some of the meat to sell to a neighboring village, and then added that they would fully reimburse the entire price. Folding his arms across his chest, Van raises one eyebrow and asks, "Can an ordinary village really afford to buy the meat of even such a dragon?" Belle scratched the back of his head with his hand and said with a bewildered smile that this was a poor village. And this year, due to paying taxes, they apparently had no savings left at all, so they asked him and his brother to bring them some food. After hearing this, Van thought that the food in that village must be running low, and if they give at least some meat for free, then it can help the local residents of that village for a while. Belle clenched his hand into a fist and carefully asked the boy what he thought about it. Van looked at the guy for a couple of seconds, and then said that they would not take money from the village and would give them the meat for free, and Belle was very surprised by the words. Smiling, Van notes that even though Belle is a merchant, he sees that profit for the guy is not the most important thing. Embarrassed by such kindness, Belle quietly said that there were 27 people living in the village, and Mr. Wang would help them a lot, and then thought that the rumors that the boy was a very insightful person were indeed true. Inspired, Belle opened his arms and said that they were ready to pay the gentleman a large sum for the capture of the criminals, and then thought that, unfortunately, in this case, they would be almost unable to make any profit. But this will be at least some kind of payment for the work of Mr. Wang and the residents of this village. Smiling, Van placed one hand on his belt and extended his index finger on the other, and then refused the guy's offer, saying that instead, let them come to their village more often in the future, and then he would promise them a deal that the merchants could not negotiate. Regret. The boy said that, for example, he could offer them armor of very good quality, after which Belle opened his mouth in surprise. He and his brother left the warehouse and followed the boy when Belle asked that, in addition to a highly skilled draftsman and an amazing carpenter, Mr. Wang had also brought a blacksmith to this village. Van looked back at the guy and, remaining silent, closed his eyes and illuminated him with a soft, radiant smile. Arriving at the weapons warehouse, Belle and Iyer looked admiringly at the weapons presented to them and unanimously said that they were simply amazing. Looking at the abundance of axes, spears, and swords, Iyer said that he had not yet understood the intricacies of the advantages and disadvantages of the weapon, but as an exhibit, it was worth its weight in gold. Smiling happily at these words, Van says they can test him. D approaches Ire with a piece of dragon skin and invites him to try cutting the skin with his knife. Ire raises the knife and a small cut is left on the piece of leather. And then the man notes that this is definitely real skin from a shell dragon. Ire then placed one of the knives from Mr. Wang's assortment on the surface of the armored dragon hide and lightly pressed the knife onto it. Immediately after this, Ire's eyes widened in amazement. He looked in surprise at the skin that was neatly cut in half. Looking at the knife, Ire noted enthusiastically that the piece was cut off without any resistance, after which Ortho, grinning, asked the man if he was now sure that the blade was actually iron. Ire continued to admire the cutting capabilities of the weapon, and then said that he really wanted to buy this knife for himself. Smiling embarrassedly, Ordo began to tell him that this knife was made specially to order, and it is almost not felt in the hand, so it is easy to swing, and also. Bell, who was watching them, opened his mouth in surprise and said how many unusual things the gentleman has Wang, and then added that they would buy weapons from him at his price. Turning to the barrel filled with swords and spears, he, a little upset, says that, unfortunately, they will not be able to purchase such a large quantity, and Van, with a smile on his face, answers him that there is nothing wrong with that, and they can buy from them weapons later. After a while, Wang looked at the goods that the merchants had brought to their village, and then gave them a tour of it. He walked with them through the local streets, showing them new houses and residential areas, took them to the ballistas and told them how they worked, and then walked along the perimeter wall of the village. The whole day went by like this. The brothers sat in front of the fire and ate the armored dragon meat that the villagers had recently prepared, and were again amazed as the taste was divine, and Bell said that he was completely fascinated by this village. Bell spoke to Wang as he approached them and said that traders come to this village once a month. But he could talk to the trading group and increase the number of visits to twice a month, after which Wang thanked him and said that that would be very fine. Sitting down on a box next to the fire, the boy smiled and said that he thought the village could do with replenishing its orders of condiments and sake, because good food alone was enough to make the villagers more lively and cheerful. Bell laughed and said that he could organize it. Van added that he would also like to order advertising for their weapons, if possible, after which the guys hesitated in frustration, trying to say something. Seeing their reaction, Wang smiled and thought that the two brothers were most likely counting on an exclusive sale, and then grinned and added that they were nice guys. Piercing the hearts of the brothers with his words, Van notes that if two people who always trade along the same route suddenly organize a sale of weapons, then soon the rest will figure it out and will be able to get to the village. Looking at the guys' upset faces, Wang says that they can plan their advertising activities from the very beginning, and accordingly, the more the guys sell, the more they can get in the end. The brothers jump up from their seats and run up to the boy with widened eyes, enthusiastically asking him how they can do this. Looking at them with eyes full of confidence, Van, smiling, says that they should open a village shop. The brothers look at Mr. Wang with shining eyes, and their hands shake with joy when Bell says that if only it were possible to come to an agreement with business owners or traders. Lango picks up his words and enthusiastically says that if only he could come to an agreement with anyone, it was wonderful. Looking at the guys who were happy with his proposal, laughing and hugging each other, Van thought, in honor of a stable income and the opportunity to have his own store, he could even build his own house for the brothers. Sitting on the box, the boy put his hand to his chin and thought that if Bell and Lango ultimately agreed, then the shop would save him a lot of time, since he would not need to negotiate with various merchants, and besides, it would be the first shop in the village. He ended his thoughts by saying that this deal would be beneficial for both parties, and then Bell told his brother that they should hurry and discuss the proposal with the boss. Placing his hand on his chest, Bell leaned down slightly and told Mr. Wang that he would set up shop in this village until it took a clear shape. Van and Bell extended their hands to each other for a handshake. Shaking the smiling guy's hand, Van confidently said that he would be glad to do business with them. Setting off again, Lango waved goodbye to the residents, accompanying his action with a wide, radiant smile. Lango and the adventurers hastily left the village to convince the Chamber of Commerce to obtain labor and materials. Van gave the guy a sword made with the help of magic, the skin of the shell dragon and its magic core, as it would take a long time to convince the Chamber of Commerce. Also, to pass on the credit for killing the armored dragons of Marcia's, he gave Lango a letter addressed to his elder brother, sealing it with his personal sealing wax so that it would be delivered without any tampering or unforeseen obstacles. Bell froze in place in silent shock, raising his stunned gaze upward and opening his mouth wide in surprise. Van says that in addition, near the entrance to the village, he built a shop for Bell. It was a large 2-story building with a heavy semicircular door, above which hung a shield with a large sledgehammer, showing those passing by that weapons could be purchased here. Bell, fascinated by what he saw, hesitantly noted that he and the gentleman had only recently discussed the appearance of the shop. Van, smiling, began to tell that on the first floor, directly, the shop itself would be located, and the second floor was equipped as a place of residence for the brothers themselves, and then added that he also built a basement for them, in which there would be a storage room. Slightly embarrassed, the boy said that he tried to make the building look like what Bell asked, and then said that if suddenly he was not happy with something, he could calmly tell him and he would fix it. Bell did not hear his words, since his thoughts were now completely filled with the shop, and he, entering it on shaking legs, said in the same shaking voice that not that he did not believe the stories of the villagers, but was it really true that Mr. has such enormous power? The goods should be ready in 2 weeks, so the business regarding Bell's shop is over for now. Bell, clasping his hands, almost crying, thanks the gentleman for what he did for him and his brother. In the afternoon, they left the village and headed towards the river. Van was walking through the thick grass when he heard Till's words that they had been walking for so long, and how the gentleman was not yet tired. Turning onto the path, Van, walking through the forest with Till, Espada, and Kamzan, told the girl that he was fine and they needed to move on. The boy turned to Till and, smiling, asked how she was feeling, to which the girl, laughing, replied that she was not tired of walking at all, and then added that she had put on a shorter dress today so that the hem would not interfere with her walking. Kamzan walked ahead of everyone, clearing away weeds with her katana and clearing away rocks along the way. Van noted to himself what kind of a gentleman the boy was, and then, sighing from a little fatigue, added that he could handle this hike very easily. The truth was that Van had tried to appear more considerate than Kamzan, but his fatigue had taken its toll, and Kamzan, who was incredibly diligent when it came to this sort of thing, was a formidable opponent. All the way Van dissatisfiedly glared at the back of Kamzan walking in front of him. Continuing their childish and probably one-sided rivalry, they ended their journey an hour later. Before their eyes opened a view of a beautiful wide river, from which they were going to extract water in the future. Espada leaned down, touching the ground with his hand. From his touch, the earth begins to diverge, right up to the river itself, forming a small channel, at the end of which Van created a barrier so that the water would not flow out ahead of time. Thus began their work to reduce the water level in the river. The Espada, touching the ground, uses his magic to dig out tens of meters in an instant, directing a channel through the forest towards the village. When Espada rests, since his reserve of strength is not unlimited, his knights and Kamzan continue to dig further by hand with shovels. Van, following everyone behind, strengthens the canal with a wall, using his magic, so that in the future the water will not wash into the ground and begin to flood the forest. They were all surprised by the Espada's endless magic, but were also surprised by D's inexhaustible physical strength, who roared loudly. While the knights and Kamzan had already slowed down from fatigue, D was still actively digging with his shovel, laughing loudly. Van glanced sideways at the man and asked why he was laughing. The 3 boys' faces were distorted with exhaustion, but they still tried to match D's pace, and Espada, who was resting at that time, looked at the furiously working deputy head of the knights, noted that although D was already over 40, he was now in the prime of his life, and Van, a little surprised, notes that he did not know this. Till sat next to Van, holding a glass bottle of water, and said, watching the guys working, that it was quite a labor-intensive job, considering the distance between the river and the village. Taking a sip of water from a mug, Van replied that it was so, but without water it would be difficult for the village to live. Looking at his comrades with a smile, the boy calmly says that it is hard work, but he thinks that if you work together to achieve a goal, it is very pleasant. Van thought that in addition to the barrier, there was also a satisfaction that he couldn't enjoy enough on his own. imagining how in the future he will be able to transform the village even more. He reasons that if living conditions are improved, then life itself will become better, and it will be easier for traders and other people to come to the village. He ended his thoughts by saying that this is what they will need to achieve in order to live comfortably in this place in the future. They had been digging the canal for 8 hours when one of the Knights of D turned around and shouted angrily that he could already see the village from here. Van jumped up sharply from his seat and, shocked by such progress, asked loudly if the guy really saw the village. At the same time, the boy thought that initially, according to his plan, this should have taken about a week, but their pace is simply amazing. Having calmed down, Van put his hand to his mouth and loudly ordered everyone to finish all their work for the day. D and Espada looked confused by his statement, and the deputy leader of the knights waved his shovel and said that if they continued at their current pace, they could reach the village in just a few hours. On the other hand, everyone else in the group was already literally falling from powerlessness. Abba, Lo, and Kamzin leaned on their shovels, trying to stand on their trembling legs and catch their breath, but the latter failed, and he knelt on the ground. Van asked the not at all tired D to first pay attention to his exhausted comrades. Turning to look at the guys, D said thoughtfully that he already thought that after such a long time he had found a good way to practice, but apparently it was better not to give the others too much work. Contorting his face and looking at the man with a stunned look, Van thought that his reserve of strength and energy was simply terrifying right now. Espada stood next to the boy, and, looking at him, Van thought that the butler's face looked completely calm and peaceful, and then added that this was also very frightening. Thus, today was a demonstration of hidden strength by the veteran and older generation. The next day, to their surprise, they reached the village before the end of the morning. They all approached the river and stood next to the barrier created by Van to prevent the river from flowing ahead of time. Finally, it's time to lower the water. Coughing into his fist, Van turns to his comrades and says that thanks to their enormous contribution, the time has finally come to complete the water supply work. He says he understands that the day and a half was very difficult for them, but he is very grateful for it. Listening to his words with a smile, the knights almost cry, remembering what hell they went through. Van happily waved his hand, signaling to the Espada that it was time. With sparkling eyes and a wide smile on his face, Wang loudly told the butler that it was time to open the channel, after which the man, with one wave of his hand, made the barrier fly into pieces, completely opening the passage for water. Amid joyful cries, the water quickly and rapidly began to move along the canal, making its way towards the village. Saying that this was an amazing sight, Van joyfully clapped his hands, looking at the water gushing out of the river like a stormy stream, and all his comrades also clapped and shouted joyfully, because it was exciting to watch the rushing water. All the local residents went outside the wall to watch the water begin to fill their moat. They rejoiced and laughed, noting the fact that their master kept his promise and brought them water from the river. The children ran along the moat, trying with interest to catch up with the water flow. Van, who has returned to the village, approaches Elder Rhonda, who joyfully notes that now they will save a lot of effort and energy, since they will no longer have to go to the river for water. The boy, smiling, says that they will still need to filter and boil the water to make it suitable for drinking, and for this it will be necessary to create special equipment, and the elder sighs in surprise at such complexity. Dee's henchman, a dark-haired knight named Lo, uncharacteristically motivated, approaches Mr. Wang and hands him a piece of iron ore. Lo continues to look at Wang with anticipation in his eyes, and the boy, smiling, asks if he is interested in what he will create. Slightly embarrassed, the guy tucks his hair behind his ear and says that he is very interested in what kind of device the gentleman will create this time. Remembering the joyful Lo, Wang thinks that the guy was very happy when the work was completed, and apparently he likes the production process itself. Looking up at the guy, the boy, smiling broadly, invites him to create a device together, and the guy, sitting down next to him, joyfully agrees. Van tells Lo that he is going to create a large filter machine out of branches, leaves, sand, earth, stones, and fabric, which will be located at the end of the canal that runs towards the village. The clean water coming out will be stored directly in a large metal tank, the surface and interior of which will be coated with copper to prevent rusting. Then the water will be transported further, and the required amount of water will be drawn from a tap installed under the water tank, and from there it will be sent to the boiler. Rubbing his chin with his hand, Van thought out loud that they would have to constantly light the fire for the boiler manually, and Till, who came up behind her, smilingly told the boy that the fire would be very easy to light with the help of a fire magic crystal. Turning to the girl, Lo smiled softly and said that this was a very good idea, and then added that he would need to go to Belle's shop a little later and find out if he had one such crystal in stock. A breathless Kamzan ran up to them and joyfully said that the water had already filled the entire space. Van and Espada crossed the bridge to assess the entire situation. The boy could not help but sigh in admiration, because the sight of a moat filled to the brim with water seemed simply amazing to him. Van knelt down at the edge and, turning to Espada, asked if there would be flooding if the water level ever rose, for example due to rain. Putting his hand to his chin, the man said that the gentleman noticed this moment very well. The man says that essentially, depending on the volume of water, the canal is widened and embankments are built in places where it often floods. Looking at the boy, he adds that, besides, these dead-end waterways require ingenuity, and Van, putting his hand to his chin, wonders aloud that the water will have to go somewhere. Retracting his index finger, Wang noted that they would need to make sure the river flowed back downstream or build a lake behind the village. With a thoughtful chuckle, Espada rubs his chin and says that the idea of bringing the river back downstream is good, but the idea of creating a lake may be an unexpected success. Imagining in his head a future lake near the village, the man adds that in times of lack of precipitation and water coming from the river, a reservoir would be very useful for the village. Looking up at the butler, the boy happily asks what, as long as they have measures to prevent flooding, everything will be okay. In response, the man nods and suggests starting to develop a plan. They decided that the lake should be about 200 meters from the back of the village, and thus it should turn out that the canal and the lake would be adjacent to the walls. It was a forced and very urgent project before the arrival of the rainy season. In 3 days, the lake, whose water sparkled beautifully in the sun, was mostly ready. Looking at him, Van says that he wants to install a drain or something, but he still needs to think about how they will use it in practice. Satisfied with his work, Van smiles widely and joyfully and thinks that he is now very happy with a large amount of clean water. The next day, the boy was woken up early in the morning by Till, and he was displeasedly indignant that even the sun had not yet risen to the sky. The girl jumped on the spot, confusedly apologizing to the boy for this, while combing his hair while he buttoned his shirt. Remembering how Rhonda came to their mansion surrounded by a crowd of local residents, Till says that for some reason they were fussing a lot. Putting a cloak on the boy, Till confidently says that Dee and the Espada are already on their way to the right place, and the boy, turning to her, asks in surprise what place she is talking about. Freezing, she says with a serious face that they are already on their way to the newly created Lake Van. Hearing this, the boy twists his face and asks, slightly dissatisfied, who came up with such a name for the lake. Putting his hand to his chest and closing his eyes, Till firmly answers that the lake was named in honor of the master's merits, and to preserve the legacy for future generations. Still holding her hand on her chest, she calmly states that the new name of the village has become Van Village. The boy waves his hands in front of her and asks her to stop, and then says that it makes him feel awkward and feels like something is wrong. Wang walked out of the mansion, where an agitated villager with a frightened face was waiting for him outside, who asked him to urgently follow him. With these words, the villagers ran away, abandoning their master. Then, Kamzan and Till walked around the perimeter of the entire village to get to the lake, and Van, out of breath from such a long walk, thought that then they would need to build a passage to the lake on the backside of the village. Having reached the lake, he saw that a large number of villagers had already gathered around him. Approaching them, he excitedly asked what was happening here, and the locals parted, letting the gentleman go forward and pointing to the lake. They said that there was something there. When Van looked at the lake, he discovered an unfamiliar silhouette on the surface of the water. Having looked closely, he saw that a girl's face, an atypical color for people, was half peeking out of the water, and large long gills were sticking out of the creature's head. Not understanding what was happening, Van twisted his face in surprise and asked out loud, "What is this?" It is believed that in the deep forest and picturesque river live mystical creatures with beautiful blue hair, who are half human and at the same time half mermaids. This race is called Abgalu. Looking at the mystical creature, Van says that he has never heard of such a race before, after which Espada answers him that this species can rarely be seen with one's own eyes. Van moved closer to the lake and then loudly asked if the creature was female. Taking a closer look, he sees that Abgalu looks like a child. Her bright blue hair is mysterious and her skin is a little dark. Her eyes were pitch black and her ears, reminiscent of fish fins, protruded from the holes in her long hair. He puts his palms in front of his face, loudly asking what the girl's name is, but receives nothing but silence in response. The boy turns to his comrades and says that, apparently, Abgalu does not understand him, and then asks Till and Kamzan to go and bring some meat and fruit here. Having laid out a skewer with shell dragon meat, pieces of apples, a slice of orange, and a couple of strawberries on a plate, Van thinks that to show friendly intentions, food is first needed. Abgalu twitched, sensing the smell of food, and then began to slowly swim towards the shore. The villagers gasped, watching the course of events, and Dai and Ordo slowly and carefully began to grab the hilt of their swords, expecting danger and some kind of trick. Abgalu slowly swam closer and closer, and when she came within arm's length, Van offered her food, holding out a plate, and the girl stretched out slightly to smell the meat. Upon closer inspection, Abgalu looked very human. The eyes are slightly larger than human ones, the nose is slightly smaller, and the face is also round. The biggest difference in human features were the ears, which looked like fins. The girl calmly asks if she can eat this food. Vaughn couldn't help but cry out in amazement when Abgalu let out a pleasant voice and the boy shouted loudly, saying that she understood them and could talk. Frightened, the girl jumped on the spot, and then, amazed, dived into the water and emerged again at the opposite end of the lake. She moved incredibly fast in the water as she seemed to be caught off guard and was currently looking at the boy warily with only half of her face visible above the surface of the lake. Van began to apologize loudly, waving his hands in front of him, and then asked the girl to swim up to him again. When Abgalu swam to the shore again, the boy squatted down in front of her and, smiling, held out a plate of meat and fruit, asking if she wanted to try any of this. When he asked her about it, her brows furrowed and she fell silent until she eventually looked up and opened her mouth, saying that she would eat both. Laughing, Van decided to give her a piece of meat first, which she carefully took and put into her mouth, keeping a short distance. After chewing a piece, she froze in surprise. After a few seconds, she pulled back a little and asked what kind of meat it was, looking at everyone with a slightly suspicious expression on her face. She seemed to be watching Dee, Ordo, and the others, who looked at her in bewilderment. Van answers her question by saying that it's shell dragon meat, and then confusedly adds that if she doesn't like it, they can make it dried for her. Continuing to hold the skewer with meat in her hand, she, with a serious expression on her face, asks in a calm voice, "Who caught this dragon?" With his hands folded across his chest, Ordo looks to the side and replies that Mr. Wang did it. Then Espada, closing his eyes, confidently agrees with the man's words. He speaks next with a huge smile on his face and happily says that the dragon was caught thanks to the power of Mr. Wang. The boy turned to the villagers, hoping to hear from them a different answer to this question, but they all looked at him, and then they all unanimously confirmed that Mr. Wang had done it all. Discouraged by their statement, Van muttered in confusion that it was all the merit of the ballistas. Vanna had no choice but to answer the girl that it was he who defeated the dragon. The boy took a deep breath, and then said a little irritably that, apparently, this was his merit. Abgalu blinked her large eyes and stared at the boy. Having said that now everything is clear to her, everything is clear, she grabbed all the remaining food in the plate into her hands. And then she dived under the water again and disappeared, only this time completely, leaving Van and the others standing in bewilderment. Van asks what happened and then turns to the locals with a confused expression, but everyone just shrugs in response. The next day came. Early in the morning, Till suddenly runs into the room, throwing open the door with all his might, and shouts very loudly that Mr. Wang needs to wake up urgently. The boy jumps out of bed in fear and screams just as loudly in response, asking what happened. Till bows on shaky legs, holding the hem of his dress and anxiously apologizes for his behavior, adding that the villagers have received a report of an attack, and all the people are now in a huge panic. Wang sat on the bed with his hair disheveled, and his expression suddenly became serious, after which he asked the girl if they were definitely attacked by someone. Lifting the boy out of bed, she began to quickly change him from his sleeping clothes to his everyday clothes, anxiously telling him that, according to the locals, the enemy had already managed to lay siege to the water canal. While buttoning up his shirt, the boy began to wonder out loud whether the attackers would retreat if they saw their huge number of ballistas. Still not out of sleep, irritated by the early sudden awakening, he thought that how dare someone interrupt the hours of his peaceful sleep. Throwing open the main door and running out of his mansion, he ended his thoughts by saying that he would destroy those who did not let him sleep. Running up the wall, Van sees that the locals have already begun to load the ballistas with their arrows, and the adventurers and knights had their weapons ready. Running to the edge of the wall, Vaughn looked down at the moat and was stunned as he saw that the channel was simply littered with Abgalu. The water inhabitants looked with fear and wariness as D, Abba, and Lo drew their swords and raised them up. Despite the foreboding threat, the Abgalu still swim in a crowd closer to the wall. Frightened villagers suddenly begin to cling to the ballistas. Looking down at the aquatic inhabitants, Van asks aloud a little fearfully if, by chance, the shell dragons are a deity for Abgalu. Looking at Abgala, Van thinks in his head that yesterday they met a child, and today creatures of different genders and ages arrived to them, although, in his opinion, they all look quite young. While he was looking at them thoughtfully, a rough male voice was heard from below, calling to a young man standing above. A large and formidable man with a kind of crown on his head with a serious expression on his face, and the same voice said that he would like to talk to the boy. Looking down, Van was stunned by the man's statement, and thoughts flashed through his head that this Mr. Abgalu had a very scary look. He moves away from the edge of the wall, thinking that he needs to take someone strong with him to the negotiations, and approaches his comrades. Approaching the men, he asks D, Ordo, and Espada to go down with him, and at the same time Bell runs up to them and asks to listen to him. With glowing eyes and clasped hands, the guy joyfully says that it seems that Abgal brought them a lot of rare raw materials, and earlier traders always noted that doing business with them is an excellent commercial opportunity. The enthusiastic guy asks Mr. Rank to let him go down with them and look at Abgala himself, to which the boy, smiling, agrees. Local residents lower the drawbridge and open the entrance gate. Van goes outside with his escort, and the leader of Abgalu begins to swim towards them. The menacing man, folding his arms across his chest, says that his daughter is very grateful to them, after which Van asks if he means the girl they saw yesterday. The man nodded slightly, and then narrowed his eyes, strictly saying that he heard that the boy had defeated the shell dragon. Vaughn visibly perked up at his words, and then became slightly embarrassed by the amount of attention, which did not go unnoticed by the man, who then said that he could see from his reaction that it was, in fact, true. After the words of their leader, the Abgalu were very surprised and began to make noise. They begin to exchange theories among themselves about whether this child is a powerful magician, and that he was most likely accompanied by strong fighters. Turning to look at D, Ordo, and Espada, who stood with a straight face and their shoulders wide open, Vaughn realized that by their powerful aura, the Abgalu understood that the men were strong fighters. Closing his eyes, the leader of Abgalu sternly declares that he recognizes that the boy is a very brave man. Taking everyone standing opposite him by surprise, the man says that he gives his approval for his marriage with Lotta Priola. Wang felt a strong emotional blow from the statement he had just made. He jumps in place and exclaims loudly, asking what other marriage this man has in mind. The boy had a slight panic attack, and cold sweat began to pour down from his face, while he thought that he didn't understand what this Mr. Abgalu was talking about, and who this Lotta Priola was, ending his thoughts with the fact that this is what we're talking about the feelings of two people. Then what kind of marriage is he talking about? The leader of Abgalu folded his hands on his chest and threw a dissatisfied look at the boy, threateningly asking that he really didn't agree to marry Lotta Vesta's only daughter, Lotta Priola. The man says that his daughter has a beautiful appearance and will shine in the future like a precious stone. Smiling exhaustedly, Van asks the man where his daughter is, and he points back with his hand. Taking a closer look, Van saw how the girl was happily splashing around in the company of her friends, throwing a water balloon on her head, and the boy wondered if the man meant her or was he mistaken. Burying his face in his hand, Van said irritably that the girl is still a completely unconscious child. What kind of marriage can we even talk about then? Lotta Vesta replies that they, the Lotta clan, have not yet maintained contact with people. He continued to say that in recent years, the river in which they lived became a watering place for the shell dragons, which caused the death of many of their fellow tribesmen. The man calmly says that, therefore, he is looking for a strong groom for Lotta Priola, who can give her and all of Galu a quiet life. Wang squatted down and sighed dejectedly, thinking that how could he marry off his only daughter just because they needed strong people to ensure the safety of the tribe. Closing his eyes, he remembered that marriage for political purposes is a fairly common phenomenon among aristocrats. The boy nodded understandingly Lotta Vesta, and then said that let his daughter marry whoever she wants to be with in the future. With a hand on his cheek, Vaughn calmly says that they will still protect the Abgalu tribe regardless of this condition. For a second, the man is surprised by his statement, but then his face becomes serious again. Lotta Vesta says that she accepts his proposal, and in this case, they would like to settle near the groom, and then asks if this pond belongs to Mr. Van. In response, the boy asks in surprise that Abgalu really means this channel. Van says that for the place of the canal, he can offer them to settle in the lake behind the village, since bridges and the like are placed here, and if any guests or merchants suddenly come in, it may scare them and the other Abgalu. Van freezes, eyes wide, realizing that a couple of moments ago Lotta Vesta called him a groom. Van jumped up on the spot and loudly shouted to the floating Abgal that he had not given any consent to the marriage. Priola, who stopped for a second, waved her hand to the boy and joyfully shouted that she and the groom would see each other soon, to which Van irritably shouted back to her that he was no groom. Belle, who suddenly appeared behind the boy with burning eyes, begged him to share some rare material with him for the shop if the Abgalu wanted to give him something, to which the boy mumbled displeasedly that if such an opportunity arose, he would help. While Belle was jumping for joy, Espada caught up with Mr. Iwang and told the annoyed boy that he was very lucky that he was able to establish a good relationship with Abgalu. Espada, putting his fist to his chin, thoughtfully says that Abgalu was Mr. Wang's first bride, and then added that he can't even imagine what kind of reaction this will cause in society. Till, standing next to her, leaned over slightly, rubbing her face, and she stammered and said with sadness in her voice that if this is Mr. Wang's choice, then... Till turned away from him, and an awkward silence hung between the three of them, which Espada interrupted with the words that although the master had expressed his refusal, the groom's rebellion was a failed attempt. The Abgalu very quickly reached the lake and began to settle in there. They quickly filled the entire surface of the water, having fun and basking in the gentle sun. The adults of Abgalu chatted lazily by the shore, and the children played in the water near the center of the lake. Watching this picture, Van felt a certain devastation within himself, as his newly built lake instantly became occupied. The boy thought that since he allowed them to live here, it turns out that, as the owner of the territory, he must monitor their well-being. In connection with this thought, the boy built 2 boathouse-like buildings on the water as a recreation area for Abgalu. The aquatic creatures quickly appreciated Mr. Wang's construction and began to often spend their free time there, saying how wonderful it was that now, thanks to the roof and walls, they could relax in peace. Seeing the happy and relaxed atmosphere in the cabins, Wang smiled widely, saying that he was very glad that this place had become popular. Espada, who was walking with him, replied that he had never heard of buildings of this type in the Scuderia. With his hands clasped behind his back, Espada walked and said that this building was precisely executed in the style of the maritime states, and, as one would expect, Mr. Wang has a huge store of knowledge that even he himself does not have, adding that it seems that Mr. I learned a lot without realizing it. The boy pushed the butler in the back with his hands, and, smiling, said that it didn't matter, because now was the time to begin the next stage, namely the construction of a gate and a drawbridge on the back wall of the village. Thus, people could safely go out to the water creatures. And at first, wary residents gradually began to contact Abgalu, sharing crops and meat with him. After some time, people suddenly began to talk about the fact that sincere Abgalu began to bring a variety of ores, which the residents happily took to Bel's shop. After some time, people increasingly began to spend their time in water houses with Abgalu, and the fact that they got along well with each other and looked happy could not but please Van. He decided to build another wall, stronger than the current one and large enough to enclose the lake and further strengthen the village for the safety of Abgalu. Espada and Van were standing in the office on opposite sides of the table on which the drawing lay when the butler said that it would be a good idea to build fortifications in a city of approximately 10,000 for future development. Van asks in surprise whether he is proposing to build a city that is too big, to which the butler replies that given the pace of development of the village, even such a number will be small. Pointing his finger at a point on the drawing, Espada says that if the wall is built, it will need to be controlled, which means a significant number of people will have to be stationed to guard the perimeter. He ends his statement by saying that his advice is to build a city for this number, but make it a little smaller in size. Disagreeing with his reasoning, Wang thought that although rural life was wonderful, it certainly did not attract the young and skilled citizens they needed, because in fact, before this, the barren border village had not attracted people at all. Van suggested that they try to be more realistic with our projected population size and stop at 1 or 2 inhabitants, but Espada sternly brushed this off. Continuing to press his point, the butler said that later they would have to spend even more effort and time, and therefore this should be calculated first, and not allow it to happen someday, after which Van sighed irritably and noted to himself that Espada is very famous for his stubbornness. He was the chief steward and the kind of person who was righteous and unwavering towards his master, but when it came to expressing his opinion, he did not back down, even when it came to my father, and sometimes the head of the Ferdio family had to agree with him. The man confidently said that ideally the length on each part should be at least 600 meters, given that Gulat contains defensive structures, houses, and guild bases. With a small cry, Wang jumped back in fear. Hearing such a figure as 600 meters, he thought that the fact that they were going to build it was very serious, and he wanted the height of the wall to be above 10 meters, and the thought of building it myself. The boy went limp, exhausted, and rested his hands on the table, lowering his head to the tabletop, while Espada told him that the time for serious construction of the fortress wall would come in the future, when they had enough people with them, and now they needed to build the wall in the form that would later can be easily improved. Taking the pen in his hand, Van thoughtfully said that he was only considering options with non-square fortifications of the city. As the boy began to draw something on the map, Espada said that if he meant a round shape, then there are many cases where a mage was able to break through a single point of attack, and a square city is the most common option due to the simple defense. Drawing a 6-pointed star on the map, in the inner corners of which there were 6 independent triangular fortresses, Wang said that he proposed to move aside such a star-shaped city. Pointing his finger at the triangular tower, he says that this is a triangular part, which, even if broken, will not get into the city, and they can be imagined as having 6 independent fortresses. Having drawn a dotted line from the tower to the main wall, he says that you can connect the roof with the city walls, or you can leave them separate, but in this case, install additional drawbridges on the main wall. He says that this way, attackers will have to take their time and attack the corners first before they can get to the main part. Van continues to say that even if they ignore and try to destroy the wall, he receives a concentrated attack from 3 directions, such as the outer corner of the star and the 2 towers adjacent to it. Thoughts flashed through Vaughn's mind that this type of fortress was conceived in a world where gunpowder weapons were common, but he believes that it would also work great in a world of swords and magic. Putting his hand to his chin, Espada agrees with the boy's arguments and reasons that if you attack from the front, then you concentrate your attack, and if the attack is carried out from the corners, you cannot spread out to the left and right, so you must take the fortress with a small number. Espada put his lads on the map and said that this was a very clever form, and in this case, even the strong sorcerers would not be able to line up enough infantry to serve as shields, and they would have to take the fortress with determination, smashing it to smithereens. Van suddenly heard the sounds of approaching footsteps echoing throughout the building and looked in surprise towards the door. Abba suddenly opens the door and runs into the room, loudly calling for Mr. Wang. Stunned and annoyed by what is happening, Van asks what happened, to which the knight answers him that it was not what that happened, but who. Abba loudly says that a messenger has arrived from Count Ferdinand, after which the boy jumped back, his eyes widened in surprise, and a drop of sweat on both glasses. Lo, who approached them, looks out from behind Ab and alarmedly says that he saw there the coat of arms of just Count Ferdinand. Lo said that there was also a flag with a unicorn and the shield of Viscount Cayenne, a rising noble from the Count's faction, and there were 3 carts and about 100 soldiers. The 4 of them stand in the room, and Van asks if this is Count Ferdinand, who personally ruled this village, and hears a positive answer. Then he asks if it is possible that he came to win her back, but no one answers this question. The wheels of the cart slowly crush the green grass underneath. The girl gets out of the cart and takes a step onto the dry ground, saying that she doesn't like all this. A little girl with short blonde hair stands against a high village wall, her dress blowing in the wind. The girl standing next to her speaks of the authenticity of the rumors about the so-called child prodigy. She stands to the left of the child, and her tall figure, with her shoulders squared, sticks her weapon into the ground for support. Her long hair flows along with her cloak, and the girls say that they must see for themselves. Carrot wheels squeak loudly when they hit uneven surfaces. The girl says that he will soon arrive at the village. Screwing the carriages in silence, except for the creaking, 2 female figures are sitting, one of which is a child's, and the second is the figure of a hairy girl. The girl touches the head of the child sitting next to her with her hand, hidden by a black glove. She strokes the girl's hair and asks her not to worry, because she will be next to her. The girl silently nods at her words. They stand in front of the main mansion of the village, and the girl, frowning, says that first they need to see who they will be dealing with. Throwing his cloak over himself, Van asks why envoys from the Count came to them, and so suddenly. Till Kamzan and Espada walk up to the room, preparing the room for the arrival of guests. Till rolls up a cart of dishes and says that she has prepared tea and snacks, after which Van thanks her and looks around the room. Watching Kamzan lay out the cushions and the Espada check for dust, Van says it would be nice to see how many people come in to see if more sofas are needed. Hearing a knock on the door, Van sighed, thinking that whatever will happen, he said that the guests could enter. While he was collecting his thoughts, the door slowly opened. 2 female figures entered the room at the same time. At first, Van's gaze fell on a short girl of about 10 years old. Her chin-length blonde hair was decorated with a flower on one side. Her skin was white, like porcelain, and worry and fear were visible in her eyes. Walking next to her was a tall, slender girl of about 25. As she walked, her long blonde hair fluttered in the air. There was a long scar on her left cheek, and the girl herself was dressed in an officer's uniform. You could see strength and confidence in her gaze. For a couple of seconds, Van fell into a stupor, not expecting to see girls in front of him, since he thought that several middle-aged men would come to him. Looking at the frightened girl, whose gaze was fixed on the floor, he mentally reasons that one of his guests is a child, but understands that a simple child would not be sent to him as a messenger. The boy bowed, placing his hand on his chest, and said that his name was Van Ni Ferdio, and he was entrusted with the ownership of this village. The tall girl, pointing to herself, said that she was Panamera Carrera Cayenne, having just recently been promoted to Viscount. With a wry smile, she added that she was a parvenu of knighthood. Although her words seemed modest, they radiated confidence. The little girl clasped her hands in front of her, and, without looking up, quietly said that she was the youngest daughter of Count Ferdinand, named Haradan Ferdinand. The girl took the hem of her dress and bent in a curtsy, and then said that they learned that the Marquis of Ferdio had come to this village, and her father invited her to come and greet him. And at the end, she added that she was very glad to meet him. Looking at the girl in surprise, he began to think about why the youngest daughter was sent to the village. And then, meeting Panamera's predatory gaze, he assumed that she was her escort. Panamera, looking at the boy, confidently said that he looked younger than Mrs. Hardut, but he controlled himself much better and then asked why Mr. Wang thought they came here. The question seemed very direct and sharp to him, and Van, smiling nervously, thought that he had a strong feeling that she wanted to find out his true intentions. He reasoned to himself that the Count, whose territory had been reduced, albeit by the king's decision, would be both angry and in awe of the Marquis. The boy genius Wang had been sent to a remote area, and the Count feared that the Marquis might be planning a surprise attack from the border. He ended his reasoning with the thoughts that he could, so the Count sent Panamera as a strong man with experience of many years of military service. And his daughter? Looking at Panamera sitting on the chair, he opened his mouth. Wang said that he believed it was to ascertain the enemy's position and subsequently reach an agreement with him. After answering in a casual tone, Panamera's eyes widened and she began to laugh. The girl laughed very loudly, waving her arms, and then said, "It is simply incredible that a 10-year-old child can have such deep insight." She covered her face with her hand, brushing away the tears that came out from laughter, and then, spreading her hands in different directions, with a smile on her face, she said that Mr. Wang's assumption was completely true, and Sir Ferdinand could not read the inside of the Marquis. Wang catches Lady Harut's scared look as Panamera says that everyone has been on the lookout for a powerful heir, and Mr. Wang's name has been mentioned occasionally over the past 2 years. Wang sat on the sofa, eyes wide open and experiencing some tension and pressure, listening to Panamera's words that if Mr. Wang is already attracting so much attention, then after the ritual of determining magical abilities, a grand opening will take place, and the Marquis can only boast of his further prosperity. However, this did not happen, and here they are. Waving her hand, Panamera lowered her gaze and said that she assumed that Mr. Wang had no talent for the magic of the 4 elements, but she also could not understand how he could be placed only as the nominal owner of a fief where there was nothing to do. She adds that after all, Mr. Wang was rumored to be a child prodigy, and usually fief owners must be educated enough to work for the development of the territory. She curled the fingers of her hand, leaving only her index finger, and said that this was why Count Ferdinand wondered why Mr. Wang was entrusted with the lands bordering the Count's territory and the Geronet Kingdom. Panamera brought her right hand to her face, and looking at the boy with an eerie glance from under her brows, she seriously asked that the leadership of the Marquis of Ferdio was not ambitious, inappropriate for his position. Vaughn reasoned that fighting to the death between aristocrats was prohibited in this country, and to say something so directly even though it might be punishable was a bit strange. He ended his argument by arguing that they intended to give him information and see how he behaved. Looking Panamera straight in the eyes, Van says that if they hide it for long, they will eventually find out, and then adds that the girl is right that he does not have the ability for 4-element magic. Sitting on the sofa and closing his eyes, he says that, however, other fears are groundless, since he was simply expelled. Surprised by his words, the girl froze for a moment, and then propped her chin on her hand and said that it sounded very ridiculous. Relaxingly, the girl asked that the rumor that the youngest son of the Marquis Ferdio was just a rumor. Vaughn's expression changed to a serious one, and he asked if the girl really thought that his father had sent him here on some specific mission. The girl, closing her eyes, waved her hand and calmly said that she had been told that there was a simple village here, consisting of only 100 huts. Recalling the architecture of the village that she saw while heading towards the main mansion, Panamera says that somehow in just 1 or 2 months, in such a short period, Mr. Wang erected such a fortress wall, and the buildings were also redesigned, using unprecedented materials. Having said this, she fixed her gaze on Dee and Espada, who were standing behind the sofa on which Vaughn was sitting, and said that it was also worth noting the presence of an experienced butler and a master knight. Panamera glanced at Mrs. Harut, sitting to her right, and saw how her hands, which she placed on her lap, were shaking. She put her hand on the girl's hand and squeezed it, and then began to say that at least, "You have 5,000 subordinates." Panamera's grandiose conclusion made Mr. Wang freeze in place and open his mouth in silent shock. Looking menacingly at the boy, she said that the technology that allows an army to be carried out unnoticed is a huge threat for them. However, they somehow did it, knowing about the possibility of being noticed. She added that they are looking forward to Mr. Wang's next move with great anticipation. The boy sat on the sofa, looking down, and tried with all his might to restrain himself from a fit of laughter. When Panamera voiced his reasoning that they were apparently planning to turn the village on the border into a new military base, Vaughn couldn't help but let out a loud laugh, but then immediately covered his mouth with his hand. The two girls looked at him blankly. Wang's body trembled with small giggles, and he himself thought that this was a reasonable assumption if you look solely at the situation without any context. But the truth lay in the fact that he was just simply kicked out of their own home. Panamera's face was distorted with anger, and she asked Mr. Wang in a low, growling voice what was so funny about what he heard in her eyes. Seeing the sudden change in her mood and the entire situation, Dee's expression became serious, and he began to reach for his large sword, resting all this time on his back. Following the example of the deputy head of the Knights of Dai, Kamzin visibly tensed and placed his hand on the katana on his belt. Noticing the behavior of his comrades, Van, no longer hiding, began to laugh loudly, and his face turned red. Catching the displeased glance of Panamera and Dee, whose hand was still hanging in the air, Van, holding his stomach from laughter, apologized to everyone present and said that the more tense the atmosphere became, the more unbearable it became for him to hold back his laughter. Exhaling loudly as he came to his senses, Vaughn apologized to Panamera and Lady Hurrit for laughing and, waving his hand, said that he would now prevent them from going astray. Panamera contorted her face with displeasure, not understanding what misconceptions he was talking about. Throwing his glance at Kamzin, who still continued to stand with a serious face and hold his hand over his katana, Vaughn said that all that his father allowed him to take with him on the journey was luggage for one carriage, and this boy named Kamzin. Lord Hurrit's hand trembled when she heard Van's words that his family members did not even accompany him on the road. When Van added that he was ordered to leave the city quietly and unnoticed so that no one would see him, Hurrit froze, her eyes wide open in surprise. Listening to his words, Panamera asked with obvious disbelief, what then about the knight and the butler, and also the maid and two young knights waiting outside, who, in all likelihood, are his subordinates? Wang opened his mouth slightly to answer her question, but Dee intervened in their conversation, who confidently stated that, impressed by their innate wisdom and boundless leadership talent, they all voluntarily followed Mr. Wang to the village. His words led the girl into confusion. Dee laughed loudly, saying that, in fact, he had recently received a letter from the head of the knightly order ordering his immediate return, but he had ignored it. Van tried to reason with him by saying that if he was ordered to return and he didn't, he would most likely be expelled, but Dee only laughed louder in response. While Vaughn watched him in confusion, Espada also intervened in the conversation, saying that as far as he was concerned, as everyone could see, he was already an old man. Standing behind Mr. Wang, he put his hand on his chest and said that when he heard that Mr. Wang was leaving for the countryside, he thought it would be a great opportunity to retire, so he is here now. He added that his intention is to pass on all his knowledge to Mr. Wang as a way to pass the time during his old age. Listening to his words with a forced smile on his face, Van thought that his butler had a very annoying hobby. Till, who also wanted to express her point of view, put her hand on her chest and said with a serious expression that despite the fact that Mr. Wang is a member of an aristocratic family, he communicates with people from the lower strata like her and other servants as equals. The girl added that the kind-hearted Mr. Wang, who cares about other people more than anyone else in this world, is something she would like to serve forever. Wang, greatly embarrassed by such kind words addressed to himself, smiled radiantly and said, turning to the two girls sitting opposite him, that in return he was also very grateful to these people for following the exiled gentleman to such a remote area due to the fact that they just wanted to be close to him. Panamera still looked at the boy with disbelief in his eyes, and then asked how, in this case, he was going to explain the external transformation of this village. Rising from his seat, Van followed to the exit of the room, and, turning to the girls, invited them to go with him and see everything with their own eyes. Not understanding what was happening now, Panamera asked the boy in surprise where he was going. Wang walked to the door and touched it with his hand, and then, smiling widely, joyfully said that he was going outside, since he was just about to build a new outer fortress wall. Both girls froze at these words and looked at the boy in surprise. feud hereditary land ownership granted by the overlord to his vassal under the condition of performing service or paying customary fees. Coming out of the mansion, Van was very surprised to see in front of the main entrance 2 tightly lined ranks of knights who stood motionless. Following him, Panamera, passing by the knights, loudly gave the order that they should go out to investigate, and a continuing column 5 meters later. The villagers gathered near the mansion, anxiously watching what was happening and quietly whispering among themselves, trying to understand what was happening here. While passing by locals, Wang asked a small group of men to bring wooden blocks for him. The aristocrats, accompanied by their assistants and knights, left the village, passing through the hanging gates. They moved along the perimeter walls around the village for some time until the Panamera stopped abruptly. The girl's face twisted into a dissatisfied grimace, and with irritability and disbelief in her voice, she asked Mr. Wang how long they still had to walk. Turning to her, Van's thoughts flashed through her head that she really suspected that they had prepared some kind of ambush for them. He approached Espada, who stood thoughtfully with a piece of paper and asked if this neighborhood was suitable for them, to which the man replied that the area would be just right. However, the corners would be a little further away. The butler squatted down, and Van told him that, in this case, he would make the width about 2 meters, so that he could adjust it later, and Espada replied that he understood everything. Van turned to Panamera and Harut and said that they would now build a fortress wall, after which the girl became indignant in surprise, asking how they planned to build it right now. Suddenly, there was a loud noise from the side. Espada touched the ground with his hand, and in the blink of an eye it shot upward, forming a high earthen wall. Observing this, Panamera and Harut, whose hair was blown by the outgoing stream of wind, were very surprised, and Panamera noted that Espada turned out to be a first-class retired 4-element magic user. When Vaughn touched the earthen wall, she added that, however, this also meant that if the magic was lost, the wall would collapse and lose its strength. Activating his magic, Vaughn thought about the fact that this wall was made up of bones, volcanic and earthen rocks, as well as some ore, which meant that there were a lot of materials to join. Wang gave the material a smooth surface by shaping a piece of dirt into a large, smooth rectangle, thinking that he wanted to make perfect concrete, but they didn't have enough material to do it, so they had to take temporary measures. Raising her head high and looking up in shock, Panamera asked how Mr. Wang did it. After some time, local residents brought wooden blocks to this place and laid them out at the future gate. Looking at the laid out blocks, Panamera asked with interest whether Mr. Wang also used these materials to build houses, to which he answered in the affirmative, and thoughts flashed through his head that it was just wood. While the 2 girls watched with interest, Van raised his hand over the blocks and quickly began to connect them together, creating a gate. He noted to himself that when building a gate, the first thing you need to think about is shape and strength. The girls watched Mr. Wang's actions with some apprehension, while their knights made a little noise, their mouths open in surprise. After the boy said that he was finished, the outgoing flow of wind began to calm down, and the dust gradually began to dissipate. Van stood opposite the gate, which was 15 times taller than himself and had a semicircular shape on top. He turned to the others and with a wide smile on his face, said that this is exactly how construction happens. All the lands were in silent shock, but the silence was broken by Mr. Harut, who, clenching her hands into fists, worriedly asked Mr. Wang what his magical abilities were. These words brought Panamera to his senses, and she, supporting Lady Harut's question, asked what it was, and how Mr. Wang could do this. She twisted her face, displeasedly asking who this child was. But Van just shrugged and said with a smile on his face that he just had production magic, and therefore all he could do was create various kinds of things. Harut froze in surprise when Van said that his type of magic was considered the most useless in society. She pressed her little fists to her chest, and her eyes opened wide in surprise. Harut's father was constantly busy, so he never spent time with his daughter, and for her mother, a beautiful tall blonde woman with a fan in her hands, the girl was of absolutely no interest, so she always left her to a nanny. The little girl looked at her parents with big surprised eyes, holding a rag doll, and thought that, for obvious reasons, she was worthless. Throughout her childhood, she hid behind a maid's skirt due to her timidity, and while spending time reading books, She realized that she had no aptitude for learning, and eventually realized that there was nothing she had a talent for. However, after some time, one thing was found, and it was the magic of puppeteering. Although physically the girl was very inept, but oddly enough, she could control her rag doll in a short fluffy dress and move it more freely than her own body. Harriet was not capable of anything, but she saw an opportunity in puppeteering, thinking with a smile on her face that now she could please her mother. Excited at the prospect of gaining approval from her father and mother, whom she almost never saw, the girl began desperately practicing her magic every day with various toys. She enthusiastically decided that she wanted to dance with a doll her size. However, things didn't go at all as she planned. Her face turned to the side, following the direction of the loud bang. Her cheek immediately flushed red, and the girl froze in shock, and tears began to form in the corners of her eyes. Continuing to hold her palm still open after the blow in front of her, her mother, without hiding the anger and disgust on her face, angrily shouted that Harriet was a useless and completely mediocre child. The woman grabbed the crying child by the hair, but Harriet did not understand then why she had angered her mother so much, and then she learned that, it turns out, the magic of puppeteering was considered vicious and was despised in high society. The woman threw her child out the door and left him sitting on the floor in the hallway, slamming the door to her room. The girl remained sitting on the floor, continuing to cry loudly, realizing that even in the end her magic, which had become her only hope, was also unusable. After that day, my mother completely stopped visiting Harriet, and other people also did not start any conversations with her, generally not paying any attention to her. Harriet quietly held her breath and spent idle days, sitting in her room surrounded by toys. She shrank, sitting on the bed, tears continued to fall down her cheeks, and clutching her head, she thought with horror that she was ugly, and nothing could be done about it. Her mother brought the girl into this world, but she could do nothing for her. To repay for this, and the only thing she can do is disappoint everyone around her, causing them only grief, since they expected results from her and the benefits of her magic. Remembering her mother's loud, angry cry that Harriet was a mediocre child, she realized that her mother was completely right. She closed her eyes, and tears poured down her cheeks even more. The girl began to cry bitterly. At the age of 10, Harriet was first summoned by her father to his office. Taking the hem of her dress with both hands, she bowed to the man and, in a voice shaking with fear, noted that they had not seen him for a very long time. A man sitting at a table reading a document and a tall girl standing opposite him agreed with the girl's statement. The girl, looking at the man, asked in a serious voice if he was sure of her candidacy, and then added that in her opinion, when dealing with a person who does not have a title, it would be possible to simply send a summons. The man, looking up at the girl, asks her not to talk nonsense, since such things depend on time and circumstances, and it certainly won't be unnecessary if something goes wrong. And then he strictly ordered the girl to do everything as he ordered. All this time she stood silently with her head down. Looking up a little, she thought that she was very interested in who this girl was. The girl waved her hand and closed her eyes, saying that she understood everything, and then noted that, as she understood, their return would depend on the other side. She turned and walked towards the girl, who, noticing this, jumped in fear in place when she heard her being addressed by her full name. The girl sat down on one knee in front of the child, and with a smile on her face said that she was Viscount Panamericara Cayenne, and then asked if the girl had already heard about her future marriage. Erit did not expect to hear something like that, so she began to shake a little. She lowered her eyes, from which tears were already ready to flow, and said in fear that no one had told her anything about this. The girl rubbed her chin with her hand and thoughtfully said that if he turns out to be an incapable person, then the girl shouldn't worry, because in that case they won't consider him as an option. The girl raised her frightened eyes and asked in a trembling voice, looking at her father, that she should leave her house because everyone considers her useless. The Viscount, with a serious face, told her that this was not the case at all. They were standing at the window when the girl added that all her brothers and sisters already had spouses, and Mrs. Harriet was the last one left. Panamera leaned over to the girl and began to pat her on the head, with a smile on her face, saying that it would be just wonderful if her fiancé turned out to be a good person. Harriet, surprised by Panamera's actions, jumped on the spot. Harriet stood motionless, closing one eye in surprise, while the girl ruffled her hair and thought that her hand was powerful, but at the same time very gentle. Her eyes reflected Panamera's softly smiling face as she thought that she had finally met someone who cared about her. After some time, they went to the village of the youngest son of the Marquis Ferdio, and this subsequent trip by carriage, lasting about 3 weeks, turned out to be the most joyful days in Harut's entire life. Panamera was very kind, although she often found reasons to be angry and cursed at everyone around her. When bad thoughts entered Harriet's head, and she said that she was good for nothing, Panamera lectured her, and then calmed her down and hugged her tightly. She often talked to the girl on various topics and affectionately stroked her head, while giving her a soft smile. Harriet really enjoyed spending time in the company of Panamera. When the girl began to cry with joy, Panamera did not get angry, and again stroked her head. During this time, she fell in love with the girl's hands very much. The girl held her hand with both of hers, stroked it, and said with tenderness that it was a very affectionate and warm magical hand. But Panamera only laughed it off, laughingly saying that her hands had long been completely covered with scars and calluses. Harriet understood that they would soon reach the village. She closed her eyes and squeezed the hem of her dress with her hands, thinking that she did not want any marriage, but wanted to always be with Panamera. Therefore, the girl decided not to approach Mr. Wang and watch him during negotiations as if nothing would ever connect them in the future. Paying attention to his demeanor and words, it was obvious to Harut that the boy was a special person. Sitting silently on the sofa while her escort talked with the owner of the village, Harut lowered her eyes to the floor and clutched her dress, thinking that Mr. Wang was the complete opposite of her, since he behaved very openly with Panamera, even though this was their first meeting, and he also has subordinates who respect him. Harut reasoned that despite the fact that Mr. Wang is younger than her, he has already achieved a lot and fully met the expectations of his parents, since he is a very talented boy with real abilities and full of confidence. She wondered why he was so lucky and she was not, until she heard the boy's words that his family did not even accompany him on his long journey, and moreover, they ordered him to quietly and unnoticed to leave the city. The girl froze, and her eyes opened wide in surprise. Staring intently at one point, she thought that this was a very cold way to address the child, and then assumed that he must have been treated the same way as she had been treated all this time. She began to wonder what was different about them. Listening to Mr. Wang and watching the miracles he creates with his production magic, which is called unsuccessful, her envious and disgusting feelings were replaced by a strong interest in the boy. Harriet looked at the boy in fascination, clasping her hands on her chest. Because the aristocrats have a strong hope in the magic of the 4 elements, akin to faith, the girl stopped using her magic from the day her mother rejected her. Clenching her hands, she buried her head in the floor and thought that perhaps if she had not stopped training then, she could become like Mr. Wang. She pressed her fists even closer to herself and clenched her teeth, and then thought that she, too, was at least a little. He will try his best. Looking at the gate that suddenly appeared, Panamera said that this force was a threat. Folding her arms across her chest, she sternly added that Mr. Wang was most likely capable of erecting bases at important strategic points, and thus the Marquis could very well be targeting Count Ferdinand's territory. Van groaned in surprise, and then, waving his hand in front of him, said that his father knew nothing about his strength, since he kicked him out immediately when he found out that he possessed production magic. Taking a sip, Panamera touched her forehead with her hand and lowered her eyes, and said that this wastefulness was simply ridiculous, since if the Marquis had the strength of Mr. Wang, he could rapidly expand his sphere of influence. However, she then added that even she would not have thought from the very beginning that production magic had such potential. Pointing his palm in the direction of the village, Van said, smiling, that tomorrow they will again start building the fortress wall, so Harut and Panamera invites Harut and Panamera to temporarily postpone their departure. Looking up at the gate, Panamera thoughtfully replies that she doesn't mind, because they have nothing left to do except this, since they must see the completed structure. Walking along the village streets, Panamera began to bombard the boy with questions. Did he build all these houses and that magnificent bridge himself? She then curiously asked if there was anyone else with production magic. Arriving at the Lord's mansion, she asked what materials were used in production and what was their strength. Having received answers to all her questions, Panamera sat on the sofa in Mr. Wang's office and, touching her chin with her hand, thoughtfully said that she understood everything, but could not agree with everything. Van sat opposite her and sighed with relief and thought that this time, apparently, their misunderstanding was resolved. Suddenly, the girl unexpectedly said that she was actually ordered to bring up the conversation about the marriage of Mr. Wang and Mrs. Harut. Vaughn looked at her in surprise, realizing that this was most likely the primary reason why the girl was sent here, and in other words, the daughter was sent to eliminate the hostility. And then he said that the village was in an area where there was a high probability of appearance magical beasts. Looking Panamera straight in the eyes, Vaughn calmly said that they intended to continue to strengthen the walls and greatly develop the village. However, this did not mean that they wished to compete with anyone. And in the end, he said that this is all they need to know, and based on this, an arranged marriage is not required. Panamera noted that the village will indeed continue to develop. Crossing her legs, she ran her hand over her chin, and with a smile on her face said that now her interest had awakened, causing surprise to appear on the boy's face. Leaning her head on her palm, Panamera cast a playful glance at the boy, and, smiling, said that he himself was very interested in her. Looking at his surprised face, she began to tell that Mrs. Harut is a girl for whom she personally worries. Therefore, when Count Ferdinand spoke to her about his daughter's marriage, she was categorically against it. She continued speaking, revealing that Harut was expected to marry into the potentially hostile Marquis family, and her partner would be the youngest child, who had become a border feudal lord at a young age. Panamera looked down at the floor and said that whether the boy was capable or incapable, which is why he was kicked out, she thought that Mrs. Harut would most likely be unhappy. Nodding, Van noted that Panamera was right. Then the girl began to think, saying that it was unknown whether she would be given a cold shoulder, or whether she would live on the border without supplies and money, or whether she and the village would be destroyed by a gang of bandits or magical animals. Recollecting in her head all the words that Panamera said, with every second Harut's face became darker and darker. Panamera waved her hand and said that that was why she came here, thinking about the reasons why she could not marry Harut. Looking at the drooping girl, Vaughn thought that most likely the reason she looked so gloomy from the start was because she wasn't ready to give up her own life, and then wondered if she was grieving for the future while drowning in a sense of your own grim determination. Van rubbed his chin thoughtfully, noting in his head that to some extent he could understand Harut, since he had been in a similar situation himself. Touching her lips with her fingers, Panamera smiled playfully and calmly said that, however, after meeting Mr. Wang, her mood had changed a lot. She folded her hands under her chest and, smiling, said that even thinking first of all about the happiness of Lady Harut, she would fully support the idea of marriage if Mr. Wang became her fiancé, and even if he was a little younger, he himself was almost flawless. Looking at the surprised boy, she continued to say that he has foresight and sobriety of judgment unlike those of children. He cares about his subordinates and his territory, and even despite the fact that he was exiled to the border, he has subjects behind him who will go for him. Panamera added that Van turned away from his unfortunate fate and found spiritual strength and wisdom in himself, and moreover, he has magical powers that no one could even imagine. Smiling, Panamera raised her head and said that if they were the same age, she would consider Mr. Wang as her fiancé. Van immediately lit up at her compliment. His eyes widened, and he covered his embarrassed face with his palms and thought that he was very pleased that Panamera praised him in this way. Her compliments make him extremely happy, and he wouldn't mind if Panamera complimented him even more. He was so happy that he screamed internally, but tried not to show it on his face. Looking at the girl sitting next to her, she said that it remained to find out whether this was a mutual will, and then asked Mrs. Harut what she thought about it. Panamera smiled and calmly told the girl that she was not forcing her to do anything, and she was free to decide for herself, and was only voicing her own judgment, which was that she could not find a better partner. Raising her frightened and embarrassed gaze, Harut began to nervously squeeze the hem of her dress, trying to say something. Almost crying, she lowered her gaze and said in a trembling voice that she thought Mr. Wang was a good person, but She couldn't say for sure yet. Seeing her reaction, the boy began to wave his hands in front of him in confusion, saying that he had not yet thought about marriage either, and if there were circumstances that made it difficult for Mrs. Harut, then she and Panamera could settle in this village without marriage, and he will gladly host them. After Vaughn said that be that as it may, he understands that this is an important decision, so she can take her time and think it over. Eret raised her head and looked at him in surprise. Panamera leaned back on the sofa and folded her arms under her chest, asking if the master would not benefit from this marriage. The girl noted that he had developed this village in such a short period of time, and even if nothing was done, rumors would reach people, they would pay attention to the village, and it would still continue to develop. She gave him a serious look and confidently said, imagining many arms around the boy, that this power is a very rare thing that in the future may become a target for other states, and he should strive for more to protect himself and his territory. Van asked her if marrying Lady Harut would be a prospect for this. Waving her hand and sticking out her index finger, she confidently replied that this goes without saying, because he still has not received any help at all from the family of Marquis Ferdio. She added that if Van marries Lady Harut, then he can count on the support of Count Ferdinand in the future, and above all, on the support of Panamera herself. Spreading her arms to the sides, Panamera smiled widely and began to laugh, saying that she shouldn't have said that, but marriage would also eliminate the possibility of Count Ferdinand's knightly order attacking in an attempt to retake the territory. The boy grimaced his face, irritably thinking that all these continuous advantages are very similar to some kind of scam. He put his fist to his chin and, narrowing his eyes slightly, thought that this sounded like an ideal form of political marriage. That is, to have fewer enemies and most allies, and if in addition there were economic advantages, it would be even better. The boy asked questions, whether there were any advantages for Count Ferdinand, and realized that there was no. He mentally added that it would only make sense for Harut to send him to him if he were to explore the border on the secret orders of his father. Looking at the two girls sitting opposite him, he thought that under the current circumstances there was no need for this person to offer him his daughter, and he does not see any benefit in having a connection with the youngest son of the Marquis. Panamera laughed and noted that the positions were reversed. Looking at Mr. Wang, she said that today they intended to stay the night, and the boy had the whole day to think about everything, and then added that if he wanted to know more, he could talk to her or Miss Harut. Not expecting to hear something like this, Van suddenly jumped up in place, screaming in surprise and asking again if they wanted to stay the night. In response to his reaction, Panamera first let out a small laugh. Smiling widely, she began to laugh, saying that she was finally able to see the real boy, so he made an even more positive impression. The girl cheerfully added that everything previous that Mr. Wing gave them was not at all like a child. Van let out a laugh of hopelessness and, putting on a smile, asked that in this case, it turns out that their soldiers will remain in the village. Hugging herself comfortably and lowering her eyes, Panamera told Van not to forget that they were in enemy territory, and for her, a fragile woman, it was quite dangerous, so she would like their people to be with them. Looking at her in surprise, Vaughn irritably thought that how could she call herself a fragile girl when she was literally one of the strongest people he had ever met. Turning to the girl, Panamera asked Harut what they should do and said that if they wanted to stay today, then she thought the girl could stay at Mr. Wang's mansions. The girl jumped in place, and her face suddenly flushed red. She began to stutter, asking whether she should stay at the master's estate. Eret lowered her gaze, covering her ears with her hands, and began to breathe quickly, and, stuttering, began to quietly say that sharing a bed with a boy is... Van, listening to her embarrassed indignation, sighed, trying to maintain composure and putting on a smile, thought that how Harut came up with the idea that they would sleep together. Watching the girl gasp, Vaughn thought slightly irritably that judging by the way she blushed brightly and lowered her eyes, she must have imagined something special for a 10-year-old girl. Panamera leaned towards the red as a tomato girl and hugged her, touching the top of her head with her hand, and jokingly said that, much to Mr. Wang's regret. But after all, Mrs. Harut was still only a girl, so she would prefer that this time Harut settled in the room with her, and then asked if there were still free rooms in the mansions. Van took a deep breath, seeing Panamera's nasty grin, and, waving his hand, said that they don't have to worry about it, since he will immediately start making the hotel. When the boy told her this, Panamera laughed loudly, taking his statement as a joke. After this, Van built a large 2-story page for Panamera, Lady Harut, and their soldiers. 2 girls stood looking around the building in surprise, saying that they didn't even think that he would actually build a hotel. He made rooms for 4 people for the soldiers, and since they were already thinking of setting up camp, this made them very happy, and they began to jump and have fun with joy. Vaughn took Harut and Panamera to their room and then invited them all to dinner. Until then, they were to rest in their rooms until the time came. Van, Till and Kamzan were standing together when she anxiously asked the boy if scaly wolf meat would be suitable as a dish for dinner, to which he answered in surprise that if the meat was tasty, then why not? Ortho and his squad also hunt mythical monsters, but after the shell dragons, other various creatures began to appear in this village. And for some reason, the other day all the large scaly wolves appeared in packs, and they all dealt with them. So tasty, they still have plenty of meat. Belle was very excited about this situation and said that scaly wolves are very dangerous and very strong, and not to mention their fangs and claws, their destructive power, that only one can be used to make equipment for only one person, and this fact is what makes them so special. Till enthusiastically stated that she would try to make the food as tasty as possible for the sake of his successful marriage with the dear Mrs. Harut. In surprise, Van jumped up in place, asking in surprise if the girl was against their marriage. Till smiled softly, and putting her hand to her chest, calmly said that she, as a person who had been with Mr. Wang for so long, was a little sad, but she thought that Lady Harut would always support him, so she would serve such a couple as much as you like. Van stood and looked at the girl with his mouth wide open. Till clasped her hands together and joyfully said that, besides, if Mr. Wang's wife turns out to be a kind and gentle girl, then it will be much easier for her to be with him and serve him. Based on her words, Wang understood that her ideal was a quiet environment, and noted that this was very important to her. Kamzan nodded, agreeing with the girl's words, and said that he was also not against Miss Harut. However, if it were possible to choose, he would prefer a stronger person. Someone like Miss Panamera. Van realized that Kamzan's ideal was strength that could protect, and thought that he did not know that Kamzan liked women who were strong in spirit. Espada, who approached them, folded his hands behind his back and calmly said that in his opinion, the Viscount's words were the pure truth, and from the point of view of Count Ferdinand, the marriage of Mr. Wang and Mrs. Harut would not have any meaning for him, and given the fact that he originally sent her for an engagement, then it is likely that she does not have the ability to magic the 4 elements. Van sighed irritably, thinking that it was still difficult to say whether she was kicked out just like him or not. Putting his hand to his chin, Espada said thoughtfully that it was likely that Viscount Panamera had sincerely acknowledged Mr. Wang's strength, so he was sure that her words were not a lie. However, they could not ignore the changes in circumstances that would arise if Mr. Wang and Mrs. Harut will get married. Van put his hands in his pockets, and turning away, said that in this case, Count Ferdinand and Viscount Panamera would have unconditional access to the village, and in addition, there would be questions about ballistas, fortifications of buildings, weapons, and armor. The boy thoughtfully added that we should also not forget about Abgalu. Espada calmly said that Mr. Wang would also have to talk to his father, since they were considering a marriage with a member of the Count's family with whom his relationship was no better, and looking into the future, he might break it off completely, so this will be the deciding factor. Van perked up a little at the butler's words and, turning to him, asked if he meant that his father might be targeting the Count's territory. Imagining a map of the territory in his head, Van reasons that their kingdom of Scuderia has been expanding its territory for more than 10 years, and it has reached the point that neighboring states are afraid of them and are hostile. So the king, most of all, did not like the idea of discord among his own. Looking at the Espada, Vaughn wondered if this was currently possible. Espada noted that there are several different methods. For example, increasing the territory by taking an active role in military operations, making it difficult to maintain the territory, impoverishing it economically, or reducing its rights, sabotaging. In general, there are many ways. Van sighed, saying that this was a very terrible thing. Van walked in the direction of his mansion, telling the Espada, Kamzan, and Till, who followed him, that even if the situation changes greatly, depending on whether he and Lady Harriet marry or not, then her will should be given priority. Looking at his feet, Van calmly said that if Mrs. Harriet for some reason could not return home, she could remain living in this village regardless of marriage, and if she herself decided to return back, then he would allow her to do so. The boy raised his eyes and, looking at his mansion, noted that he didn't have much of an opportunity to communicate with her, so he would try to do it at dinner. Van, Panamera, and Mrs. Harriet were sitting in the dining room of the mansion and having dinner. Harriet was slowly cutting the meat on her plate when Van started talking to her, asking how she liked the food, and the girl raised her head slightly. Looking at the girl with a wide smile on her face, Vaughn said that he thought that when they had more ingredients, they could try making something sweet. The girl became embarrassed and began to stutter while trying to answer, while thoughts of that Mr. Wang himself spoke to her. She clutched the instruments in her hands, thinking that she needed to give a normal answer. She pulled herself together and calmly replied that the meat, salad, and fruit were very tasty. As she commented on how good it was, Till, who was standing behind Vaughn, threw a small clenched fist into the air. Lowering her head, Harut clutched the hem of her dress again, thinking that she was starting to get a little used to Mr. Wang's company. However, so far she had had to talk to him very little, which is why she stuttered a lot, and then noted that she was very ashamed of this. She raised her eyes and faced Mr. Wang's good-natured gaze, and thought that it was not like he was looking at her with contempt. Remembering Panamera's contented and smiling face during the negotiations, Harut notes that even such a kind and magnificent person as Mrs. Panamera recognized his outstanding qualities. Harut hunched over in her chair, her head down, and thought that she couldn't believe that she had the chance to meet such a wonderful person. She was pulled out of her thoughts by Van's words asking what Lady Harriet's hobbies were. The girl squirmed a little in her chair, and then, slightly stammering, said that she liked cute things. Imagining cats in his head, Van asked a little embarrassedly if she meant small animals when talking about cute things. Harut pressed her hand to her chest, and slightly stammering, answered that she likes dolls, beautiful flowers, and animals that do not move. Putting his hand on his chin, Van looked at the girl in surprise and said that he had never seen dolls before. Smiling radiantly, he asked Harut to show him the dolls next time, if it wouldn't be a problem for her. The girl, surprised by such a request, jumped up in her chair, saying that she would show him her dolls. She clenched her fist near her chest and looked at the boy in surprise. Observing his calm appearance, Harut thought that such spontaneity and calmness inherent in Mr. Wang is the atmosphere of an adult, despite the fact that he is younger than her, but at the same time Harut does not feel any discomfort next to him. A little embarrassed, she added to herself that when she spoke, Mr. Wang was calmly waiting. She calmly replied that her dolls were in the carriage, so she could show them to him tomorrow. Holding the instruments in his hands, Van closed his eyes and smiled softly at the girl, thanking her for the offer. Aruth opened her eyes wide, looking in fascination at the boy's smiling face. Her face turned red again, and she pressed her hand to her heart, thinking that she was now experiencing some kind of joyful, but at the same time temporary exciting feeling. Sensing Eret's mood, Panamera cast her playful glance at the girl and smiled maliciously. She watched with tender eyes at the girl, whose face flushed even more with embarrassment, and she hung her head again to hide it. After some time, continuing her meal and looking at the smiling face of the boy, Harut noted to herself that Mr. Wang talked to her several more times during dinner. Looking at her plate, the girl thought that it seemed to her that she was gradually starting to get used to him, and she even wanted to continue talking to him. Lowering her gaze in embarrassment, she thought that she wanted to start a dialogue with him herself and always look into his eyes, as he does. Throughout the dinner, Harut thought that she wanted to ask Mr. Wang something herself, and when dessert was already brought, she was still trying to collect her thoughts and gain courage. They left the mansion and decided to take a short walk before going to the hotel. Panamera, walking behind Mr. Van, looking around, noted that at night the village was very safe and peaceful. Harut walked behind, lowering her eyes to the floor and clutching her dress, because she was unable to speak first to Mr. Manga. Remembering the maid's satisfied face, Panamera smiled softly and said that the food was so delicious that it was amazing how many different ingredients and seasonings they had. Several local residents passed by and greeted Mr. Wang with a smile on their faces, and he responded just as joyfully and good-naturedly. Drawing attention to this, Panamera said that it was impossible not to note the fact that, apparently, the local residents loved and respected him very much. Van turned to her and smilingly asked if she really thought so, and then replied that Till was indeed a very good cook, and the villagers could not help but be happy that the food situation in their village had improved. Looking at the boy in response, Panamera said that he was very modest, and in his place she would loudly declare her exploits, because it would be made public outside the village. Stopping in front of the hotel, Van waved his hand and said that the village was provided with enclosing walls and materials for houses by his subordinates and the local residents themselves, and he only helped them with this. The boy added that in the future, when the demographics exceed 1,000 people, then they will make a list of reasons to be proud. Placing her hands on her belt, Panamera laughed and said that she would really look forward to this moment. The girl turned around and glanced over her shoulder at Mrs. Harut. She waved her hand and, smiling, wished the boy good night, and then went into the hotel, leaving the girl alone with him. Van turned to Aruth and saw that she was standing still, shifting from one foot to the other. Looking at the girl in surprise, he suggested that it seemed like she wanted to tell him something. He came a little closer to her and asked her what was the matter. Behind them, Till and Kamzan stood at some distance and watched what was happening. After 5 minutes, they also continued to stand in the same place, but Eret's movements became more nervous, which is why even Van began to feel a little awkward. Harit clenched her hands and began to speak quietly. She bowed sharply to him and began to jabber loudly, thanking Mr. Wang for today. She added that today she was very tense, as she was very afraid of meeting the person with whom she might be engaged. But her face turned even redder when she said with a slightly trembling voice that she then saw that Mr. Wang was a very good and kind person, and so she was able to breathe calmly. She loudly shouted good night to the boy and ran into the hotel door with a red face, leaving the surprised Van alone. Trying to understand her behavior, the boy rubbed his chin with his hand and said thoughtfully that he seemed to have made a good impression on her. Walking quickly along the corridor of the hotel and running past the passing soldiers, Harut thought that in the end she began to speak too quickly, and also ran away without waiting for his answer. Running through the corridors alone, the girl attracted the surprised glances of the knights, but she did not pay any attention to them, thinking that such behavior on her part was very impolite, and that now Mr. Wang would think that she was strange. Stopping to catch her breath, Harut looked around and asked herself out loud where her room was. The knight, who turned his attention to the confused lady, brought the girl to the chambers, and she embarrassedly thanked him. Opening the door of the room, Harut sighed with relief, thinking that she had finally reached the room. Entering the room, Harut found Panamera standing inside, wearing only her underwear, as she turned to her and greeted the girl with a smile on her face. Harut was very embarrassed when she saw such a picture, and her face quickly turned red. Looking at Panamera with an enthusiastic gaze, she thought, even to her, as a woman, her body seems extremely attractive. Harut landed on the bed, and Panamera began to sink down next to her, putting her arm around the girl's shoulder, and then asked if Miss Harut had crossed the line in communicating with Mr. Wang, and added that if she had a statement ready, then she could calmly tell her about it. The girl could not resist an indecent cry. She covered her embarrassed face with her palms and shouted loudly that she had no idea what boundaries Panamera was talking about, who was sitting next to her and giggled at the girl's reaction. Panamera smiled softly, and looking at the girl with a gentle gaze, threw one leg on the bed and said that according to the plan they should return tomorrow, and then asked if Mrs. Harut would mind staying a few more days. Harut, removing her hands from her face, looked at Panamera in surprise and replied that she didn't mind. She gently pressed her hand to her chest as she listened to the girl's words that Mr. Wang and the villagers would not be able to take care of them for free forever, so she offered to pay a few gold coins for the subsequent days of their stay, for example, a week, since they're people there is a decent amount for every day. Harut nodded in response and pursed her lips into a thin stripe. Having taken a shower before going to bed, Harriet returned to her room with the thought that if she saw Mr. Wang tomorrow, she would try to talk to him herself. Looking out the window, she thought that Mr. Wang would probably not mind listening to her. The girl went to bed and crawled under the covers, falling asleep, thinking that for the first time in a long time she was looking forward to tomorrow. The next day, Van stood in the middle of the square on a wooden box and loudly told the locals that the construction of the fortress wall would be carried out under the leadership of Espada. Standing surrounded by a crowd of locals and his comrades, Vaughn said that this was not the first time that Espada had been in charge of the construction, so he hoped that they could handle it without too much trouble, since the scale would be large, so they needed to take their time and try hard. Pointing to D, who stood with his shoulders wide and his hands folded at his waist, the boy said that he and his team would welcome people who could supply materials. After giving basic instructions to the villagers, he looks at Ortho with displeasure. Turning to the man and his team, Vaughn, without hiding his irritation, asked what Mr. Ortho would do and why they had joined the morning ceremony in the first place. Ortho, folding his arms across his chest, smiled broadly and, laughing, said that he was simply interested in watching what was happening. Looking at the local residents, the man says that he noticed that lately the villagers have been building beautifully, just like soldiers. Smiling, Ortho says that he and his team are going on a hunt for mythical monsters again, because thanks to the swords they received, it even brings some pleasure. Van said that they would get more weapons if they again extracted material from monsters in poor condition, and those that were in good condition they could sell to Bell's shop. After these words, Ordo and his squad lined up along with the local residents, and Ordo, stretching out his arms along his body, joyfully replied that they understood everything. Turning to the locals again, Van loudly asks them to work hard today and not get any injuries, and since today is Friday, a big barbecue will be held today and tomorrow from the resulting meat. After these words, the villagers froze in place, their eyes wide open. Wang raised his fist high above his head and shouted that they must try harder today. The locals, enticed by the delicious dinner, quickly picked up his enthusiasm and also began to raise their hands in the air and shout that they would work hard for the barbecue today. Looking at the joyful locals who were now jumping, running in circles and having fun, Van noted a clear progress in their mood, because before, most of them were quite quiet and calm, but now they have turned into avid fun-loving people and partygoers. Panamera approached the boy and wished him good morning, and with a smile on her face said that his speech was very interesting and inspiring, and then added that although these actions were not military, they were a great way to raise morale. Jumping off the wooden box, Van smiled back at the girl and also wished her good morning, and then said that since these people were not military, he could allow such freedom. Standing next to Panamera, Van looked up at her and, sticking out his index finger, added that 10 more people who especially distinguished themselves during the week receive a double portion of alcohol, and drinkers are especially motivated by this factor. Laughing loudly, Panamera noted that under such conditions, they would also work harder than anyone else. Suddenly, Mrs. Harbert ran up to them. She stopped right in front of the boy and nodded, as if giving a command to herself, while Van looked at her in surprise, trying to understand what she wanted to do now. The girl straightened up sharply and, without a single stutter, wished Mr. Wang good morning, after which he, smiling in response, wished her the same. Drops of sweat began to flow down her forehead from excitement, but the girl continued to control herself and said that today was very good weather and should be an equally good day. Wang closed his eyes and smiled softly at her, noting that Lady Harriet seemed full of strength and energy today, and then asked if she was still tired yesterday after the trip. The girl nodded quickly, speaking with red cheeks that today she had much more strength and energy, and at the same time thinking that she was still able to be the first to speak to the master. Pressing her hands to her chest, she thought it best to start slowly, and then opened her mouth to start talking again, thinking that she really wanted to see the world through Mr. Wang's eyes and get to know him better. Harriet exhaled, and, pressing her hands to her chest, asked, a little embarrassed and excited, if she could watch Mr. Wang work today. They all went outside the village walls together and walked along the ditch. Kamzin and Van crossed the bridge to the side near the wall, and Eret and Panamera remained on the other, and the girl asked in surprise what they were doing besides building walls. Van and Kamzan were sitting at the very edge next to the opening and closing valve on the wall of the ditch, and Van, smiling, answered Panamera that they were cleaning the drain. Sticking out his index finger, Wang happily explained that in the basement of each building there is a continuous sewage pipeline which moves at an angle and cleans the pipes under pressure, so the channel is regularly filled with water. The boy added that since in its current form it is unhygienic and could lead to the risk of an epidemic, he is now doing a little dirty work. When Wang said that at the end, the water flows into underground voids and returns to the river again, Panamera rubbed her chin thoughtfully. Suddenly, a large fish tail flashed in the water surface. Several Abgalu guys appeared from the water and asked Mr. Wang if he needed their help to cross the water. Aruth and Panamera, standing on the other side, cried out in surprise when they noticed Abgala. Outraged by such an unexpected event, Panamera loudly asked how the Abgalu appeared in such a place, and Erat quietly said that she had never seen them before. Suddenly, 3 more Abgalu children appeared from under the water and told Panamera that they lived here secretly, and Mr. Wang fed them the most delicious food. Lotta Priola, who was in their company, told Panamera that she was Mr. Wang's fiancé, and he was her fiancé. Realizing what was about to happen, Van sighed and closed his eyes, mentally cursing the girl for her words. Panamera looked up at the boy with a rude look and displeasedly asked if it was true that he had already chosen Abgala for the role of his bride, and Erat, standing next to her, covered her face with her hands and said that this could not be. Van began to wave his hands in front of his face in confusion, trying to explain to the girls that this was all a misunderstanding. Throwing an angry look at Lotta Priola, he said that her father should have explained to her that they were not engaged. After these words, Priola turned away offended and half of her face disappeared under the water. The girl dived sharply under the water and swam away. Her Abgalu friends began to tell Mr. Wang that he was very cruel to her, but the boy only smiled back at them. Van casually said that today he could share delicious fruits with them, but since they are angry with him, then, when the boy pulled out his trump card, the mood of the Abgalu children immediately changed, and she began to stretch her hands towards him, asking forgiving him for his words and saying that they love him very much. Van turns to the grown-up boys of Abgal and says that they have a little problem with getting the waterproof plates out from under the water. The guys went down under the water and opened the slab, towards which water from the ditch began to flow in a rapid stream. Crossing to the other side along the crossing, Van shouted to the Abgal guys that they could close the slab back. When the guys swam out, Van was already destroying the crossing with his magic, and they told him that if necessary, they could do this every day as many times as needed. Van smiled in response and thanked them, saying that in this case they would help him a lot. Having modified the crossing back into wooden blocks, Van was carrying them in his hands when Panamera approached him and asked in surprise how he was able to subjugate Abgala. The boy smiled broadly and told her that one situation had happened, after which they joined the ranks of the local residents, and then said that now they would all go together to the city walls that were being built. Following the boy, Panamera and Haruth began to discuss the situation, and Panamera said that in theory, the Abgalu are considered a ghost race, and Haruth noted that those children were quite cute. After some time, they reached the construction site of the outer wall. The huge earthen wall that the Espada had built, covering a large area of land, had already taken shape. Along it, local residents transported stones and laid them at the foot. Taking a look at it, Vaughn noted that he couldn't have expected anything less from an Espada. Approaching the butler, who was fascinated by the papers, Wang happily noted that they were very quickly able to reach a height of 30 meters. Espada replied that now, as long as they are doing the front side, there are no problems, but the level of difficulty increases with the appearance of angles. Wang put his hand to his chin and thoughtfully suggested that he first try to draw a regular hexagonal figure on paper. The boy drew a hexagon on a piece of paper and drew a line away from one of the corners, and then gave the drawing to the butler and said that they would need to build this wall. The man bowed to the master and said that he understood everything, and then returned to his duties. Looking after him, Vaughn happily noted to himself, the Espada instantly accepted the raw instructions, which showed that he was simply the epitome of an excellent butler. Looking at his drawing, Van thought that if Espada had been a professional draftsman, He would have considered his diagram to be worthless scribbles that were simply unbearable to contemplate. Van sighed and said a little irritably that he had studied triangulation and similar topics, but no longer remembers much. But since the village is in the center, then we can try to determine the corners with diagonals. Panamera, who approached him from behind, bent down slightly and hovered over the boy, studying his drawing, and then asked how he planned to draw the line of the corners. He raised his head up to look at the girl and said that there were 6 planned corners, and then asked if she thought there was something wrong with this. The girl pulled back a little and, waving her hand, enthusiastically said that they could help with this, and if you measure the length with a rope and connect several lines together, you can draw a fairly accurate diagram. Taking with her a crowd of knights, Panamera said that they would go first to measure one side and left. Looking in surprise at Lady Harriet standing alone, Van thought, "Is there something terrible about the fact that they left her here?" The boy approached her and asked if it was normal that she was here without security, and Haruth silently nodded to him in response. Wang smiled as he thought about how he needed to try not to break their trust, and then said that they should wait and see how things went with the measurements and strengthening the wall. Climbing up the wall with the girl, Van, using his magic, built a ballista several times larger than what he had built before. Harriet's eyes were glued to the device, and she, covering her mouth with her hand, but not hiding her interest, asked Mr. Wang what it was. Approaching a little closer, Van told her that this device is called a ballista, and with its help they can protect the village. But to put it a little more simply, it is such a big thing with a large bow and arrows. The surface of the new walls was made wider than the previous ones, so Wang decided to create larger ballistas. The arrows were made the size of an adult's hand, and there were 2 tiers, upper and lower, so that one ballista could fire 2 arrows in a row. Behind Van stood Till, Kamzan, and Aret, and initially he wanted to create something similar to Chokonu, but he didn't because he was worried that it wouldn't work out the first time. And he, like any other boy, didn't want to make a mistake in front of 2 cute girls. When Kamzan approached him, Wang suggested that he try out a new weapon. A terrible and powerful sound was heard as the ballista released the arrow with great force. The arrow, the size of a grown man's hand, snapped a tree in half, piercing several more before stopping. The power has increased significantly and will work very well against any potential opponent. Watching what was happening, Arid covered her mouth with her hands in surprise, until covered her ears from the loud sound, and Van noted with satisfaction that everything turned out very well. Aruth asked in confusion how a bow could be so powerful, and Vaughn told her with a smile on his face that it was because the ballista was much stronger and more powerful than a regular bow and arrow. And Till, standing next to her, proudly added that the whole point is that Mr. Wang's ballista is simply an incredibly powerful thing. Hearing a loud sound, Panamera and the others hurried to the top of the fortress wall, and the girl, slightly out of breath, excitedly and loudly asked what that roar was, and was it really an attack from huge magical monsters. Starting to walk towards the girl, Van guiltily noted that he had forgotten to warn her in advance about the test run of the recently installed ballista and apologized. Turning her attention to the ballista, Panamera looked at it and noted that the sound was so loud that it just matched the large size of the device, and then noted that with such power the arrows were even able to reach the forest. Panamera's face suddenly changed to something bordering on surprise and irritation, and she opened her mouth slightly, beginning to say that it was really. The girl sharply turned her head to the side looking at the opposite wall of the village and asked that these powerful ballistae are really installed on that wall side too. The boy calmly replied that they were slightly different from this ballista, but there were about 100 of them on that wall, and in the future they intended to make even more. Panamera ran up to him even closer and enthusiastically began bombarding him with questions about whether he made all these ballistas himself, how much time and money it takes to make them, and what materials they are made from. Van put a smile on his face, thinking that she gave him a serious interrogation. Smiling wryly, the boy calmly told her that this was a military secret, and therefore he would not tell her any of this. The girl jumped back sharply and said loudly that this was very smart of him, but she was simply shocked by such technology. Placing her hand on her chest, the girl opened her eyes wide and excitedly declared that, out of respect for the master, she would not ask about the details. but she really wanted to buy one of the ballistae and was ready to pay any price that Mr. Wang named for it. Smiling an angelic smile and clasping his palms together, Wang said that, much to Madame Panamera's regret, he was not in the business of selling, but he could concede if he received convincing evidence that she was on his side. The girl grabbed her head and said upsetly that it would not be easy for her to find significant evidence for him. Drops of sweat ran down her cheek as she grabbed her head with her hand and lowered her eyes to the floor and said that Mr. Wang still never ceases to amaze her. Panamera reasoned that the development of this remote village was simply amazing, and such results were achieved through production magic, which completely refutes the established opinion in the world. She also noted the level of trust others had in Mr. Wang, thanks to which the local Abgalu tribe even joined him. And Panamera also thought that even the always timid and reserved Mrs. Harut leaned forward, began to show initiative and interest, and all thanks to this boy. She thought that she suddenly began to feel a fresh wind that had not blown for so long, and then she raised her head and said that she had decided everything. Placing her fist on her chest, she loudly declared that she, Viscount Panamera Carrera Cayenne, officially promised to enter into an equal alliance with Mr. Van Nefertio. Her soldiers perked up when she loudly said that today a letter would be sent to the royal capital with news in which they would note the legal side of the issue. Alliances within one country, usually concluded in order to obtain the patronage of an uninfluential aristocrat, are equal. Listening to Panamera's words that later, among the members of the royal family and titled nobility, she would become known as a loyal friend of Mr. Wang Jie, and if she betrayed him, it would be the end for her as an aristocrat. Wang, Till and Kamzin opened their mouths and looked at the girl in surprise. When Panamera, holding her hand on her chest, bowed to the boy, he thought that the situation in which a woman without a name, who had recently joined the circle of the aristocracy, promised patronage would probably puzzle many aristocrats. But for him, as a person with no special connections, this was a unique opportunity. Van put his left hand behind his back and clenched it into a fist. Pressing his right fist to his chest, the boy bowed back to her and said that it was an honor for him, and he gladly accepted her offer. They exchanged confident and decisive glances and smiled at each other. All the soldiers on the wall put their right hands to their chests and bowed deeply, and Till and Kamzin also followed their example. Harut, who was watching what was happening, waved her head from side to side, and then also timidly bowed down. Van laughed a little to himself at her behavior and noted that she didn't have to bow to her, but that's okay. Panamera waved her hand and loudly declared that the first collaboration is always very significant. Pointing her hand at her soldiers, Panamera said with a smile on her face that if Mr. Wang gave her one of these ballistas, then she could lend them 100 soldiers on the day of the week, who after her words immediately saluted her and Mr. Wang. Smiling playfully, Panamera said that, however, she would not be able to forgive the boy if upon her return she discovered a flaw. Wang thought that given Panamera's character, the soldiers should be trained and strong enough that they would probably be able to do jobs that the locals couldn't do. And then with a smile on his face, he replied that he was fine with it. Offer. The boy asked if they only needed a ballista, or would they also need a transport cart and arrows for charging. Panamera thoughtfully rubbed her chin and looked up at the sky and said that it was clear that the ballista was very heavy. So yes, she would like to organize transportation for it, and then noted that if the gentleman offers them arrows made of iron, then there is no need, because that they can make them themselves. After her words, Till and Kamzin looked at each other. Kamzin raised his hand to get Panamera's attention, and then walked up to her and said that he would advise her to take at least one, if not two, of Mr. Wang's steels. He handed her his katana and said that this sword was called Odachi and was made for him personally by Mr. Wang. Looking at the weapon, Panamera noted that it was very interesting and that she had never seen such a shape. Kamzin began enthusiastically telling Panamera about the sword, while Van, looking at him, thought that he had made this sword quite recently, and swinging it was quite difficult, but Kamzin waved it with pleasure and with tears of happiness in his eyes. Van closed his eyes and rubbed his chin thoughtfully, remembering that Kamzin was fascinated by strong people, and silently noted that this boy had a feeling of admiration towards Panamera, which made it very interesting to observe new sides of him. After listening to Kamzin's story, Panamera noted incredulously that this sword would hardly survive against an enemy with armor and a shield, after which the boy asked if she had any unnecessary sword with her. Panamera laughed and said that swords are consumables, so she doesn't care if they break. One of the soldiers approached her and handed her a scabbard, from which she pulled out the sword in one sharp movement, and then said that this was her reserve, and in the past this sword turned out to be a real treasure in many battles. Panamera held her sword in front of her and grinned and sarcastically said that it would be simply amazing if even one chip appeared on it. Kamzan reached for his sword, and with an indifferent expression on his face calmly said that in this case he would apologize in advance to Mrs. Panamera. There was a sound as the wind around the blade dispersed, and Kamzan's sword met the borrowed blade. At the moment Panamera thought that he had hit, but she did not feel the blow. Maybe the sword slipped? A moment later, half of the blade slipped off the sword and fell to the floor with a loud sound, causing her eyes to widen in surprise. Seeing this, a rumble was heard among the soldiers, and they froze and opened their mouths wide. Panamera indignantly noted that Kamzan's sword did not even break her weapon, but neatly cut it. She enthusiastically said that it looked like high-quality steel, and then asked if this sword was not made of iron. Kamzan stood embarrassedly, lowering his gaze, until, standing behind him, joyfully clapped her hands. Smiling broadly, Wang replied that the sword was made of iron, but it was all about the technology of its manufacture. Panamera perked up, and then indignantly noted that the arrows for the ballistas were no longer exactly the same. The boy calmly replied that the arrows, like this sword, were a little sharper than ordinary ones, and could pierce 2 or 3 shell dragons. Panamera lost her composure and screamed loudly, asking how is it that these arrows can pierce dragons. The soldiers also jumped on the spot and, with surprise and fear, glanced at the ballista standing nearby. Panamera sighed and then said that it didn't matter what price Mr. Wang asked for, but in addition to the ballista itself, she also wanted to purchase arrows. The boy clapped his hands and, smiling joyfully, thanked the girl for such generosity. That night, the village was once again enveloped in a festive mood. Several men with ruddy faces, who were clearly not in a sober state, reached Mrs. Harut and began to pester her with their conversations that the daughter of Count Ferdinand should take care of their beloved Mr. Wang, since from the time he became the owner of their village, it has changed simply beyond recognition. Laughing joyfully, one of the men said that what happiness it would be if their master married such a beautiful girl as Mrs. Harut, because for him it would be the most successful marriage. Another man called his friend a fool and said that their master already came from the family of marquises. Where could he go even higher? Harut's eyes nervously darted around while she was suffocated by the men's comments, and she thought about how she could escape from here. Their conversations were interrupted by loud clapping of hands. Clapping their hands loudly to attract attention, Van and Till ran up to the men, and Van irritably ordered them not to pester the village guests. The men turned to the boy and began to laugh loudly, noting that Lady Harut was completely fascinated by their master Wang. The men started hooting and childishly repeating the same thing, that it would be their wedding night today. Their words made Till jump on the spot and become embarrassed, and the boy irritably thought that problems with drunk men are the same in all worlds. Throwing an angry look at the men, Wang sternly said that they should drink more moderately, so today a second drink is prohibited. The men began to fold their hands in an apologetic gesture and pitifully asked the master not to punish them so cruelly. When the frightened and embarrassed Harut ran up to the boy, Van smiled softly and invited her to have dinner with him. The men were still crying to each other when Till cast her angry, contemptuous look at them. Seeing this, they immediately calmed down and fell silent. Sitting down at the wide table, Wang looked at the sheet of paper lying on it and said that the measuring work was progressing well, and the construction of the walls would probably be completed in about a month. Kamzan, taking the mug in his hand, calmly replied that this time the construction area is much larger, therefore, accordingly, it will also take more time. Placing a plate of food on the table, Till adds that she really hopes that nothing serious will happen during this time. Harut turned to Mr. Rungi, sitting to her right, and, pressing her hand to her chest, asked apologetically whether the part of the fortress wall that faces the high road will be completed. Turning to the girl, he replied that no, the entire wall, and caught her surprised glance. The boy noted that the wall was not being built according to the usual order and timing, and then thought, imagining the capital walls, that he had heard that for the initial construction, the royal capital took 3 years to complete, and each subsequent expansion project took another year. Imagining the dirty and tired workers at the construction site who worked from morning to night, he reflected that usually, even with a large group of people, such work could take a monstrous amount of time, and the bulk of the work was done by prisoners of war and slaves, and most of the powerful magicians of the 4 elements are sent to the battlefields. Vaughn noted that no one could allow 4-element mages like Espada to work every day on the construction of fortress walls. Imagining a huge pile of earth in his head, the boy thought that usually, even if you build a wall of earth with the help of witchcraft, what will come out is just a lump. Leaning back slightly on the bench, Van closed his eyes and said that he would like to have time to build some part of the wall until the Lango merchant arrived in the village. Harriet turned to the boy and asked in surprise what kind of merchant this was. Pressing her hand to her chest, Harriet anxiously asked if the master really wants to build a wall until the merchant returns because he is a dangerous man. Van, slightly embarrassed by her concern, smiled softly at the girl in response. Laughing loudly, Van joyfully said that he wanted to surprise everyone as much as he could, and Till and Kamzan, looking at the boy, unanimously replied that they were all already so surprised by him. Loud and fast footsteps were heard through the forest. Ordo and his squad quickly ran along the forest thickets, while someone was chasing them behind them. Wang notes that Panamera's subordinates were very attentive and hardworking, always checking her measurements several times for errors, transporting materials, and providing additional assistance to local residents. However, the current situation is that the construction of the foundation of the fortress wall cannot keep up with the Espada's magic, so the man gave orders that the materials should always be prepared in advance. After transporting the materials and Espada's work, Vaughn climbed to the top of the walls and finished the construction by making ballistae using his magic. However, after dinner, Day and Espada grabbed the boy by the arms and dragged him away for study and intensive training, and Van, dragging along the ground after them, mumbled in frustration that he could not study with both of them at the same time. Thus, not even 2 people had passed before 2 triangular fortress walls near the high road were completed. At the top of the walls, Van installed both regular ballistas and new double-barreled ones, making the workload twice as busy as before. But the fact that the village community is gradually developing raises the spirit. Panamera crossed her arms over her chest, and then noted that they were already helping them enough. The girl sighed, looking at the finished city wall from the approaching road, and added that she had long lost count of the number of times Mr. Wang surprised her. Throwing a slightly stunned look at Panamera, Van thought that the girl's appearance also continued to surprise him every day, since she was literally the living embodiment of the American dream. He quickly took his gaze away from her, thinking that he should under no circumstances point this out to her, and opened his mouth to respond to her words. Since his thoughts at that time were occupied with Panamera's appearance, he automatically almost voiced his thoughts out loud, but covered his mouth with his hand in time, after which the girl threw a multitasking look at him. Putting his thoughts in order, Van said that thanks to the help of Panamera and her soldiers, the main part of the wall was completed so quickly, and now, when the number of residents, merchants, and adventurers increases, they will begin building new houses and remodeling existing ones. Panamera closed her eyes and smiled softly, saying that she could not contain her envy, since it was her long-time dream to own her own territory. The girl added that besides the fact that this requires a lot of money and free time, there is no chance for the Count, whose territory has just been reduced. Glancing at the boy, Panamera smiled widely and joyfully said that in the next battle for her military exploits, she would try to gain territory for which she would not have to pay, and then asked that in this case, Mr. Wang would at least help her a little later. Out of breath, Ortho and his squad continued to run rapidly, gradually approaching the village. In the wilderness near the village, a loud roar was heard. Running up to the wall, Ortho shouted loudly for everyone to quickly hide in the shelter. Standing outside the fence, Van, Panamera, and Harriet stood up and froze in place, turning towards the scream. Approaching even closer to the wall, Ortho, without stopping running, turned back and shouted that there was a dragon very close to them. Van's eyes widened at his words, and he looked towards the forest. Just when he was about to squint and look for something in the surroundings, a giant winged dragon with horns and long claws jumped out of the thicket, destroying the tall trees next to the road with its body. Panamera and Mr. Wang were dismayed by what was happening, and the locals outside the wall also froze in place. Some men holding construction materials in their hands shouted with horror in their eyes, asking where such a dragon came from in the outskirts. Continuing to run, Ordo, out of breath, shouted that he and his team would delay him and buy some time so that everyone could run into the village. Van stunnedly darted his gaze from Ortho's team to the dragon, and trying to think rationally in a stressful situation. He thought that if Ortho and his team wanted to become bait for the dragon, then in that case they would be risking their lives very much. Watching the dragon begin to take off, skirting the treetops, Vaughn thought that the conditions now were not at all the best. But even so, they could try to make a counterattack. However, it was unknown whether they would be able to withstand such a huge enemy. Wang furrowed his brows and thought that both the locals and the visitors to his village might suffer this time. From his thoughts, he was interrupted by the loud cry of men who were calling their master, confidently and with firmness in their gaze, saying that they were waiting for his instructions and would begin to fight when he ordered. Mrs. Panamera approached the boy from behind, and looking in the direction of the dragon, frowned and told the boy not to worry, because she was ready to join forces, since the dragon would reach the village in any case, and it was just a matter of time. Vaughn clenched his jaw tightly and his lips pressed into a thin line, and then loudly shouted for Ortho and his team to run towards the wall, as they would now be hitting the dragon back with ballistas. Ordo and the others sharply turned around and ran towards the village. Turning to the people and waving his hand, Vaughn began loudly giving instructions for them all to head to the shelter inside the fortress. And as soon as Ortho, Zara, and Pluriel passed through the gate, they were to be raised immediately. Screaming loudly, the boy added that those residents who have free hands should move to the top of the walls to the ballistae. Addressing her soldiers, Panamera shouted loudly with a serious face, saying that their opponent now was a mid-level forest dragon, and also added that it was not an exhaler. Waving her hand, the girl ordered 10 people to take Lady Harut to a safe place and stay with her, while the rest hurried to the top of the walls and to the gate with her. Frightened, Harut pressed her hand to her chest and quietly called out to Mr. Wang in a frightened and trembling voice. The boy turned to her and, paying attention to her body shaking with fear, thought that in such a situation fear goes without saying. Thinking that he needed to reduce the tension as much as possible in such a situation, Vaughn walked up to the girl and softly said that he was very sorry that she had to be afraid right now, and of course, the fact that the forest dragon was a strong opponent was beyond doubt. Turning his gaze upward to where the soldiers and locals were now loading ballistas with arrows, Vaughn said that in their arsenal they have enhanced ballistas and an espada, who is a magician of the 4 elements. While Van was calming Harut, looking over the fortress wall, he saw Panamera, who had just run up the stairs, and now, standing on the edge of the wall, began to whisper something, and the boy added that she was also on their side. Smiling, Van turns to the girl and says that they may not be able to completely pacify the dragon, but they will definitely not lose the battle. When he softly told her about this and smiled, Harut intertwined her fingers in front of her chest, as if she was praying, and nodded, and then with a slightly trembling voice, she wished the master good luck in this battle and asked him not to die. When Till and Kamzan approached them, Van asked the girl to accompany Mrs. Harut and the soldiers to the mansion. Till approached the girl and worriedly asked her to follow her, and then told the gentleman that she would then immediately return back. At the same time, as the evacuation was nearing completion, Ordo and his group also reached the vicinity of the city walls. They were already running straight towards the gate and shouted loudly so that the residents would not close them. The dragon that rose into the sky followed them and literally breathed down their backs. Van shouted loudly for everyone to prepare their ballistas and get ready to shoot, but only so as not to hit Ortho and his comrades. At the same time, the boy thought that fighting a flying enemy is very difficult, and if he can fly to the village, then it will be even more difficult to deal with him. When Van shouted that first he needed to be deprived of his ability to fly, so he needed to aim for the wings, the ballistas synchronously adjusted the angle of inclination. And then one small figure from among the 3 members of the Ortho group tripped and fell, twisting his legs. The Orthozara stopped and froze for a moment, but the cry of the fallen Plurial cheered them up. The girl screamed loudly, telling her comrades not to think about her and to run away themselves. Looking at the girl, Ortho exhaled noisily and, bringing his eyebrows to the bridge of his nose, tightly clenched his jaw. Ortho hesitated slightly, but quickly pulled himself together and raised his sword and began shouting at the girl to get up immediately. Ortho turned to the side and began to scream and slam his sword against the shield, causing a loud metallic sound to distract the dragon from the girl and draw his attention to himself. The forest dragon turned its gaze to Ortho, but its body was still heading towards Plurial. Noticing that Ortho's plan did not work, Zara quickly turned towards the dragon, and with a loud cry that it would not be so fast, threw several of his knives at the monster. The knife flew towards the forest dragon's face with the force of an arrow fired from a bow, but its trajectory changed due to the flapping of the dragon's wings, causing the knife to graze its wings. The knife bounced off without causing a scratch, but then the dragon's body turned completely towards Zara. Noticing this, the man's face contorted in horror, and he rushed out of his seat as fast as he could. The forest dragon opened its mouth and let out a roar that seemed to echo in its belly, and its eyes filled with rage. He chased after the fleeing Kesara, who, in parallel with his escape, was loudly indignant that the dragon would quickly catch up with him and eat him. Looking at his comrades with frightened eyes, in the corners of which tears began to gather, Kesara shouted for them to run away and not look back at him. Ortho and the rest of the members helped Plurial up, and Ortho shouted that they should all run towards the wall. Kesara, who noticed this, shouted excitedly and offendedly, asking that their boss could really so easily leave him to be torn to pieces. Still running, Ortho turned to the man and shouted that out of their entire team, Zar had the most legs, so he had no doubt that he would return alive, and ordered the man to also speed up as soon as Plurial reached the gate. Kesara, with tears in his eyes, shouted back indignantly that this was shifting responsibility from the boss to his subordinate. Ordo shouted loudly that they would never forget about Kesar's sacrifice, and he indignantly shouted in response that he would remember these words to him and would definitely take revenge. Wang, who watched their loud squabble in fear, thought that he could only assume that this squabble was joking, but he could also admit that they were saying all this in all seriousness. Van raised his head up and loudly ordered the ballistas to aim and fire. While the people on the wall were finishing their preparations for the attack, Van continued to shout that they needed to do this before they took a bite out of Zar and ate it with great appetite. Hearing his words, Zara shouted back that he really hoped that Mr. Wang was also saying this without malice. Then the voice of Panamera was heard, who shouted that if they just needed to delay the forest dragon for a while, then she could handle it. Panamera looked at the approaching dragon and raised her fist in the air, preparing to attack, and with an enraged face, loudly shouted that she would fire one shot first. Van raised his surprised gaze to Panamera, and when he saw magic begin to appear in her hand, he thought that he had assumed this, since it was strange that the Count would appoint a person of such a young age to a responsible post, and moreover, for his efforts and due to her military exploits, she was quickly promoted to the title. A bright flash appeared in Vaughn's eyes, and thoughts flashed through Vaughn's mind that Panamera was unmistakably an outstanding Four Elements mage, and her ability was obvious. Panamera raised her right hand high, and a bright red-orange whirlwind swirled in the air above her. Panamera waved her hand in one sharp movement and directed it towards the dragon. Her magical energy transformed into a large fiery spear and rushed at the dragon with great speed. It seemed that the spear would hit the target, but at the last moment the dragon darted to the side, dodging the blow. Panamera clicked displeasedly, noting that for its size the dragon was quite nimble. Although the forest dragon's speed was slightly reduced due to the unexpected attack, it still quickly regained its bearings and, pushing off with its hind legs, rushed forward again. At this moment, the ballistas were finally ready and the arrows began to fly out one after another, unleashing a huge barrage of blows on the dragon. The ballista arrows pierced his wings, body, and legs, but the dragon was still full of strength and let out a menacing roar. Vaughn watched what was happening with a serious face, thinking that the forest dragon was moving in such a way as to evade the arrows, which meant that his vision was very good. and out of a dozen hits from the power of the hits, 5 were successful. Looking at the dragon, which had stopped to rest, Wang noted that its body, wings, and legs were shot, so its speed should decrease slightly. The boy added to himself that he had already thought about a plan of action in the event that the arrows flew off, but they flew right through, and the only thing was that it took a lot more time to launch ballistas of increased size. Van raised his head up and shouted to the people behind the ballistas to hurry up for the second shot. After he gave the order that the people who had prepared everything for the shot could fire, a large number of arrows were again fired simultaneously. Even though the dragon was bleeding, he jumped out of the way again and dodged all the arrows, causing them to stick into the ground. The dragon sank onto all fours and roared frighteningly. Looking at this, Wang's face drooped a little, and he thought that the second shot brought 0 damage, although initially it seemed that the damage from the first shot was weak, but it turned out to be much more significant. Ordo and the others ran under the half-lowered gate and stopped abruptly, trying to catch their breath and recover. Ortho exhaled noisily, noting the fact that they had escaped, and Plurial supported his words by the fact that they still managed to return to the village alive. Running behind them and the most out of breath, Quesada, almost crying, said that he would never forget how they all treated him. Van sternly told them not to forget that the dragon's attack had not yet been repelled. Panamera waved her hand to summon the fire spear again. Standing with her hand outstretched in front of her as her fiery energy was transformed into a weapon, she loudly shouted that she would try to buy them some time, so everyone should go and seek refuge in the village. The dragon, seeing the attack approaching him, again jumped to the side, but Panamera, having calculated this move, waved her hand to the side, and the spear changed its trajectory, this time heading straight to the target. The fiery spear reached its target, and a tall column of flame burst out from the impact. Van watched this with wide eyes and his mouth slightly open in surprise. The rising column of flame began to burn the dragon's face and body, causing him to scream heart-rendingly in pain, and Van noted to himself that this was the real power of fire magic. The dragon came to his senses a little and again jumped to the side, trying to get out of the pillar of fire. Van looked at the fire in fascination, thinking that even if the enemy was a dragon, the power was frightening and universal, and the brightness should create its own additional effect on the battlefield. Panamera jumped off the wall, landing on the ground on his hands and one knee. The girl pushed off the ground with her feet and quickly ran deeper into the village, shouting to everyone behind her that she was returning back in order to organize readiness for an oncoming attack. Van turned to the locals and shouted loudly that they should all run to the village now. The villagers and Panamera soldiers quickly climbed down from the wall and followed Mr. Wang's instructions. At this time, the forest dragon approached the fortress wall. The dragon pushed off the ground and jumped up, reaching the top in one bound, and placing its upper body on the wall, attached itself to it with the claws of its front paws and roared loudly. Continuing to run, Van turned to look at the dragon and irritably noted that since its wings were damaged, the dragon had no choice but to rush after them on its paws. Van turned around again, and his expression became both angry and upset, and he thought that after defeating the shell dragons, they had become overconfident. But what was happening now was an exceptional type of magical creature that, at least in theory, but it was worth preparing. The dragon grabbed the wall tightly and began to shake its head in different directions, looking around the village and thinking through its further actions. Someone's foot hit the ground loudly, and the man called Mr. Wang. He stopped abruptly, forcing Wang, Kamzin, and his subordinates to turn to him, and, drawing his large sword from behind his back, shouted that they could leave the rear to him, and let them hurry to the village. Without stopping running, Vaughn turned his head and loudly shouted back that this was not an opponent that could be fought in hand-to-hand combat, so they should all flee to the village together. Hearing these words, Dee sharply rushed forward, leaving the surprised Mr. Wang behind, and taking Ab and Lo with him. He shouted that in this case they would run to prepare weapons. At this moment, Espada walks past the boy to the wall and quietly begins to whisper a spell. Van stops and loudly calls his name. Wang and Kamzin turn around and loudly ask the man to quickly get out of there and come back. However, the man continued to walk slowly forward, clasping his hands behind his back, straight towards the dragon, who who had already managed to climb the village gate with his whole body. Van continues to shout loudly at his back, but the man does not seem to hear him and still continues to confidently move forward. The boy gave him an angry look and clenched his jaw tightly. Vaughn clenched his hands into fists and shouted loudly that if the Espada didn't return, then he would stay where he was and wouldn't go anywhere either. After this statement, the man turned around. Looking at the boy, he calmly said with the most calm expression on his face that in this case, Mr. Wang's decision would become a problem. Crouching on the ground, Espada touched the ground with his hand and said that in this situation, he would only buy some time for the others and return, so Mr. Wang could calmly go forward. The boy stood behind him and angrily repeated that without Espada, he would not budge and would not go anywhere. The dragon pushed off the wall with its paws and jumped forward, but its path was blocked by a huge earthen wall caused by the magic of the Espada. Without having time to react, the forest dragon crashed into a solid wall and then fell down, and its body was covered with large pieces of earth. Espada turned his back on the resulting cloud of dust and walked towards the boy, straightening his tie and saying that this would hold off the dragon for a while. Looking at the spectacular image of the man, Van thought dissatisfiedly about how he manages to do amazing things, but at the same time look amazing. When Espada caught up with him, the boy began to jabber loudly and indignantly that they needed to run quickly, and if Espada tried hard, he would buy him his favorite red wine. The man, continuing to keep a slow pace, replied that running was quite difficult for an old man like him, but he would try. At this time, Kamsin ran to the butler on the other side and told Mr. Wang that he himself would bring Mr. Espada to a safe place, so he could go ahead and strengthen the defense. Wang thanked Kamsin and then sped up, saying that he trusted him with the men. Van quickly ran in the direction of the wall, which Panamera should have already reached. Continuing to run, Van was breathing loudly, and sweat had already begun to flow down his forehead when he thought that for some reason the distance felt a little different this time. And no matter how long he had been running, he still had a decent amount of distance to cover. He also noticed Ordo running not far from him with the rest of his comrades and villagers and thought that their strength was also running out, so he needed to figure out again how to gain a little more time. Panamera, standing on top of the wall, loudly shouted to Mr. Wang that they had all already taken their positions. The villagers, surrounded by soldiers, grabbed the ballistas and waited for further instructions. Continuing to run, Van thinks that the locals themselves have already begun to understand what they need to do, and then shouted loudly that they must load arrows and prepare to fire, and although they may be scared, they must first attract attention forest dragon, and then shoot at it. The locals almost simultaneously load the ballistas with arrows and Van shouts for them to take their time and take good aim first. Looking down at the slowly approaching boy, Panamera shouted loudly, asking what she should do and if she could act on her own. Vaughn's eyes widened a little as he was very surprised that Panamera was looking to him for instructions. Continuing to run, the boy shouts loudly to Panamera, asking her to hold the dragon back with the magic she used earlier when the dragon gets to the wall, and then send the ballistas there. The girl froze in place for a second, surprised by such an order. Raising her hand to her face, Panamera smiled broadly and laughed loudly, saying that it was impossible to come up with a better plan. The girl smiled terribly and shouted to the boy in a terrifying voice that this was the first time in her memory that she had been given instructions regarding her magic. Continuing to run, Van shouted back to her that he had no excuses, and, as an apology, a little later he would offer her to taste dragon meat, to which the girl laughed loudly in response. Looking at the forest dragon, who had already begun to emerge from under the earthen rubble, Panamera grinned loudly and said that their meat had begun to move again. Realizing that the dragon was approaching, despite his fatigue, Van accelerated. The dragon quickly pushed away all the earthen debris around him and again stood on all four paws, slowly moving towards the village. Vaughn was still running, oblivious to his fatigue, because he was thinking that before Panamera unleashed his magic, he wanted to evacuate the Espada and the others to safety, and he shouted that in order to do that, he needed to win a little more time. At the moment when he said this, something rushed past him at great speed. He ran past the boy in full uniform with a wide smile on his face and shouted that Mr. Wang could leave this matter to him. Behind him, lagging behind a little, Abe and Lo also ran, who were also wearing armor, and they were armed with large shields and long swords. Turning to Mr. Wang, Abe shouted that Mr. can trust them, and Lo, running next to him, told D that they all need to be faster. Van cried out in surprise, noting how the three of them managed to put on the armor so quickly and return back, to which D joyfully replied that they were now wearing full equipment from Mr. Wang. D quickly ran to the dragon, and he, noticing the approaching man, raised his paw and swung his hand to strike. With a loud, guttural roar, D swung his great sword back at him. His powerful blow met the dragon's paw and was able to cut off several of the animal's clawed fingers. The dragon roared heart-rendingly from such piercing pain and turned around to strike back at D with its tail. But Abe and Lo, who suddenly appeared, did not allow him to do this, putting their shields forward and thus trying to hold the dragon's tail. However, with a little force, the forest dragon swept them away with its tail and threw all three to the side, forcing them to ride their bodies on the hard ground. Seeing from their positions, Van and Espada froze in place and opened their eyes wide. Espada immediately squatted down and, touching the ground, began to read the spell. At that moment, a huge earthen wall appeared between the defeated knights and the dragon, blocking the latter's path to attack. However, the dragon destroys this wall with just one powerful blow of its paw. Whack loudly yells at Kamzan and the Espada to hurry up and get out of here. D slowly rises from the ground, adjusting his sword behind his back, and frowning loudly gives his knights the order to retreat. Dirty and bruised, Abe and Lo instantly rise from the ground and begin to run after D, while Van looks at all three in surprise and mentally notes that they, apparently, are superhumans, since they were able to come to their senses so quickly despite injuries. Watching two young boys run as fast as they can behind an older man, Van notes that despite the fact that D is much older than the boys, he is in excellent physical shape. An angry dragon ran behind Ab and Lo, emitting a very loud roar, which made the guys experience great fear and horror. But despite this, they still did not slow down their pace. Noticing that the knights had already approached a sufficient distance to the wall, Van stopped in place and shouted loudly, calling Panamera by name. The girl's face frowned as she shouted back that she accepted the order, and her right hand was instantly engulfed in red flames. Panamera formed a fiery spear again and launched it straight at the dragon's face. However, the dragon stopped and wrapped its crippled wings around its body, trying to shield its body from the attack. Noticing this, Van perked up and clicked displeasedly. Having reached its target, the fiery spear raised a huge pillar of flame, again engulfing the dragon's body, and Wang, waving his hand, loudly ordered a ballista attack from the western side of the village. Suddenly, the forest dragon spread its burnt wings again and began to quickly flap them, driving away the fire. However, at that moment, the ballistas released their triggers and arrows rained down on the dragon, piercing his body and causing further injuries. The dragon was unable to stay on its feet and began to fall, emitting a loud roar as it did so, and Vaughn noted that although most of the arrows missed it, the ones that reached their target caused significant damage to it. The dragon lay on the ground and growled loudly, trying to get back to his feet. At this time, Van gives a loud order to the ballistas to shoot everything that remains, and a flurry of arrows again falls in a powerful stream on the immobilized dragon, causing him to scream loudly in pain. The forest dragon let out its last heart-rending scream and abruptly fell silent. Van, Espada, and Kamzan, Panamera, D with Abe and Lo, all suddenly froze in place without making a single sound and watched what would happen next. The dragon lay on its side with its eyes closed, bleeding, since both its body and wings were pierced through by ballista arrows, and likewise did not make a single sound. Bringing his eyebrows to the bridge of his nose, Van looked at the dragon with a serious and malicious expression, noting to himself that even in this state, the forest dragon was able to dodge to save his head, but the arrows still passed through his body, and even though his head was completely intact, the remaining wounds clearly became fatal for him. Van gives the order to the ballistas to prepare to continue the battle and wait, and the men quickly begin to reload their arrows, and Panamera, carefully watching what is happening, begins to recite a spell just in case. Van turns to D and asks the knight to go and check on the dragon. The man pulled out his bloody sword from behind his back and, holding it out in front of him, began to slowly approach the dragon. Everyone held their breath and anxiously watched what was about to happen when D walked up to the bloody body of the dragon and waved his sword a little. When he carefully touched the dragon's body with the tip of his sword, the dragon unexpectedly opened his eyes. The dragon's head, with its mouth wide open, turned sharply towards D, and then also quickly collapsed, but the man managed to react at the last moment and jump to the side. D swung his greatsword and with one swing dealt a crushing blow to the dragon. Van and Panama froze in place and opened their eyes wide. The severed head of the dragon lay on the ground, its mouth slightly open, and Lo, stuttering a little, shouted loudly that they were able to win. Van walked closer to the dragon to make sure of this, and looking at the severed head, Van thought that if this was the end, then now they were all completely safe. Lowering his head, the tired boy exhaled heavily. He straightened his back again and turned to the wall with a serious face. Smiling widely, the boy joyfully shouted that their enemy was defeated, ordering everyone to shout a victory cry. After his statement, the wall erupted with a loud scream. The residents smiled widely, jumped on the spot, and shouted with joy. Panamera smiled softly and just lowered her gaze. Espada and Kamzan stood silently, but pride and joy were clearly visible on their faces, and Ordo and his team were not embarrassed by anyone and also jumped and laughed with joy along with the local residents. Everyone slowly began to descend from the wall and return to the village, continuing to cheerfully discuss the victory. Having found Mr. Wang in the crowd, Till and Harut ran up to him. Worry was clearly visible on their faces, and began to bombard the boy with questions about whether everything was okay with him and whether he was injured. Taking a towel from Till's hands, the boy smilingly replied that he was fine, and the girl had better check on Espada, who ran a long distance, and D with Abe and Lo, who took the whole blow, and then check on Ortho and the squad, and then him. Having brought the boy to the bench, she said in a stern tone that she would do all this later, since Mr. Wang needed to sit down first. Van sat back on the bench, wiping his face with a towel and thinking that he was so exhausted that he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Footsteps were heard on the ground next to him. Panamera took off her headdress and began to ruffle her hair, and with a wide smile on her face, she noted that for such a young boy, Mr. Wang was surprisingly a very good commander. She came close to him and, placing her hands on her sides, smiled at him from ear to ear and said that she congratulated the boy on conquering the dragon again. Letting out a chuckle, Panamera added that a creature like this forest dragon could destroy a medium-sized city, and rumors would undoubtedly spread about what happened here today. Smiling at the girl, Van replied that what had happened could hardly be called conquering a dragon. Harut stood silently next to them, casting her gaze first at the girl, then at the boy. Exhaling, Vaughn began to say that if Lady Panamera, Espada, D and his comrades had not been here, and even if their subordinate soldiers had not been here, then nothing would have worked out for the village, so this time they were just lucky. Smiling, Panamera abruptly threw her headdress back on top of her head and agreed with the boy's words, and then, raising her hand, calmly said that if this forest dragon had attacked the Count's territory, then the area would most likely have been destroyed in half, and at the very least, part of the fortress wall would have been destroyed, and about 100 people would have been injured. Van looked up at the girl in surprise and said that all this time it seemed to him that on the Count's territory, where there was a castle, everything should be in order with the defense. Turning back and looking at how the locals sat Espada and D on a bench, helping them recover and come to their senses, Panamera noted that there were no such heroes in the county as the butler Espada and the knight D, capable of taking off the head of a dragon with one blow. Vaughn began to laugh loudly and smiled widely, embarrassed by the praise for his friends, and then said that absolutely everyone on their team was something to be proud of, and then added that Kamzan, AB, and Law were going to become as strong as their mentor Dai. Panamera approached the boy and loudly flicked him on the forehead, saying in a serious voice that the most important thing was how powerful the ballistas made by the boy turned out to be, and the girl noted that she still could not believe that they were capable of piercing even Scale's dragon. Van rubbed his forehead and then hung his head, placing his hand on his chin, and said thoughtfully that the ballistas still had room for improvement, and for him it would be simply ideal if they could be made to fire 10 times in a row. Panamera put her hand on her belt and said a little irritably that it seemed to her that she had just heard something incredible. She raised her head and calmly said that first of all, it is necessary to hold a celebration in honor of the conquest of the dragon. And firstly, the main characters will be Mr. Dai, who received the title of Dragon Slayer, Mr. Wang, as the owner of the fief, who took on the responsibilities of commander. After these words, Van raised his surprised face at her, and the girl added that it would also be necessary to mention the name of Mr. Espada. Van froze for a second, twisting his displeased face, and then imagining a joyful D in full uniform with a sword slung over his shoulder and a colored ribbon on his chest. He indignantly asked that D would really become a dragon slayer. Wang stood on the balcony on the second floor of his mansion, holding a piece of paper in his hands. Opposite him on the street, all the villagers and Panamera soldiers gathered, who lined up in even ranks. Vaughn began to read out his speech loudly, saying that they were all able to subdue the forest dragon, also known as the Master of the Forest. Under the balcony stood D, Kamzan and Espada, and Ordo and his team stood in the company of Bell among the locals and listened to the boy's words that on the occasion of such an event, they want to reward the people who played the most important role. Turning slightly to the girl coming out onto the balcony, Van loudly said that the award ceremony was being opened by the Viscount and the head of the Cayenne clan. The girl walked up to the railing and gracefully waved her blonde hair as the boy introduced her as a Panamera Cara Cayenne. The girl cast a stern look at the residents, and as if on cue, they all straightened up and froze in place. Seeing the tension on the villagers' faces at Panamera's mere glance made Vaughn, as a lord, question his own dignity. Panamera opened her mouth and said loudly that they were able to kill the forest dragon, which the knightly order and magicians usually call upon to deal with it, thanks to the assistance of everyone present. The villagers' expressions changed to fear, and she quickly began to make a fuss as Panamera said that undoubtedly another village or town would have been destroyed, and even a nearby fortress would have suffered serious damage. Panamera tightly clenched her hand into a fist and loudly said that this small village not only survived, but also without a single victim, and the damage consisted only of damage to part of the fortress wall and 2 ballistas. The girl shouted loudly that this was an unthinkable feat. Panamera's words were met with admiring exclamations from the villagers, and the girl said that she would now name the names of those people who made a huge contribution to the victory. Dee smiled and stood in a beautiful stance, placing his hands on his belt, when Panamera called his name and title of Deputy Head of the Order of Knighthood, Marquis Ferdio. The man, smiling broadly, began to wave his hand to everyone when the girl added that Dee cut off the head of the forest dragon with 1 blow, and his military actions, which had a significant effect on that battle, come first. Then Panamera said loudly that the next person is the unique owner of the magic of the 4 elements, the butler Espada. The man placed his hand on his chest and bowed as the villagers raised a loud cheer again and began clapping for the Espada. Panamera added that thanks to his magical abilities, which defy description, he directly held back the advance of the dragon, which is why the second merit goes to him. The girl waited until the noise died down a little, and, smiling, cast her gaze at Mr. Wang, saying that she would now name the name of the last person. When Panamera announced the name of the 4th son of the Marquis Ferdio, Van Nee Ferdio, there was the loudest cry of joy. The locals raised their fists and began chanting the name of their master. Hearing such a loud reaction, Vaughn jumped back in embarrassment, and Panamera continued to say that thanks to his wisdom, unimaginable for an 8-year-old child, his ability to take necessary measures and intelligence, as well as his unprecedented method of using the wielder's magic, he had greatly enhanced the defenses of this village in a short time. Vaughn excitedly clutched the scroll of paper with his shaking hands as Panamera continued to say that his feat in the recent battle with the dragon was not only the actions that were important to victory, but also the fact that he was able to carry out a deployment as a feudal baron. When Panamera loudly said that in this regard the 3rd merit was awarded to Van Nee Ferdio, the inhabitants began to raise their hands up and jump joyfully, chanting again the name of their master. Even though Vaughn was in shock, he forced himself to smile widely and wave to the crowd. The reaction was so violent and loud, the boy was literally blown away by the screams and applause. Continuing to smile and wave, the boy thought that now he had definitely become everyone's idol. At this point, the ceremony was completed. After some time, the cutting of a huge amount of raw materials began. Panamera, who had just cut off the dragon's fangs, looked back at the boy and asked enthusiastically, "What's wrong with this sword?" Brandishing the sword surrounded by her soldiers, Panamera loudly complained that she couldn't believe that this sword was also a boy's invention. Van, smiling, answered her that the sharpness of this dream was specifically intended for cutting material. Turning to the boy, Panamera began to walk towards him, indignantly noting that such a sword was given to every soldier, and thus it turns out that they had more than 100 swords, and then loudly asked that shouldn't such weapons be very rare? Wang clasped his hands together and smiled radiantly, tilting his head slightly to the side, and joyfully said that the cost of making one such sword was 5 gold coins. After this statement, the girl froze in place and cast a withering glance at the smiling boy. This time, thanks to Viscount Panamera and 100 of her soldiers, who helped the locals cut up and collect new materials, they quickly sorted everything out. Due to the fact that the existing warehouse was already filled with materials and meat from the shell dragons, another larger one was built with a basement underground. When most of the star-shaped fortress wall was also completed, the merchant Lango finally returned to the village with his caravan, which was supposed to deliver materials obtained from the dragons to the capital. As soon as Lango arrived in the village, he was amazed to see the walls suddenly erected. He opened his eyes wide and asked his brother in fear when such a huge wall appeared here. Bell quickly ran up to his brother and sharply grabbed the guy by the shoulders. Bell's face contorted as he menacingly, instilling fear in his brother, said that this wall, of course, is impressive, but they have another problem. Lango pulled back and, with his mouth wide open, asked his brother in fear, "What kind of problem is this?" When Van approached them both and greeted the arriving merchant, Lango immediately ran away from his brother and rushed towards the boy. Lango waved his hand at the large caravan standing behind him and said that he had made a request from the head of the merchants for a caravan of 5 large and trash medium carts. Pointing to adult men in bright clothes, Lango said that in addition to him, 4 more merchants had come to the village, as well as 20 adventurers from the Adventurers Guild as guards and 5 slaves as a base to help. Van looked around the entire caravan and noted that its composition was very large, and Bell, putting his hand to his chest, bowed to the boy and asked him to escort them to the new warehouse. Smiling, Van approached the merchants and waved his hand towards the cart. They approached him and bowed deeply to the boy. A few moments later, a loud, frightened scream from Lango was heard from the warehouse, shouting that there was a dragon here. Hearing about the dragon, all the merchants rushed towards the warehouse with loud shouts and excited faces, leaving Mr. Wang behind, while asking each other indignantly whether there really was a dragon there. A moment later, a louder cry was heard from men running into the warehouse, who were indignant in surprise. Where could such a small village get such a dragon? Bell, standing not far from the door, bent down slightly and shouted to the men that the dragon was completely intact. And besides, it was a forest dragon, huge. Listening to the enthusiastic cries, Van stood with a satisfied face, saying out loud that he was very interested in how much money they could get for him. Leaning towards the boy, Bell smiled at him with an ominous smile and said that in the end they had in their stock scales, fangs, eyes, and a magic core of very good quality, and probably the price would start from 100 white gold coins. And if we talk about bidding in the royal capital, that's 50. Imagining a huge mountain of white gold in his head, Wang excitedly thought that they could fetch about 10 billion yen for one dragon. And then, turning to Bell, who was surprised by the boy's reaction, he asks why there is such a high price for him and what kind of auction is this in the capital. Bell waved his hand and smiled again and began to say that the auction is the same as a public auction, which usually takes place in a large, theatrically decorated building in the royal capital. The guy added that when someone has an item worth a national treasure, it must be put up for public auction, and a company that is a member of the trade guild can take part in it. When Bell said that, based on the materials they had in stock, over 150 white gold coins could undoubtedly be obtained, Wang perked up a little and touched his chin with his hand. The boy thoughtfully said that it turns out that after deducting transportation costs, fees for the exhibition, and the company's income, Bell and his brother would make a decent profit from this meal. The guy's eyes widened in surprise at Mr. Wang's words. Bell leaned towards the boy and noted with a serious voice that with all due respect, it is difficult to comprehend that Mr. Wang is still a child, since he is uncharacteristically aware of how everything works. Recalling situations where he had previously been accused of stealing money, Bell noted that incapable aristocrats attack others who make a profit, and Mr. Wang, on the contrary, thinks about them and his brother. The guy said that for him and Lango, the net profit in this transaction would be from 3 to 5 gold coins. Bell clenched his hand into a fist and smiled softly, and then said that for them it was still a huge profit for which they could risk their lives. Van crossed his arms over his chest, tilted his neck slightly, and cast a thoughtful look at the guy. Looking up at the guy, Vaughn calmly said that it wouldn't hurt for them to organize their own trading company, and then asked how difficult it would be to arrange it. When he said this, Bell froze and his eyes widened in shock. Traders walked not far from them and praised the village, attracting attention. 4 adult men approached the boy and, with joyful and satisfied faces, began to take turns saying in unctuous voices that this village was simply a real treasury. And when they were informed about this place, they very much doubted it. But in the end, they were glad that they came here, and also asked to provide all the raw materials to Mary's company. While Bell and Lango were arguing about something among themselves, the merchants began to dance in front of Van, trying to please him with their sweet speeches. The plump merchant with the gray mustache said that they might even consider opening a store in this village, and since Mary's company is one of the largest in the entire kingdom, they can guarantee the village's development. Wang decided to answer him like an 8-year-old child, and, tilting his head to the side, asked in a pretty voice, could they really open a store in such a remote area where there are usually very few people? The man closed his eyes slightly and, waving his hand in a feigned voice, said that for merchants it is not only the sale that matters, but also the ransom, so he can have no doubt in Mary's company, since they are taken raw at the highest price. Van sighed and asked how much they could buy this dragon for. After the question, the man's eyes lit up again, and he, without ceasing to speak in a fake voice, said that they could offer about 80 gold moments for him. Looking the merchant in the eyes, the boy asked how much they could sell the dragon for, which was bought for 80 gold coins, to which the man replied that for at least 100 coins, but then added that, however, there would still be more from this amount. Various types of expenses are deducted. Another man with a mustache and stubble also decided to wedge himself into the conversation and, putting a smile on his face, said that they also expect a confident price for the shell dragons. And, of course, in the future, a trade caravan will regularly come and go to this village, and they promise they have better treatment compared to other villages and towns. Listening to their words, Van thought that he understood what their conversation was about now, because the results of a serious battle are perceived as something special, and no one seriously thinks about future relationships. Vaughn thought that if one believed that they could continue to extract valuable resources from magical creatures, and if one believed that the village would continue to develop so rapidly, then these merchants must, even at the cost of reducing their own profits, buy raw materials from Lesnoy, and we have a shell dragon at a higher price. Looking at the merchants talking with a smile, Van thought that they clearly had no interest in such a distant village, and all they cared about was the amount of profit they could get from this transaction. Van smiled and waved goodbye to them, thanked them for the conversation, and said that he would think about it, and then turned around and walked towards where Bell and Lango were standing. The merchants began to raise their hands to the boy in confusion and ran after him, stutteringly telling him to wait for them for 1 minute, and then one of the men said that Mr. Wang better not count on those 2 merchant guys, since they are still young and inexperienced. The men stopped and slightly screamed and said that she was the best option for the master, but Van, without even turning around, replied that, unfortunately, the dragon was not being sold as expensive as originally expected. Approaching the brothers, Van said that the merchants said that the price of this dragon was no more than 80 white gold coins, after which Bell raised his eyebrows gloomily, and Lango jumped on the spot from such a statement. Looking at the merchants with a dumbfounded look, Lango said that no matter how you look at it, we are talking about the best raw materials, so the proceeds should be much more than 80 gold coins. After these words, a loud cry was heard in response, which said that he's an idiot. The male merchants ran up to the guy with bloodthirsty faces and surrounded him from different sides, starting to express their indignation to him in a rude tone that no matter what he said, no one would take this dragon even for 100, not to mention a higher price. And if Lango puts it up for public auction, the price may be even less than 80 gold coins. The traders continued to be indignant at the guy that there are traders who act in their calculations for the best result. The man added that in the worst case scenario, bandits might attack them on the way to the capital and rob them, and Lango recoiled a little from such pressure and hung his head. Bell intervened in the conversation and stood between the merchants and Lango, shielding his brother from the men, and said that they all now need to calm down and rationally assess the whole situation. Looking at the frowning faces of the traders, the guy said that it is usually enough to spread the costs of transporting goods with a reasonable level of security. And at an auction, you can put up raw materials at the lowest price, and if nothing good comes of it, you can move it to the next one. Bell drew his eyebrows to the bridge of his nose and threw a malicious look at the men, and then said that if we talk about the possibility of an attack by bandits during transportation, then this is already the area of the merchant's actions to carefully select the route and security. And then, lowering his voice, asked, "Isn't it generally accepted rule?" An overweight merchant with a gray mustache ran up to the guy and grabbed him by the chest, and loudly indignant, saying that Bell was just an idiot who understood nothing at all about trading. Bell kept himself in control, looking into the eyes of the man, who continued to hold himself by the collar and say that not a single merchant would come to such a distance for the whole year to buy raw materials, and therefore they had no choice but to sell the dragon for the offered price. 80 pieces of white gold, and upon entering into such a transaction, they would make a profit of 1 coin per person. The merchant raised his voice again, telling the guy to stop appearing and listen to him, since they would be paid a decent amount anyway. Van clearly heard their entire conversation, and looking at the two merchants in surprise, he thought that if you imagine 1 white gold coin as 100 million yen, then this would still be a large sum for one person. While Van was thinking about this, Lango wrinkled his brow and looked at Bell, who nodded in response to his gaze and loudly informed the merchants that he and his brother would never agree to get 1 white gold coin in such a businesslike way. Looking at the old merchant with an angry look, the guy added that trust for a merchant is everything, no matter who the person is and no matter what kind of deal is given. He and Lango want to conduct fair trade. Bell continued his speech, saying that this would bring the greatest profit in the future. But his words were interrupted by another large merchant with a mustache and stubble, throwing his bag on the ground, and he rudely said in a lowered voice that the brothers really did not understand what the opportunity was. There is a conversation going on now. The man approached Bell and pointed his finger at his chest, threateningly saying that if the head of the trading company became aware of this situation, then expulsion from Mary could follow. But Bell was adamant and stood proudly with his head raised, calmly accepting all attacks. After these last words, the merchants turned around and all left together, and looking at their backs, Van thought that they did not understand anything at all about customer focus. Pouting his lips, the boy thought that he was somehow the son of the Marquis. And doesn't the fact that he just heard all these words spoil the image of the company? Whistling, the boy turned around and walked towards his brothers, thinking that even if now they underestimate him as a child with no future prospects and exiled to the border, in the future he could still make deals with them. So it would be nice if only men would behave a little more kindly. Approaching the irritated Bell and Lango, the boy asked if everything was okay with them, and then added that now they had lost 1 gold coin each, to which the brothers snorted displeasedly and nodded. Bell answered irritably that everything was fine, but when they invited them, the men looked like knowledgeable merchants, and he did not think that they would be so stubborn, and Lango, waving his hand at himself to calm his ardor, muttered that merchants usually stinginess is inherent, but greed is already superfluous here. Looking away, Bell said in a calm voice that he no longer had any attachment to the reputation of being part of the largest trading company in the kingdom, so they would continue to operate as independent traders. Lango said that after hiring security, He would personally deliver all the raw materials to the royal capital. However, registration with the guild is required to put them up for public auction. Bell, sticking out 3 fingers on his hand, said that to create a trading company, there are 3 requirements. The first of which is to pay an entry fee for the guild in the form of 1 coin of high value. The second is to own a physical store. And the last is a recommendation from a person who has title. Van thought for a moment, and thoughts flashed through his head that they had everything in order with the first 2 requirements. But with the recommendation, a small problem arose. The boy reflected that there was one rule characteristic of an aristocratic society, and it was that an aristocrat had some grant of rights behind him, and those who had sufficient wealth to create a trading company were obliged to pay the aristocrat an appropriate remuneration. Thus, the aristocrat could swimming in profits without doing anything for it. Looking up at the brothers, Vaughn asked if there was any generally accepted amount that should be paid to an aristocrat, or was it 10% of the profits made? Leaning towards the boy, Bell asked in surprise how he knew this, or is this information a well-known fact for aristocrats? Bell added that each titled person has his own stakes on this matter, but the collection is mandatory in any case, after which Van nodded and thought that the barrier for this collection was quite high. Bell and Lango's faces twitched a little when Vaughn asked who provided the recommendation for Mary's company. The guys began to cast their glances in different directions in confusion. When Bell told the boy that the recommendation for this company was provided by the royal Berlinet family, which rules this country, Van's face frowned a little, and, raising his hand to him, he calmly replied that this is already very bad for them. After these words, Bell and Lango immediately sank, and their faces looked as if they were about to cry. In this world, the rule is that the higher the title of the aristocrat supporting the founding of a trading company, the stronger and larger it is. Of course, the company receives all kinds of warm welcome, as well as the brand's image and the patronage of an aristocrat. Van sat on the bench with his legs crossed and began to say that despite all this, he rested his head on his hand and, closing his eyes, noted that the fact that the king has his own personal favorite is completely dishonest. Standing opposite him, Bell and his brother said that Mary's trading enterprise could open a store in any city in the kingdom, and on the most favorable terms. The guy added that everyone's feudal lords also become his clients, since the company can mainly buy and sell rare materials, slaves and the like, obtained by the royal knightly order. Imagining in his mind the silhouette of a dark-haired girl in a hat, Lango said that there were also rumors that Mary Triumph, the chairman of the company, was the flower before last, that is, the concubine of His Majesty the King. Wang frowned and said that things were getting worse and worse. He began to think that there was a possibility that if a trading company with influence in all cities noticed that people with whom they had a conflict were organizing their own enterprise, then no one would support the latter. The boy raised his head to his brothers and sighed, saying that the Merchant Guild is a huge organization that has settled in many countries, including ours, but the main office is located in another country. So he believes that the guild will approve the creation of a company if the conditions are right arranged. Bell put his hand on his chest and said that everything was right, and then added that he and his brother were very indebted to him, because they got their own store and did not have problems with money. Throwing a sad look at the boy, Lango said that as for support from the aristocracy, Than sharply put his palm forward and with an indignant face said that his family would not be suitable for this. Frowning his face, the boy began to think that his relationship with his father had already been severed, but he loved his brother Marcia very much. But his brother, unfortunately, did not yet have a title, and the only aristocrat whom he could ask for support was. Exhaling heavily, Van begins to speak. The brothers' faces immediately lit up with joy, and a sparkle could be clearly seen in their eyes when the boy said that he would try to ask for patronage from Viscount Panamera, since she was the only one of the aristocrats with whom he had any kind of connection. The brothers threw themselves into each other's arms and almost cried with happiness when Van said that he would try to be as convincing as possible in his conversation with her. Watching this picture, the horoscope boy told them that he said that he would only talk to her about it, and it was too early to count on anything. But Bell and Lango no longer listened to him, because they were too busy with joy and thoughts about rich, happy future. Van decided not to touch them, and scratching his chin, thought that such an offer would not be profitable for Mrs. Panamera. Once Vaughn told the girl the whole situation in detail, she immediately replied that she was not against his proposal, which took the boy by surprise, causing her to laugh a little. They stood not far from the training soldiers, and Panamera sighed and waved her hand and said that let the boy judge for himself. Stretching out her palm, she said that for a rising aristocrat like her, who might give up, there would be no harm in approving the creation of a trading enterprise, albeit a weak one, under the leadership of only 2 people. The girl added that if there is such pressure, the authority of the royal family will be shaken. Van put his hand to his chin and agreed with her words in surprise, and at the same time thought that we were now talking about the royal family. In his head, the boy thought that this was very similar to some kind of hidden hostile attack, but perhaps he had such a thought due to the fact that he was originally an ordinary commoner. Placing her hands on her belt, Panamera said that, in addition, she has neither a feud nor a knightly order. Therefore, if she wants to move up, then it is important for her to behave shockingly enough so that she is heard by the common people. Imagining how they were bringing a huge dragon head to the royal capital, Panamera said that the offer was even more profitable for her, since in the end, some upstart with a personal army of hundreds of people, after sweating over a shovel, was going to the royal capital, and this was undoubtedly strange, a subject of discussion for many. After her words, Van became inspired and hit his palm with his fist, thinking that no one could imagine that in the border village there was equipment capable of pacifying a dragon. Van began jumping joyfully on the spot, clenching his hands into fists, and then with a wide smile on his face, he enthusiastically said that since the dragon was for sale, it would not attract too much attention, which is very good, and if you pretend that this is all the work of Panamera, then he can avoid the attention of his family. The girl snorted irritably, noting that the boy thought very strangely. The girl closed her eyes and sternly said that killing a dragon is not a common thing, and a lot of information down to the smallest details, including guesses, will reach the ears of the higher aristocracy. Panamera added that people will inquire about the raw materials, the method of killing, the number of people involved in the battle, the location and damage, and depending on the success, they may talk about being accepted into the service of various factions, including the royal order. At the end, the girl said that even if those who defeated the dragon were to announce her, the various checks would definitely lead them to Mr. Wang. These words hit the boy right in the heart. The boy immediately sank, saying that so many problems arose on his way. First they kicked him out of the house, and now they would call him back. But he really liked being involved in the development of the village. Looking at the boy, Panamera noted in bewilderment that he was worried as if he a child who ran away from home. She took a step towards him, and laughing, said that he was already a child. Coming close to the boy, Panamera leaned towards him and with a malicious smile on her face said that if Mr. Wang asked her, she would tell him how to make sure that he was not returned home. The boy looked up at her in surprise and asked if this was really possible, to which the girl said that it was as easy as shelling pears. Panamera grinned, and looking the boy straight in the eyes, she sternly said that he needed to get the title. Vaughn's eyes widened in surprise as he listened to the girl's words that once he received the title, an aristocrat would become independent, so he would be able to establish a new family on his own. Van drooped even more, noting in his head that Panamera was talking about this as if they were now discussing the purchase of a new apartment. Waving her hand, the girl with a smile on her face said that it was better to leave everything as it is. That is, that the dragon was defeated by little Mr. Wang, and in fact, what was done to her was due to a time delay. With a shocked face, Van began to loudly complain that he couldn't do this because it would change everything again and attract a lot of unnecessary attention. Panamera crossed her arms under her chest and leaned towards the boy, asking why he was dissatisfied again now. He jumped back in surprise and his glory expanded as he thought about how this whole situation filled him with anxiety. Squeezing his eyes shut, the boy thought that there was a lot to worry about in getting the title. Imagining in his head the image of the gloomy Marquis of Jalpa and his second and third sons, Van thought that it was still unknown how his father would react to all this, and he had to assume that behind this he could expect hostile attacks from his two older brothers Sesto and Yardo. And remembering his beloved older brother Marcia, the boy thinks that he will be very embarrassed, that he will become an aristocrat faster than his older brother. Vaughn sank greatly from these thoughts, and Panamera said that he would be able to achieve the title of Dragon Slayer at the age of only 8 years old. And for this achievement, she was sure that he would be given the title. Stretching out her palm, the girl added that Mr. Lang would also be able to get a lot of money and a trading enterprise that he would support from the very beginning, and in her opinion, this has only advantages. Seeing that the boy still continued to sit with a sad and downcast face, the girl said that she understood that all this could not but cause excitement. Standing opposite the boy, she put her hands on her belt and confidently said that as soon as she received the title, the number of her enemies increased along with it, and there were many comrades who tried to take advantage of her. Smiling, she continues to say that, however. Her eyes narrowed, and her smile became malicious when a magical light slipped into her palm, and she said that she would turn them all to ashes. Not expecting to hear such a thing, Van fearfully asked about her words. Exhaling, Panamera laughed and said that therefore, if Van also makes enemies, then he should not limit himself to just ballistas, and if the number of corpses exceeds a dozen, then no one will ever think of going against him. Van's body shrank into a shaking ball after the girl's words, and he thought that he had just heard the most terrifying advice on how to get along in this world. Sighing, Van calmly said that if they attribute all the credit to him, then in that case, Panamera will not have a step for its own advancement. Panamera let out a quiet laugh, and then her gaze began to acquire frightening shades, and she asked in a low voice that the boy was really worried about her. Panamera Kara KN herself. She folded her arms under her chest, and a negative atmosphere immediately began to hover in the air, and the girl's gaze expressed a note of madness when she asked that she was really leading the kind of life that would make only an 8-year-old boy worry. Or is there something wrong with her? Did you hear? Panamera laughed like a ferocious animal, and Van felt like a small bunny that was cornered by a large and ferocious wolf. The boy hesitated with fear and said in a trembling voice that he was not at all worried about her well-being. Wang's face fell again, and he said that he was more worried about himself in this situation, and then asked the girl not to eat him. Panamera's mood changed, and she laughed loudly, noting that the boy always amuses her with his answers. Looking down at the boy, Panamera smiled widely and, waving her hand, confidently said that he can be calm, since she will not touch him for the next 5 years, and so that he can grow further, this time she will eliminate his feet with this dragon. A wry smile stretched across Wang's face, and he wondered if he should take her words seriously. However, he decided not to think about his fate in 5 years for now. 2 days have passed. After completing all the assessments, Lango, sitting in the boy's office, asked if the price of 130 white gold coins would suit him. Making an appropriate gesture with his hand, Van replied with a smile on his face that he was satisfied with everything. After his answer, Bell and Lango breathed a sigh of relief, and thus their deal was sealed. The agreement to create a trading company was concluded with the condition that either Van, if he received the title, or Panamera, would give a recommendation and at the same time receive 10% of the profits. Lango was going to return to the King's Harbor to sell raw materials from the forest and shell dragon, but a problem arose. A loud voice shouted that how could they all just leave? Looking at his angry brother, Lango said that all the adventurers and merchants, along with the huge empty carts for transportation, had packed up and left the village, but they were probably moving slowly and could be reached. Bell indignantly asked how they were going to explain to the trading company that they returned to the capital empty-handed. Panamera approached them, and straightening her hair, said that they were probably waiting to be spared, and if the transportation failed, then only this remained, and in that case they would have to listen to the merchants and sell them their goods for 80 gold coins. Turning to the girl, Van said irritably that he definitely wouldn't want such an outcome. Vaughn quickly approached the brothers and anxiously asked that if he created a carriage, would they be able to transport a dragon on it, and then added that they could turn to Ortho and his squad as escort. Panamera calmly replied that this was not necessary since she was going to lead her army to the royal capital. After all, she still needed to apply for a title for Mr. Wang. When the girl added that she would take care of the escort and labor herself, the boy's eyes lit up with delight, and he slightly covered his reddened face with his palms. Van ran up to the surprised girl and, with a wide smile on his face, joyfully thanked her, saying that if Mrs. Panamera was nearby. He had no doubt that everything would be completely fine. Seeing his happy face, Panamera's cheeks flushed slightly, and she looked away shyly, saying that when trust is expressed so openly, it embarrasses her. Such words plunged the boy into an unimaginable shock. He quickly ran some distance away from the girl, catching her irritated and incomprehensible gaze, and fearfully thought that he could make even Mrs. Panamera blush. Van abruptly approached the edge of the wall and began jumping joyfully, charging everyone with his energy, thereby attracting the blank looks of the locals. He thought that today they should have fun and add a festival of bright lights to the annual events. A flower aura literally flew around the contented boy, and Lango even approached him and asked if everything was okay, and then said that they would need a fairly large cart and many horses to transport the raw materials. Smiling radiantly, Van joyfully replies that he will do it right away. After some time, a huge cart was ready, so large that the horses seemed very small in comparison, with equally large wheels and a roof rack, which looked like a very highly improved cart and even had a canopy to cover it after loading the luggage. The cart was made from wooden blocks, which meant it was light and strong. Belle and Lango looked at her with their admiring glances. Panamera, looking at the brothers, said that the cart would be pulled by the horses she had brought with her, since she had them trained and their strength and speed could pleasantly surprise. The guys, almost crying with happiness, loudly thanked the girl from the bottom of their hearts. As the cart wheel rolled along the ground, it made a loud creaking sound. The merchants, accompanied by adventurers, slowly moved along the road in their carts, and one of the men asked in surprise why no one had caught up with them yet. The second thin merchant, sitting in the cart, irritably noted that these two brothers are still stubborn and pain in the ass and can do stupid things. Another adult man with a mustache and stubble supported his words and said that in such a godforsaken place, they would have nowhere else to sell your raw materials. With a wave of his hand, he was completely confident in his words and added that if they didn't ask them for any help, then they themselves would never be able to assemble a caravan, which means they would soon understand that they shouldn't have refused the offer. There was a loud noise, and the accompanying adventurers began shouting at the carts to move to the edge of the road. When one of the men looked out a little and asked irritably what was happening, the adventurer replied that a cart so large as he had never seen before was approaching them. Hearing this, all four merchants began to poke their heads out of the cart. A large cart drawn by knightly horses rushed past them at high speed, and the men immediately jumped up from their seats, in surprise and indignation that in such a village a knightly order could be forgotten. The plump, mustachioed merchant said in fear that it might be the Marquis of Ferdio, after which the other merchant turned to him and shouted at him not to talk nonsense, because if we put aside all the rumors, the reality is that that boy is just a child expelled from the family and not more. One after another, the carts flew past the caravan of merchants, and one of them noted that these were not at all the same carts that aristocrats usually ride on. All four were confused, but after a while the black-haired man pointed his finger somewhere and in a trembling voice asked the others to look at it. They all saw a flag with the family crest on which was painted a shield with a unicorn in the background. The traders were indignant that this could really be. The merchants shouted the girl's full name, seeing how at that moment Panamera quickly asked past them on her horse, not paying any attention to the carts. Next, a smiling Lango, who was now in the role of coachman, drove past them. Looking after the girl with shocked eyes, the merchants began to loudly indignant at what this precocious rich woman, who was supposed to be on the Count's territory, was doing here with Lango. After this, the merchants began to panic in earnest, and the thin man shouted loudly that since they were collaborating with an aristocrat, it meant that Belle and Lango had formed their own company, and all this time they were mistaken about the fact that they did not have funds for transportation and guaranteed buyers. Cold sweat began to run down the men's faces when they realized that if this was true, it meant that they not only traveled to the outskirts in vain, but also lost a lot of profit. The merchants' faces paled as they realized that if they guarded empty-handed, they would lose their position as merchants, since the head of the company agreed to sponsor their journey only on the condition that they make a deal for the supply of 40 shell dragons. They grabbed their heads, shouting guiltily that if they had agreed to 100 white gold coins, they would have made a huge profit in the form of 1 or 2 gold coins each. After some time, the men calmed down a little and stood in a circle, asking each other what they should do now. The thin merchant said in a trembling voice that even with so many leashes, they would have to carry out the transportation in 2 passes, so they needed to apologize and offer their help with the transportation. The largest man with a gray mustache refused this offer, since they were the ones who, with good intentions, approached the head with a request for a caravan. Putting his hand on his chin and twirling his mustache, he added that Bell and Lango were the ones who prevented their good deeds, so they need to tell the head that these 2 brothers deceived them. Shooting a glance at his comrades, he said that they were all returning to the capital. The other 3 men jumped up in fear at this statement, but did not dare to object to him. The large, mustachioed man added that he really hoped that they would be understood and forgiven. The caravan that remained behind the crew slowly continued its journey to the city. The silhouette of a tall man was clearly visible from the back, who was dressed in a long royal robe lined with snow-white fur. Dino Enzola Berlinate, the majestic king of the Kingdom of Scuderia, who took the throne at the age of 16, already at 20 carried out significant military reform, acquiring a military force more powerful than ever before. All officers of the rank of adjutant and below, with the exception of the commander, who was obliged to prevent betrayal and attach great importance to blood relationships, must be brave warriors with many years of combat service in the troops. And the main idea of King Dino's reform is to give the highest priority to military forces. However, this reform requires time, effort, and a lot of bloodshed. It used to be the norm that anyone born into an aristocratic family became an adjutant, an officer of the Order of Knighthood, and this meant that many incapable children were left without work. At the same time, those families who could afford reductions, such as Count Ferdinand, or those who specialized in military power, like the Marquis of Ferdio, were programmed. As a sign of her military merits, at the age of 16 Panamera became the commander of the Count's Guard, then survived several fierce battles, and with military distinction took part in the war against the Kingdom of Araneta, in which a platoon under her command accomplished a feat that was important for the outcome of this battle. Thus, the young Panamera, whose blonde hair, which was then still shoulder length, became an aristocrat. The girl is very grateful to Count Ferdinand, who appointed her, a simple knight, to a high post and submitted a petition to give her the title. His Majesty was so pleased with her active work that, with extraordinary speed, 6 years later he elevated her to the title of Viscount. The man opened his mouth slightly, saying in a low voice that he had no doubt that Lady Panamera had come to ask for her own promotion of title based on military achievements. A blonde adult man with a mustache, stubble, and a crown on his head threw a stern look at the girl, saying that instead of himself, Panamera was asking for another person to be given the title. The ruler of the Kingdom of Scuderia, Dino Enzola Berlinate, is 43 years old. Panamera sat kneeling before him in the Great Hall, while the man sat on his throne on an elevated pedestal. King Dino sternly asked why he does not see here the person to whom she asks to bestow the title. Panamera, sitting in a bow, calmly replied that this man is the owner of one royal fief, and he protects a border village where there is not even a deputy, so it was not possible for him to come to the royal capital. The king raised his eyebrows and asked with interest why it was necessary to build the owner of such a fief, to which the girl replied that for his great achievements, and even though the prospects were vague, as they might seem. After her words, King Dino lightly squeezed the armrest of his throne. The man sighed, and then calmly said that if Viscount Panamera is the man whose glory in military affairs is known to them, recommends him, then they must be talking about something promising now. But there is one thing. The king asked how this feudal lord achieved military success in Glazov village, without properly disposing of either knights or even guards. Panamera raised her head, and King Dino added that although her words aroused his interest, this question required a proper answer. When the girl said that the merit of this feudal lord was the conquest of dragons, a noise immediately arose in the large hall and turmoil began. The advisors and knights in the hall immediately perked up and began to whisper among themselves, did the girl really say dragons? And was that feudal lord really able to conquer, and not just fight back? The eyes of the prime minister, who had been standing to the right of the king all this time, widened, and a tall man with a beard said that if Panamera's words were true, then it was simply amazing, and then asked if a magician with the power of the 4 elements had really grown up in this village. King Dino froze in place, and his eyes widened when Panamera said that this man had production magic, and because of this, his own family did not favor him, and then he ended up in exile. When the Prime Minister asked how this man could have dealt with the dragon, King Dino leaned forward sharply. The man with a stunned face leaned down and tightly grasped the arms of the throne with his hands, and then asked in a deep voice, "Who is this person?" Raising her head, Panamera replied that this was the youngest son of the Marquis of Ferdio, named Van Ne Ferdio, and he was a hero who defeated dragons when he was only 8 years old. In a quiet voice, the king said that the Marquis of Ferdio did not report anything to him regarding his youngest son, to which Panamera replied that she knew nothing about the report. But in fact, the information could be confirmed by the person who was the main figure in this conversation, the villagers and herself. Waving her hand, the girl said that on the day when the boy, with difficulty, reached this nameless village of only 100 people, she was attacked by a group of robbers. Panamera then added that the group was defeated and the village protected thanks to him, a modest number of subordinates, and the adventurers who acted as escorts. After her words, the man with a satisfied face noted that despite such a young age, he was able to fight and win, and no matter how you look at it, not everyone is capable of this. Sensing the enthusiastic tone in his words, Panamera thought that she was able to arouse the king's interest with her words. The men's bodies froze with stunned faces when the girl said that upon arriving in the village, the first thing the boy did was build clay walls to strengthen the defense of the village, and then made a canal and restored the destroyed houses. The advisor gasped at her words and began to whisper among themselves that this was all somehow very strange, that an 8-year-old boy could do all this. Ignoring these doubting voices, Panamera continued to speak calmly, revealing that the village's fighting strength consisted of hundreds of ordinary people, the second in command of the knightly order, Marquis Ferdio, his 2 assistant knights, the butler of the magician of the 4 elements in old age, and a party of 5 adventurers. The girl added that she also took part in the battle with one of the dragons, but only as a holding force for the enemy. She waved her hand and said that in the end, only thanks to the feudal Lord Van Ne Ferdio and his subordinates, they managed to win this battle and not suffer a single casualty. The Prime Minister thoughtfully rubbed his beard and said that it was very difficult to believe, but he hoped that they had evidence of the words spoken, to which the girl replied that they had raw materials from the slain dragon. Panamera added that it is also worth clarifying the point that they also have raw materials from 40 carcasses of shell dragons. After her words, the court knights immediately made a loud noise in the hall, indignantly saying that it could not be that a child could defeat 40 dragons in one go, since even for the capital's knights such a battle would not be an easy task. The Prime Minister loudly clapped his hands, calling to stop the uproar. A moment later, everyone in the hall fell sharply silent, and the girl, continuing to sit on one knee, sighed and lowered her head, thinking that they could be understood, but there was no point in making such a fuss, and then calmly added that she herself had heard oral testimony from the locals that the battle against 40 shelled dragons was led by a boy. But some details were different from those given in the report, so they can confirm all this when checking the raw materials. The Prime Minister approached King Dino and quietly said that he very much doubted that the Viscount had done without exaggeration, and then added that maybe she wanted to indirectly appropriate that fief to herself, since by assigning the achievement to a child, she could easily manage it. In response to these words, the king looked up at the man and sternly said not to test his patience, since he personally had no doubts regarding the words of Viscount Panamera. Addressing the girl, the king asked whether the boy was asking for the fief to be transferred directly into his hands, to which the girl nodded and replied that everything was correct. Looking at the Prime Minister, the king said that the people who are carrying out the checks should arrive in the next few days, so there is no way to cheat, to which the minister sighed and rubbed his beard. Addressing the girl, the Prime Minister loudly says that if all her words turn out to be an attempt to mislead them, then her title will be taken away, and moreover, she will suffer severe punishment. And in a stern voice, he asked if she understood this. Panamera nodded her head and said that she understood everything perfectly, and she would like His Majesty to see this village in person because of how much this boy Wang had transformed it in a few months. All the knights stood silently, listening to her words in fear, and the minister, with a wry smile on his face, rubbed his head again. Panemara raised her gaze to the king, and, smiling, said that perhaps his prudent majesty would appoint a new owner of a prosperous feud for the defense of his state. Saying that this whole situation was very interesting, King Dino stood up from his throne. Taking a few steps forward, he smiled interestedly and said in a firm voice that he wanted to see Van Nefertio as soon as possible. Lango carried the head of the forest dragon through the streets of the capital, and this caused a huge commotion among the local residents. People stood and looked at what was happening with enthusiastic eyes, and someone even approached the guy and asked him various questions about the dragon. When Lango was once again surrounded by a crowd of people, he noticed Panemara leaving the royal palace and loudly called out to her. He left the company of locals and walked towards the girl, but the people followed him. Coming down from the stairs, Panemara stopped and, placing her hands at her sides, loudly said that today it was decided to give Van Nefertio the title of Baron, and in addition, the reward for conquering the forest dragon would be determined later. Hearing this, people began to whisper among themselves, saying that we were really talking about the fourth son of the Marquis Fertio, who was called a child prodigy, and someone was frightened and indignant about how the child could defeat the dragon. Approaching Lango, Panemara said that it was now possible to organize their trading company, and today she was going to apply for its creation, so she wanted to know what name they came up with for it. Lango clenched his hands into fists as his eyes lit up, and he enthusiastically presented Panemara with the company name as his name. The girl looked at him with a blank look and asked if he really wasn't going to add the name of his older brother there, to which the guy, dancing with joy, replied that he was sure that his brother would be pleased to see the name of his younger brother even after death. The guy abruptly stopped his dance, freezing in place and looking at the girl with an indignant look when she said that in order to avoid a conflict in the future, because of which she might have to change the name of the company, she would simply register the company as Bell and Lango. Several days have passed since that moment. The name of the new trading company and rumors about the new Baron Van Nefertio became the most hotly discussed topics of conversation in the capital. They spread as a heroic tale, and somehow the ending changed to the dragon being surrounded on the battlefield and having its head cut off by a boy who was a powerful swordsman, who then climbed onto the monster's head and held his sword up proudly. While drinking tea from a mug, Panemara thought that the rumors were having the desired effect, and then said that her participation in this battle was also vividly adapted, so we can assume that everything is going very well. Having placed the mug on the table, the girl leaned back in her chair and turned towards the window, grinning and saying into it as if Van would hear her, that exactly at this moment the most interesting thing begins. The question flew out of the windows of the mansion about how the boy was going to thank her for what he had done. A month and a half has already passed since the day when Messrs. Panemara, Lango, and the others left the village. During this time, the construction of the fortress walls in the form of a six-pointed star was completely completed, and then new ballistas were placed on them. But, however, due to the fact that only 100 people live in the village, unfortunately, the ballistas will not be able to work simultaneously. The standard houses were also rebuilt in a more modern style, and now it was safe to say that they resembled a kind of medieval manor house with brick walls and a tile roof. At the same time, the center of the village also became more functional and picturesque. Moreover, during this time, Wang built 2 tall observation towers. Heading towards one of them, the boy, smiling broadly, asked Till and Kamzin how they thought about having a meal with a beautiful view, and they happily agreed to his proposal. Kamzin enthusiastically said that he really liked Oligo Tower since it overlooked the main road, after which Wang laughingly noted that Kamzin seemed to like high places in general. 2 towers called Oligo and Bull were at the corners of the inner square wall around the village. Oligo was closer to the main entrance and road, and Budo was closer to the lake where the Abgalu now lived. Tylo, with a smile on her face, said that she also likes the Budo Tower because from it you can look around the lake at one glance. When the 3 of them approached the tower, they saw Dee standing near it, who forced Lo and Ab to train on the steps in front of the entrance to the tower itself. Noticing Mr. Wang, Dee folded his hands on his waist and with a wide smile on his face asked if Mr. Wang was going to climb Oligo Tower now, and then he added that he was thinking about going up there with the guys as a training. But if Mr. Wang was going to go there, then they would happily move to the Budo Tower. Eba and Lo, who were already on their last legs due to intense training, perked up at his words and looked at the man with a confused and at the same time indignant look, realizing how long they would now have to walk to the other tower. Saying that it was time for them all to leave, D rushed from his place and ran towards the Budo Tower, and the knights had no choice but to run after him. Looking at how the 3 running knights raised a ball of dust behind them, Van noted that they all definitely had plenty of strength. It takes about 10 minutes to reach the top of the tower, and not even halfway there, Van was already out of breath from fatigue while Till slowly climbed behind him. Kamzin, carrying all the bags with food, jumped upstairs, going far ahead, and Till, with a smile on her face, noted that the boy was very cheerful. Noting the fact that Till very calmly overcomes this long obstacle, Van says that the girl is also very resilient, to which she, laughing a little, replied that this is until they get to the top, because there she is no longer at all will be able to move. When they reached the top floor sometime later, they were greeted by a moderate breeze. Looking at the view of the main road, the forest and the mountains behind him, they approached the railing, saying that they had finally arrived. The guys froze for a few moments with peaceful smiles on their faces, watching the panoramic view while the wind gently caressed their faces. Continuing to admire, Vaughn closed his eyes due to the wind and said with a smile on his face that the village only had 100 residents, and it looked quite large for such a large population. Taking food out of the basket, Till said that this is true, but at the same time you can't tell that this is a village if you look at the buildings and various equipment, and probably, at this rate, this village will soon be renamed a city. Turning to the maid, Van grimaced his face and replied irritably that he had given up the idea of giving the village the name Van Village for a reason, but people had not calmed down, and he would not be surprised if everyone started joking again and suggested the name Van City. In response, Till just laughed and said that she also thought Van City was a great idea for a name. Van frowned and muttered for the girl to stop making fun of him, and that he was sure that now she was saying this with mockery, to which Till perked up and waved her hands, saying that this was not so at all. Kamzin, who had been admiring the view all this time, called the boy and pointed his club into the distance, saying that there was something there. Van turned around, but saw nothing but the road, forest, and mountains. Van squinted and irritably noted that Kamzin's vision had recently become as sharp as that of local residents, but he himself, unfortunately, could not see anything that far, to which Kamzin calmly replied that he had simply begun to peer more often into the distance. Till had already laid a blanket on the floor and laid out food when Kamzin said that it seemed to him that there were no soldiers or adventurers in the distance, since there were many children and old people there, and there were also slaves walking nearby. After these words, Van indignantly asked how much the boy's vision had improved, and was this really some kind of feature of their village? As they approached the bedspread, Wang said that there was still about an hour left before those people arrived, so they could sit down and have lunch now. Till sat on her knees and held a basket of food in her hands, and then happily said that today she made Mr. Wang's favorite fried egg sandwich. When the girl took the towel off the basket, Van saw neatly folded sandwiches in it, from which a very tasty smell emanated, and they looked just as tasty. Till, smiling, noted that thanks to Belle, their village now always has the best quality bread, so you don't have to worry about the taste of the sandwiches. The 3 of them enjoyed their delicious lunch. When they went down and began to move away from the tower, they saw Haruth running towards them. Her snow-white hair, blowing in the wind, caught the glare of the sun, and the girl's face was a little red from the long run. When she called the boy by name, she and Till closed their eyes tenderly, and Van thought about how lovely Eret really was. When Panamera left for the royal capital, Harut did not follow her, deciding to stay in the village for a while, and thus the Espada began to train her too. The girl stopped and tried to catch her breath, leaning one hand on her knee and placing the other on her chest. Approaching her, Van, with a smile on his face, asked Miss Harut what happened, and then mentally noted that he had even begun to behave less formally around her. Van reached out his hand and touched the ends of her snow-white hair, thinking that she was still very young, and when he said that she was sweet and lovely, he felt a feeling for her that was different from falling in love. Mentally noting that the girl just wants to be stroked on the head, he places his palm on the top of her head, moving it from side to side. When he did this, Haruth's eyes and mouth opened wide, and the girl instantly blushed, speechless from surprise and embarrassment. Thinking that the girl looks like a cute little puppy, he removes his hand and says that it happened by accident, to which Haruth screams loudly that everything is fine. She gathers her palms together and presses them to her chest, and then lowers her lowered gaze to the floor, and slightly stammeringly says that if Mr. Wang doesn't mind, he can just call her Haruth. Vaughn also blushes a little, thinking that those words of hers were also very sweet, and then asks if the girl is really okay with this. Continuing to hold her hands to her chest, she closed her eyes and said that it seemed to her that it would be much easier for the gentleman. With a smile on his face, Van calls her name, and the girl, slightly perked up, immediately responds, and then Van asks in a calm voice if she came here to tell him something. Hesitating a little, she said that she wanted to talk about those people who were going to this village, after which Van, narrowing his gaze, mentally noted that the girl said the word village with a questioning intonation. Haruth nodded her head, as if giving herself a sign, and clenching her hand into a fist, confidently said that there are a lot of people coming here looking for, but there is nothing from the fortress walls to the village itself, so she wanted to invite Mr. Wang to talk to them in his mansion. After her confident words, she immediately shrank back into a ball, and slightly stammering, said that many residents had talked about this, so she wanted to tell her, to which Van stood and nodded in response. The boy thought that Haruth had already begun to get used to it and had become capable of a normal conversation with him, and although she still felt a little shy, now she usually takes a position in which it immediately becomes clear that she is addressing him personally. After listening to all the girl's words, Van smiles and says that he is not against the conversation taking place in his mansion, but first he will need to clarify whether these came here with friendly intentions or not. Till noted a little worriedly that Ortho and his squad had gone into the forest before noon, after which Van said that in this case it would be necessary to call D back with his knights and find the Espada just in case. Inspired by the task, Kamzan raised his hand high, loudly saying that he would take care of it right away, and then he rushed to his place and quickly ran towards the opposite tower. As the boy ran away, Van sighed and smiled wryly, noting that Kamzan had a lot of energy. Putting on a smile, Van thought that he, one way or another, was also training during construction, but Kamzan's strength of spirit and efforts were still amazing. Remembering how the two of them sat on their knees on the ground, exhausted and tired after D's training, Van thought that for him training with D was mandatory, and Kamzan decided to join them of his own free will, and in the end he could calmly withstand everything hellish training for a night. Watching Kamzan confidently raise his katana above his head, Vaughn thought that this black-haired boy was completely unaware of the fact that when it came to fencing, he was one step ahead of him. Seeing the progress the two boys are making, Abe and Lo are also training for Super Derby due to their competitive spirit. Closing his eyes, Van smiled tightly and thought that he felt a huge difference in physical form with all of them. Looking after the running boy, Aerith touched her lips with her hand and noted with a surprised face that, surprisingly, Kamzan was very good, which shocked Van, and he froze in place with a stunned face. Thoughts flashed through his mind that even in this world, the hero among children will be the one who stands firmly on his feet and is in good physical shape. After some time, a crowd of exhausted and dirty people reached the city. Espada, entering Mr. Wang's office, said that he believed that all the people came from other villages, and their representative was now waiting at the door, after which Wang asked to be invited inside. As the door opened with a slight creak, a short, elderly man with thinning hair on his head and a wooden cane in his hand entered the office. There was a hint of fear on the old man's face as he asked, slightly stammering, if they had come to a village called Seat. Van was puzzled by this question and asked the man the name of the village. Hunched over, the old man began to approach the boy sitting on the sofa, and then said that they thought that they had reached the village of Seat, but they ended up in some amazing city. Vaughn turned to the Espada who was standing behind him and asked if he knew anything about Seat Village. Nodding, the butler replied that the head of the village told him that the so-called Seat people used to live here, and apparently, because of its remains, some people call this village that way. Wang's expression immediately changed to one of incomprehension and puzzlement. The boy suddenly jumped up on the spot and, with his eyes wide open and his mouth parted, began to be indignant that the village, it turns out, had a name all this time, and the local residents fooled him. He, Mr. Wang, an innocent 8-year-old boy, was deceived. They checked an incredible fraud behind his back. Watching the boy's reaction, Espada thought that all this time the locals had been telling him that the village had no name, and therefore they wanted to name it after him, and then mentally added that he was wondering how everything would turn out. The old man put his hand on his chest and bowed slightly, saying that be that as it may. Apparently they were not mistaken and came to that very village of Seat. When the old man landed on the sofa opposite, Van asked what business they came here for, and the man began to look around, saying that the village had changed so much that he couldn't believe his eyes. And even though he was here last time in childhood, but for such strong changes to occur. Raising his palms to his mouth, Van repeated his question again, but this time louder, asking what business they were on, after which the old man jumped up sharply in his seat, and looking at the boy, said that he was distracted. With a wave of his hand, the old man calmly said that they came here from a neighboring village, in which there were fewer and fewer young people, and taxes were collected just as strictly, and because of that they could no longer cope on their own. They decided to go to Seat to discuss whether they could be received in this village. Wang crossed his arms over his chest, saying that if a man had relocation in mind, he might face various obstacles regarding this. The boy asked why there were fewer young people in the village, and then said that he assumed that they went to work in the cities and ultimately stayed there. Tightly gripping the cane with his hand, the old man replies that the young people had to leave against their own will. The old man, sitting in the boy's straight, said in a sad voice that they were all taken into the army because they were collecting people in case of war, after which Van asked what army we were talking about. The man, looking at his shaking hands, said that having lost workers, the village was unable to pay taxes, and Mr. Count does not care at all about residents of border villages like them. Van, looking at the man in surprise, asked if they had all come here from a village in the territory of Count Ferdinand, and then added that the old man told him that the village was located next door. However, it was still quite far away. The man lowered his head and tightly clenched his trembling palms into fists, placing them on his knees, and then said that it would take about 2 weeks to walk with adult legs, and they came here, and not to the nearest city, because they thought that if they stayed on the territory of the Count, sooner or later they would be convicted of tax evasion. And after reflection, they decided that it would be better to go to the territory of the Marquis. After these words, Van looked at the man thoughtfully. The boy thought that if you worry about the Count's location, then it is not worth hosting the villagers, since this can be made up as if he is taking away the population from him, which means that Count Ferdinand has problems with the territory, and without a doubt, nothing good they won't think about it. Looking at the old man's downcast face, Van thinks that, however, this does not change the fact that all these people came here, risking their lives. Vaughn continued to sit and look at the man, thinking that he didn't want to do anything that would further aggravate the tension between the Marquis and the Count. But he also didn't want to deny help to people who needed it so badly. Having finished his reflection, the boy asked if all the residents had come to move, after which the man jumped up on the spot and joyfully asked that the gentleman really agreed to take them in. When Wang said that he and other people would be able to live here without paying taxes for a while, they would provide them with food and housing, but on the condition that they would work together with everyone else for the good of the village. The old man was so surprised by his words that the question involuntarily burst out of his mouth that they had really reached heaven itself. Ignoring him, Wang asked how many people lived in their village, and the man replied that 13 people had come today and another 300 remained in the village. The man, stunned by such kindness, asked a little embarrassedly that there was nothing wrong with the gentleman being so friendly to them. The old man then added that in this case he is not against his granddaughter becoming the master's personal servant, but she is only 3 years old now, but when she grows up, she will become a real beauty. Pointing his finger at the old man, Wang frowned and said irritably that he should not dare to sell his grandchildren. The boy lowered his displeased face and, closing his eyes, thought that in this world people throw away their loved ones as if they were gifts for the new year, and then mentally added that he knows that there are cultures in which women and children are given to serve. But when you personally encounter this, you feel somehow uneasy. Wang noted that in modern Japan, there are stories that are very difficult to believe. But in this same world, it is surprising that there is such a frivolous attitude towards human life. When the boy told the old man that they could lend them carts, but now they only had 2 free horses, the man waved his head in different directions in surprise, saying that they would be very grateful to them for this, and that there are cows that pull the carts so that the master's horses do not get exhausted and can return safe and sound. When the man finished speaking, Vaughn widened his eyes in surprise. The boy jumped on the spot, leaning towards the man, enthusiastically asking if they had milk cows. The man looked questioningly at the boy and, with a slight hesitation, answered that the territories of Count Ferdinand are known for their pastures, so there are cows in their village. Listening to the old man's words that every year from 5 to 6 calves are born, and they grow up in about a year, and although they sacrifice them every year, they always try to keep more than 10 calves in the village. The boy's eyes lit up with joy, and he began to think that this was simply wonderful news, and then mentally noted that he was very interested in whether there were differences in cows around the world. Wang happily clenched his hands into fists, and with a smile on his face said that in this case, if the villagers moved, they would have more livestock, and also added that they needed to communicate with Ordo and his team with a request for an escort. Looking at the old man, Wang happily said that Mr. Village Leader must be very tired, so today he and his people can rest in the inn, which was originally intended for soldiers, but there is room for everyone there, and then added that they will even cook I eat for them. The old man's eyes widened in surprise, and then he said that he was not the head of the village. Van jumped slightly on the sofa and indignantly asked who in this case is the head, if not him. In front of the building that Vaughn had prepared for Panamera and her group some time ago, a group of people of different ages in tattered clothes lined up. They all looked at the hotel with enthusiasm, asking that they would really live in this beautiful building. And then someone noted that it was even much larger than the house of the owner of this village. A little boy intervened in the conversation, indignantly telling the person not to say such nonsense, since the owner can constantly change his house. Watching this small skirmish, Van put on a smile, thought that it was not a matter of appearance at all, and then grinned, noting in his head the fact that in the house of the owner of the feud, the furniture was much better than in others. Approaching the people, Van smiled and offered to celebrate the move when the rest of the residents arrived, after which all the people turned to him and looked at the boy with a surprised look. Wang then told them that he had recently built a small bathhouse in the village, so after they took their rooms, he could happily escort everyone to it. Approaching Kamzan and Till with Erut, Van asks the girl to call the inhabitants of their village, and also to show the guests where and what they have here, to which Till happily replies that he will do everything. Calling out to the boy, Harit folded her palms on her chest and slightly tilted her head and asked what would happen next to those people. Van looked at her with both a frightened and surprised look, realizing that the girl was the daughter of the Count, whose people he decided to settle with him. Van thought that in order for Harit not to see any hostility in his actions, he needed to try to make a good impression, and then, slightly overacting, he quickly began to say that these people were from a neighboring village, and since it was not very safe there now, they decided to run away here and ask for help, and he happily offered them shelter and food. Harit nodded and calmly said that the gentleman was doing a good deed, and she was sure that a good life awaited them all in his village. Smiling tightly, the boy thought about telling her that they were from a neighboring village, so she didn't think to ask whose territory they came from. Van raised his head and gave her a slightly worried look. When he caught up with the girl and she walked towards the square, Van noted that about 2 months had already passed since Harit arrived in this village. Harit's expression quickly changed to one of surprise when the boy asked if she liked living in this village and if she planned to stay here. The girl gave up her hand on her chest and, slightly hanging her head, hesitatingly said that it seemed to her that it would be better if she stayed here. Continuing to walk, Vaughn smiled lightly and said that since they were still children, he suggested that they forget about that marriage for now. He then leaned forward slightly so that he could see Haruth's face and, smiling widely, asked what she would like to do. After these words, she stopped, looking at Vaughn's back in surprise when he said that he wanted Haruth to think carefully about this. Her surprised look took on a hint of admiration as she, repeating Wang's words, quietly asked herself what she wanted to do. Noticing that Aruth had stopped, Van did the same and, turning around, gave her a radiant smile. The memory of that incident with her mother suddenly flashed through Harut's head. Her gaze darkened, and she sharply shook her head. Approaching the boy with a worried face, she pressed her hand to her chest and timidly said that she would like to marry Mr. Wang. He looked at her with a surprised look while the girl stammered and tried to add that she, you see. Van interrupted her words, asking in a calm voice if she wanted to get married, to which the girl nodded. A moment later, Arut suddenly stopped moving and froze, and her face began to turn red. Noticing her reaction, Van perked up and his eyes widened indignantly as he realized that as a true gentleman, he should not make a lady feel embarrassed. Watching Haruth try to cover her red face with her hands and hair, Van calmly asked if he needed to pretend that he had not heard these words, to which the girl quietly agreed. Van was a little embarrassed, and closing his eyes, he thought that now everything was clear to him. Harut said that Mr. Wang had some kind of unusual gait when she noticed that after their conversation he began to skip a little and quietly hum some kind of melody. Turning slightly to the surprised girl, he, continuing to move at the same pace, with a wide smile on his face, answered that it was just her imagination. When a man realizes that he is not indifferent, he is at the height of bliss. After some time, they were already together with Harut until in the square, where local residents were organizing a welcome dinner and setting wooden tables. A light cloak with large dark spots appeared, and Ortho approached Van, telling the boy that they had returned. The boy began to greet the man and his team, but when he turned his head towards them, he suddenly became speechless. Seeing Ortho, Zara and Pluriel, battered, beaten and dirty, but with calm faces, Van shouted in fear, asking what happened to them, until, seeing the state in which they were, screamed just as loudly, asking why they were all covered in blood. Ordo put his hand behind his head and said that it was not their blood, but monsters, and then apologized to the boy. Scrubbing the back of his head with his hand, Ordo lowered his eyes to the floor and, laughing timidly, said that today they accidentally discovered the entrance to the dungeon. After hearing Ortho's report, many people, including Van and Till, looked at the adventurers in surprise when the boy said that the dungeon was good. Van stood motionless for a while, thinking about the dungeon, until the realization and horror of this entire situation suddenly came upon him. Van's face contorted in silent shock as he realized that the adventurers had found the very dungeon they had tried so hard not to find. The boy was brought out of his thoughts by Espada, who approached him from behind and called the boy's name, which made him jump on the spot. Leaning slightly towards the boy, the man said that since they had discovered the dungeon, they needed to report it now, so they needed to send a messenger to the capital. After these words, Van asked in confusion that if they didn't hurry up, could someone take credit for their merit? The Espada nods and says that it will be so the best thing they can do now is report to the capital in secret from everyone else. Touching his chin with his hand, Van closed his eyes and thought that ideally he would first like to receive the title and this village's land, and then talk about the dungeon, but there was nothing he could wish for. Frowning his face, Van thought that since a branch of the Adventurers Guild would appear here, a weapon shop and an inn would be needed, and since the Adventurer's character was so-so, a brothel and a gambling house wouldn't hurt either. He mentally added that to maintain public safety, a nightly order would be needed, and besides, it was necessary to prepare for the influx of new residents and livestock from the Count's village. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted by Ortho, turning to the boy. Van turned to the adventurers, and with a forced smile on his face, said that since they had already found him, there was nothing more to do, so he could borrow his horse so that Zara could go to the capital with a report. Hearing his name, Kaysera jumped on the spot in surprise, fearfully and indignantly asking that they really wanted to send him there alone. Giving the man a multitasking look, Van said that since Zara was a sentinel, he was sure that it was he who discovered the dungeon. The man jumped back sharply and groaned indignantly that the gentleman had guessed everything. A bloodied and dirty Ortho approached the boy, saying that Zara would definitely be able to handle this task, but it would be much better if they also went with him. Van immediately calmly replied that the whole problem was that he already had a task for them, which was to escort residents from a neighboring village and would take them about 2 weeks. But as a reward, he would pay them 1 gold coin. Ortho and Pluriel looked at Mr. Wang carefully and then looked at each other. A moment later, the 4 remaining adventurers looked at Zara with joyful faces and, smiling broadly, waved at him and said that he would definitely manage. The main thing is that he be careful on the way to the capital. Seeing how Ortho and the others betrayed him so easily, he loudly shouted that they had no conscience at all. Zar's eyes were almost wet when Van approached him with a puzzled face and held out a weapon, saying that he felt sorry for the man. So as a reward, he decided to give him a mithril dagger. Zar's eyes shone with joy, and he accepted such an award with great pleasure. Seeing this, the rest of the adventurers ran up to the man and began to loudly complain that this was not fair to them. Ortho, pressing the man, loudly said that he could go to the capital himself, so Kesara should exchange with him. Having dismissed his friends, Kesara laughed and said in a sugary voice that Mr. Wang had entrusted this task to him personally, so there was nothing to be done about it. Thus, the group of remaining adventurers remained on the carts to meet the inhabitants of that village, and Zara alone headed to the capital with a report. The blade of the dagger shone brightly in the sun, and Zara waved it in the air, sitting astride his horse, humming a song to the clatter of hooves as they passed through the dense thicket, joyfully noting that good deeds were rewarded after all. Moving through the dense forest and looking at the shine of his new weapon, Kesara said with satisfaction that after all, Mr. Wang knows a lot about his business, because this dagger is light and convenient. The man made a fire and camped in secluded places for the night, and the next morning he sat down in the saddle again, and this continued day after day. Joyfully waving his hand, Kesara noted with satisfaction that while he was admiring his dagger, the time on the journey to the capital flew by, and after a couple of kilometers it would become visible. As he continued to ride his horse through the village with these thoughts, he suddenly noticed an overturned carriage ahead of him. Getting a little closer to the carriage, Zara saw that behind it 3 large dark figures were eating the corpse of the horse that was pulling the carriage. One of the humanoid monsters with dark skin and pointed ears did not stop slurping and raised his malicious gaze at the man. Kesara suddenly froze in place, looking at them with a determined and slightly frightened look, realizing that he had met orcs. Noticing the man, 2 orcs looked away from the horse's carcass and simultaneously looked at the man. However, a moment later they again grabbed the horse's meat with their foreign fangs. Zara stood still and held his horse with his hand, thinking that they had a very good appetite, and then noted to himself that any orc is always driven by one of the basic needs, such as appetite, fatigue, lust, and, finally, bloodlust. Noticing how the 3rd orc was trying to climb onto the carriage turned over on its side, Kesara thought that this orc was now experiencing either excitement or a desire to kill in relation to the one who was now inside the carriage. Sharply taking out his new mithril dagger and throwing it in his hand, Zara continued to closely watch the orcs, and then said that in any other situation they would have become serious opponents. However, Kesara abruptly grabs the dagger by the hilt and brings it to his face, getting into a fighting stance, and then, catching the excitement, grins contentedly and says that this time it seems to him that the fight will be even too boring. Kesara quietly approached the orc, who had almost climbed into the van from behind, and before he could pay attention to him, he quickly slashed his arm. The orc screamed in pain as blood gushed from his shoulder, and Zara jumped back as the monster began to lose its balance and fall down. The man then swung his dagger and lunged forward again. Running up to the falling monster from behind, Zara cuts off its neck with one blow of her dagger. Noticing how their comrade fell dead, the other 2 orcs eating the horse jumped out of their seats and, growling loudly, ran towards the man. Zara jumped back sharply, maneuvering away from their attacks, and then said that it would be better if they stood still. Making a sharp lunge forward, Zara cuts the arm of one of the monsters with many sharp blows. Then, unexpectedly for the orcs, the man appears behind the monsters and again swings his dagger, and with a smile on his face, a few seconds before the blow, he says that their team is useless. In one swift motion, he cuts off the heads of both orcs and lands on his knees. He watched as their lifeless bodies collapsed to the ground, and then looked at his bloody mithril dagger, and smiling broadly and contentedly, said that this dagger, made personally by Mr. Wang, as he thought, turned out to be just the coolest thing. While he was laughing, feeling like a heroic adventurer, someone began to slowly crawl out from under the fallen carriage. A small, slender girl with dark brown hair and wearing a fluffy, expensive dress with a floral pattern embroidered on the hem rose from the ground. Shaking herself off a little, she took hold of the skirt of her dress and curtsied, bowing her head, and then with a confused face said that she was grateful to the man from the bottom of her heart for her salvation, and then added that her name was Familia Stratos. When the girl came closer and said that she was sure that her savior was a very noble gentleman, but she would like him to tell her his name, Zara began to turn his stunned gaze from the girl to the bloody dagger, and then began to quickly wipe it with a rag. Rubbing the back of his head with his hand, the man calmly and good-naturedly told her his name, and then said that he was not a gentleman at all, but just an ordinary adventurer. Shaking her head, Familia replied that one only had to look at his magnificent dagger to realize that the man was of noble birth. The girl suggested that he was probably on an important mission now, and therefore was hiding his identity, and then added that he need not worry, since she would take his secret with her to the grave. After her words, Sarah perked up in surprise and tried to explain that he was really an ordinary adventurer. Familia turned her back to him, and turning around a little, giggled sweetly, saying that she understood everything, and then added that, with his permission, she would go to the royal capital on foot. The girl sighed loudly, and hanging her head sadly said that, unfortunately, now she could not do anything for Zar, but someday she would definitely repay the debt to him. Familia bowed and turned to leave, but Sarah could not stop himself and called out to her, running after the girl with his horse and loudly saying that he was going to the capital right now, so that the girl could mount his horse. The girl timidly muttered that she did not want to cause any more inconvenience to the man, but Zara walked over and silently took her by the waist and put the girl in the saddle. Smiling sweetly, Sarah stroked his horse and told the girl that the horse, on the contrary, would be happy to carry not a bumpkin like him, but a little lady. Covering her mouth with her hand, Familia giggled sweetly, saying that no one had called her little lady for a long time, and for his information, she was already over 30. Taking the horse by the reins, Sarah began to move, and then looked at the girl and laughed loudly, saying that the girl was a joker, and then added that she didn't even look 20, after which Familia again quietly giggled and thanked him for the compliment. When Sarah asked where she needed to be taken in the capital, the girl lowered her eyes to the floor and timidly said that she herself did not know, and the coachman, who knew the way, immediately ran away as soon as they were attacked. Throwing a surprised look at the girl, Sarah asked what business she came to the capital for. Familia turned away from the man, and tightly grasping the reins, lowered her eyes, and then in a frustrated voice said that her father, the Baron, had died in battle, and after that another nobleman had seized the house, and their family was ruined, and then added that she wanted to find a job and get a job as a maid for someone in the capital. Her hands began to tremble when Familia said that initially she did not want to tell anyone about this because it was a huge shame. Sarah looked at the girl with a good-natured face and smiled, saying that there was nothing shameful in looking for her own path, and then added that she had nothing to be ashamed of, since he himself was the same. Giving the girl a radiant smile, Zara said that he now lives in a village on the border, and if the girl wants, she can then go there with him, since he is sure that they can find work for her there. When tears began to accumulate in the corners of Familia's eyes, Zara said that, in addition, if something happened, he could always protect the girl, so she definitely wouldn't regret it. The girl looked at him with a surprised look, and a tear rolled down her cheek as she pursed her lips into a thin line. After a couple of moments, she responded to the man with a soft smile and said that she agreed. Familia said that she would gladly go with Sarah to that village. A loud voice was heard in the Adventurers Guild, saying that a dungeon had been discovered on the border of the lands of Marquis Ferdio. An adult man with an eye patch stood in front of a board on which various papers hung, and loudly spoke to all the adventurers who were now in the guild that the dungeon was found not just on the border, but next to the very village whose inhabitants defeated the forest dragon and a group of armored ones, and then added that everyone had definitely heard about its lord, since this was Van Nay Ferdio, who had recently received the title of Baron. The adventurers looked at the man with satisfied and interested faces when he said that it had been decided that the guild would open a branch there and for some time would buy up all the materials mined with a 20% premium. When the man said that those who agree to map the dungeon and succeed in this will receive a special reward, everyone in the guild raised their mugs of alcoholic drinks high in their hands and began to shout joyfully. When Zara and Familia stood at the counter, adventurers from the guild immediately crowded around them and began to indignantly ask who exactly killed that forest dragon and whether it was true that Mr. Wang personally did it, and also wondered how long it took to get from the village then that dungeon. Kesara stood and listened to all their questions with an irritated face, leaning on the counter with one hand and with the other covering the confused Familia from the indignant crowd. In one motion, Zara put the girl in front of him and placed his hands on either side of her on the counter and loudly shouted to the annoying people that he didn't have time to explain anything to them, since he had done all his work and was now going home. In response to this statement, one of the men shouted that Kesara probably wants to go there first. When Zara took Familia by the hand and led her out of the guild, an angry crowd followed them, loudly indignant that they would not allow him to do this and therefore would go with him. In response to their attacks, without turning around, Kesara shouted that he was not going home right away, but would first spend the night in a hotel, so there was no point in them pursuing him now. The next day, they walked around the city a little with the girl, and went to the capital only after they bought a cart, a horse, new clothes, and supplies. However, after they left the city on a cart, after some time a crowd of adventurers who wanted to earn easy money still formed after them. Sitting in the carriage, Familia turned to Zara, who was in the role of coachman, and said that she was sorry that he had to pay for both the hotel room and food for her, and then added that she already owed him a lot, to which the man he just laughed and said that it was he who got her into this, so she didn't have to worry about all this. Familia looked at his back and smiled softly, saying that for the first time in several years, she was smiling from the bottom of her heart, and it was all thanks to Mr. Zara. He turned to the girl and smiled shyly, saying that their young master is an amazing person, and Mrs. Familia can count on him and be sure that this village will be able to pleasantly surprise her, and the smile on her face will become even more beautiful. The girl smiled sweetly and replied that she would look forward to arriving in the village. A small caravan of 2 carts was moving through the forest, and next to it walked many people, divided into groups. They had been walking for more than one day in a row, and therefore they were tired and exhausted. Moving along the wagon, Ortho worriedly asked his partner, who was the coachman, if he thought Zara had reached the capital without delay, to which the man with long black hair replied that since he was given a mithril dagger, he most likely turned somewhere out of the way to test it. Plurial, who was walking behind Ortho, called out to both of them and indignantly said that there was only a little time left, so they should properly complete their work until the end, because the last time they chatted about some nonsense, they were attacked by the forest dragon. Ordo began to say that it was not their fault, but Plurial interrupted his words and sternly said that she would not tolerate any excuses, and then ordered the man to return to his position. Ortho turned around and walked irritably to the back of the carriage, irritably noting in his head that Plurial had become too strict with them lately. Walking past a crowd of exhausted villagers in dirty clothes, Ordo thought that he was very surprised when he learned about the number of refugees they needed to escort. But he was even more surprised when he saw that even the old people whom they eventually accommodated decided to move into the carts. Remembering the horror that he saw in that village in the form of dilapidated houses and the absence of any conditions for a normal existence, Ortho thought that many people live in such places all their lives, knowing almost nothing about the outside world, and what no matter the situation, they would continue to endure until eventually, as he had seen many times before, the village died of starvation. He ended his thoughts with the thoughts that it is not so easy to decide to leave the village, which is the whole world to you, until he noticed a staggering woman next to him, who was already walking with difficulty, and having decided to talk to her, he said that it must have been really bad for her. Looking at her, Ortho thought that she could barely stand on her feet, but still refused to ride in the carriage and gave way to the elders, and then, leaning slightly towards her, asked if everything was okay with her and added that they had very little time left to go, to which the woman replied that he needn't worry about her. Drops of sweat were running down her face, and the woman, contorting her dissatisfied face, said that in truth, she was against all this, since their village was already very far away, and moving to an even greater wilderness. Ordo looked at her intently. He calmly said that the woman was right, that their village was even further from the capital. But this border village was a real paradise, and they would live better than in others, after which the girl raised her head and looked at him in surprise. Ordo stepped a little forward, and she, looking at his back, quietly said that she did not understand what he was talking about, and why the man, resting his palm against his forehead with the edge of his hand, shouted with delight on his face that the village had finally appeared. Ortho walked to the front of the carriage and looked at the gate being called ahead, and then turned around and with a smile on his face told the others to see how close they were. After his words, everyone stopped in their tracks and with stunned faces looked towards the village and muttered something. When they all reached the village square, they saw many smiling people setting tables with various delicious smelling foods. A small white-haired boy approached them with a number of locals who were smiling radiantly and holding trays in their hands, and waving his hand to the square, he joyfully told them that welcome to the village of Seat, and they can feel at home here. Leading them deeper into the square where the men were now grilling meat, Van said that since they were probably very tired from the road, they could first try the barbecue with the rest, and then go to sleep in the houses that he had built especially for them, like those where the locals lived. People stood and looked at the boy with a dumbfounded face as he smiled and loudly announced the start of the welcome party. A gray-haired man approached the boy and bowed deeply, saying that he was very grateful to the master for sheltering them, and then introduced himself, saying that his name was Superv, and he was the head of the village of Fabia. Looking up at him, the boy smiled and said that he was very pleased to meet you, and then added that his name was Van Nefertio, and he hoped that they would all get along. Approaching Ordo, Van said that he and his team were great, because it was thanks to them that all these people were alive, to which the man leaned over to the boy and smiled cheerfully and said that they were just adventurers doing their job. Ortho said a little embarrassedly that he believed that the master's reward was too generous for such a task, when Plurial approached them and asked the boy if they had really prepared some new magical beast again. Wang said that yesterday they were attacked by 10 huge three-eyed boars with long and sharp fangs, and since they appeared next to the lake, he was even a little scared. Ordo responded by saying that these animals use special magic, and if you get too close to them, you seem to be paralyzed and your body stops listening, to which Van fearfully replied that he had not heard such a thing and did not know that they were so dangerous. Van laughed, saying that it was good that 10 shots from the ballista were quite enough, and Ortho, taking up his laugh, noted that he himself had recently stopped taking monsters seriously. A little boy, dressed in a dirty shirt that was too big for him, approached them, and, slightly unsteady in his seat, timidly asked the gentleman if they could have something to eat. Van touched the boy's back, and with a smile on his face replied that of course it was possible, and then turned around and turning to Till, he said that the girl should give them the soup that he had talked about earlier and some finely chopped meat. Beckoning the boy and his family to her, Till, smiling broadly, said that they could rely on her, so they should not be shy to approach. She took them to a table on which there were plates of soup, meat, and various vegetables, and told them to eat slowly, since they were in no hurry. Looking at the tightly set table, the boy gasped, noting that there was a lot of food here, after which Till sweetly said that they could set such a table for them every day for a week. The boy took a plate of soup, and the girl standing next to him took a skewer of meat, and they both stood and looked at their food with admiration until the boy asked if they could really eat it all. Van put his hand to his mouth and said loudly that everyone should not be embarrassed, since there was enough food for everyone. The locals began to approach the guests and invite them all to the table, handing plates directly into the hands of some of them. People finally relaxed a little and started eating. Tears began to slowly roll down from the faces of some of them because they had not eaten such delicious food for a very long time. Gradually, the square began to fill with new laughing voices, and the guests eagerly ate and chatted with the locals. Van, along with Ortho and Plurial, as well as the elder children Rhonda and their friends, watched what was happening with a smile and warmth. Smiling, Wang thought that he was also very happy, since he had done a good job and organized a dam for 300 people and a barbecue. He thought that before the people from the neighboring village arrived, as the only carpenter, he alone worked very hard. Turning to Ortho, he said that he had made some kind of measurements and realized that in order for many adventurers to come to them, they needed to create some kind of annex, after which Ortho asked what the boy meant. Wang said that outside of this village at the entrance area, they will build a small town for tourists, as he thought that someone would want to stay here for a short time to explore the dungeon, so let them live there, because he does not want to let anyone into his village people of suspicious origin. Ordo's voice trembled slightly, and he asked if the boy was really going to build a city. He replied that a town that could be built in about a month would be suitable, and Ordo indignantly asked how they could build an entire city in a month. Raising his index finger, Wang began to imagine in his head a small area around which multi-story buildings were lined up in rows, and said that in his head he saw a city of about 400 people, something like a stationary town for travelers. Wang added that it would be possible to build tall buildings so that several dozen people could spend the night in one place, and perhaps it would be better to create 10 such buildings, 5 more shops, and 2 or 3 hotels. Imagining the new ballistae in his head, which would be slightly smaller than the improved ones since they would stand on the ground, Vaughn noted that the fortress wall would be about 5 meters away, so he wanted to install 15 ballistas on all sides except the village, and since they will be of the ground type, then they will need to have locks installed so that they cannot be abused. Espada approached the boy from behind and began to say, scaring Van with his appearance, that since they had the opportunity to open a branch of the Adventurers Guild, the city would need to be prepared as soon as possible. Espada continued that even though he was imposing now, he was wondering whether the gentleman planned to take rent for shops and hotels or wanted to manage all of these himself, and then added that this needed to be sorted out in advance. Turning to the man, Vaughn replied that it would most likely be more advantageous to take matters into his own hands, and although it would be quite troublesome, he would try to adapt to it. When the boy finished speaking, the man replied that in this case, it would be worth preparing a city manager. Espada added that since the master would remain in the village, a person would be needed to conduct business in the city. Van raised his hand to his face and thoughtfully asked what happens if he starts managing stores. Then a manager will not be needed, since this means that the owners of each store will become a kind of city administrator. The boy added that it was determined that in this case it would be effective, and there would be more supervision than if all management was entrusted to one person. Espada nodded and replied that everything was exactly like that, and then added that she could also create a nightly order, and since they have Dai, they would be able to carry out everything to the fullest, from creation to practical application. Espada explained, introducing the knights in shining armor, that it was very important to decide how public order and supervision would be maintained, since sooner or later people might appear who would have some kind of evil intent in their heads. Looking up at the man, Vaughn said that he needed to do as Espada just said, and he would delay running the stores a little and entrust it to Bell and Lango for a while, and then added that about the nightly order. Then it would be possible to look for people among adventurers and mercenaries. Vaughn asked the man if he could leave the search for a manager to him, and Espada thought for a moment. Touching his chin, Espada nodded and said that he would look into the matter and find the right person for the role, and then added another suggestion about the order of knighthood, saying that one could be organized in the village and another in the city. Van smiled sarcastically and folded his arms across his chest, and then, sticking out his index finger, said in a sarcastic tone that this was a very good idea, since D and his team could become managers of the nightly order of the village of Seat, and in the new city there would be a nightly order of Espada. Van chuckled as the Espada looked at him with a stern look. The man asked if the gentleman had decided to take revenge on him in this way, after which the boy clasped his hands, and smiling broadly, in a cheerful tone, said that he did not understand at all what the man was talking about, and since he was just an 8-year-old child, then he doesn't understand anything about revenge. Espada exhaled heavily, and the boy turned his back to him and walked forward, thinking out loud about how the inhabitants of the two villages were, and whether they had already gotten along with each other, or had they managed to start some kind of fight during this time. At that moment, Harriet ran to him and called the boy. Stopping, she clasped her palms together and, slightly embarrassed, timidly asked if the gentleman would mind her keeping him company. Looking at the girl, Van smiled softly and said that he was worried about how the villagers communicated with each other. And then, although this was not entirely etiquette, he invited the girl to walk and look around while they ate the meat, to which Harriet enthusiastically replied that she agrees to do as Mr. Wang suggests. He turned his head and saw Till and Kamzan standing nearby, who, naturally, had heard the whole conversation, and now stood with such faces as if they wanted to say something. Van understood what they wanted from him, and coming closer to them, the boy smiled and said that he proposed that everyone go together to inspect the barbecue and at the same time eat meat, after which the guys enthusiastically replied that they agreed. Having lined up randomly in order of increasing height, they went around the village, where Van walked ahead of everyone until, like a personal guard, closed the chain. Approaching an area where there were many tables, Vaughn saw some people standing and noted out loud that they didn't have enough chairs here. Approaching the man, who was carrying an armful of firewood under his arm, and calling him a strong uncle, Van waves to him and asks if he can bring 3 chairs here, and then points his finger at the place where they need to be placed. The man jumped slightly in surprise that Mr. Wang himself was addressing him, but quickly came to his senses and loudly answered that he would do everything right away. After a short period of time, the man brings an even larger number of chairs and begins to quickly arrange them, calling on everyone who does not have enough space to sit down. Van, looking at all this, notes in his head the fact that the man is very agile. Approaching the uncle closely, Van thanks him, and then, with a malicious expression on his face, puts his palm to his mouth and quietly whispers that if he wants, he can become a knight of the Order of Seat Village, which will soon be created. The man jumps on the spot and, with his mouth slightly open, screams in surprise at such a proposal. Walking away from him, Van waves his hand and with a smile on his face tells him to definitely think about his proposal, and the man, scratching the back of his head, loudly and confidently answers that he understands. Continuing to walk further, Vaughn quietly hums a song, thinking about the fact that he was already able to get 1 knight into his team, but he still needs to secure knights for himself before the Espada, and therefore he will automatically accept into the order those who are at least approximately will be able to fight like a warrior. As Wang continued to walk, a small group of out-of-town people, consisting of both men and women, approached him. The man asked Mr. Wang in a trembling voice if there would be any work for them in the village, and the woman added that they would like to have at least some means of subsistence, because no one has any savings. Thinking that the more people there were, the more opportunities the village would have, Vaughn nodded and replied with a smile on his face that they were soon going to open several shops and an inn, and then they could conduct their business there. But until then, you can start plowing new fields. The people's faces dropped slightly, and the woman said that they could handle the fields, but they had never engaged in trade before. The boy told them in a calm voice that there was nothing to worry about, since they would mostly have to communicate with clients, arrange goods, and clean the work area. Wang added that in addition to this, there will still be a lot of all kinds of work, and everyone will be able to do what they like. When the boy said that counting money would be done by someone who was good at it, so they didn't have to worry, the man and 2 women who had been talking all this time breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the boy with gratitude. At that moment, Elder Rhonda quietly approached them and, tapping his cane on the paving stones, said, addressing the new residents, that just a few months ago this village was simply in a terrible state, but after the appearance of Mr. Wang, their life has improved so much that it is easier to say that she has changed beyond recognition. And although his eyes were almost completely closed, and most of his face was hidden by a long gray beard, it was clear that the elderly man was smiling, saying that they all could not even imagine that one day they would be able to smile so often and live cheerfully. The looks of the new residents instantly softened when the older man said that they should all learn to enjoy life and smile with them. However, of course, they will need some time for this. Van sighed and smiling said that everything was just beginning, and his sentiment was immediately picked up by the residents of the Seat Village, when Wang added that in order. To make life even more fun, they all need to unite and make even more efforts. The locals began to shout and applaud joyfully, saying that Mr. Wang can rely on them to do everything they can. Imagining the village from a bird's eye view, Van reasoned to himself that at this stage, the village was gradually becoming more people and visitors, and it was slowly starting to fill with energy. He adds that until now the most that the locals could do here was try to survive, but now they all have the hope of a fun and happy life. Supporting the enthusiasm of the locals, Van raises his fist in the air and, with a wide smile on his face, shouts loudly and joyfully that if this is the case, then they should quickly build a new city. However, none of the locals expected such a quick development of events, and after Mr. Wang's words, they jumped back sharply and with perplexed faces, including even Elder Rhonda, stared at the boy laughing at that time. At a great distance from the star-shaped fortress wall, a loud cry was heard asking people to pull the rope here. There were more residents of the village of Seat, and it was planned that the flow of people would only increase. And now, somewhere a kilometer from the village, with the help of local strongmen, they were rebuilding a new city for adventurers. The men lined up held a long rope in their hands, thus marking the markings. Looking at the drawing in his hand, Espada told Mr. Wang that now he needed to make a small detour to the right, after which Wang loudly duplicated his words to the workers, and the men shouted that they understood everything. The old people from the neighboring village were habitually busy taking care of the cows and the farm. When they first came with the cows to a watering place, choosing as a lake located behind the village, they were very frightened when they saw the Abgalu living there, who, in turn, had never seen cows there closely before. The Abgalu found cows to be very cute and willingly provided the residents with water and grass to help care for the animals. It was surprising, but it seems that the old people and Abgalu got along well in character and got along well with each other. Children from a neighboring village were delighted to see the new houses in which they would now live. In addition, out of awe at the size of the fortress wall, they, together with the children from Seat, explored the interior of the village. Van, who periodically watched this whole spectacle, was now standing and creating wooden cubes from logs, thinking that he was incredibly happy that it had become so crowded, when suddenly someone from the side called him very loudly. Dee ran up to him, holding a huge double-sided axe on his shoulder, loudly asking if he needed more logs. When Van replied that he could use about 100 more logs, Dee shouted loudly in response that the master could rely on him, and he could make 100 logs today. Approaching the rest of the workers, the man raised his axe high and defiantly shouted for everyone to jump on the carts as they were heading into the forest again. In response to his words, the men raised their fists high, emitting a loud cry, and Van, looking at this with a confused face, thought that he could thus single-handedly gather the entire knightly order. After some time, Van decided to approach himself to a crowd of men and start recruiting members of the Order of Seat into the troops. Several men standing in front hesitated when they heard Mr. Wang's words. One of the men raised his hand, and with a fearful expression on his face and an apologetic tone, slightly stuttering, he said that, in truth, Mr. Espada had already invited him, and now he needed to sign some kind of agreement on joining the ranks. Man, the one standing behind him lowered his eyes to the floor and quietly said that Espada had already invited him too. Hearing all these words, Vaughn cried out loudly in a surprised tone, asking when he had already done this. The boy instantly sank, lowering his head and placing his palms on his knees, saying in a sad voice that the Espada had tricked him again, and thinking that he could immediately guess that the butler would immediately begin to act. Several men from the crowd raised their hands and waved to the boy, saying that they were still free, after which Wang's eyes immediately lit up, and she said in a satisfied voice that this was just wonderful. The boy smiled sarcastically to himself and thought that he would appoint Dee as the head of his knightly order, and Abe and Lo would make him his deputies, and thus it would be possible to form an order of about 20 people. Having finished his thoughts, Van tightly clenched his hand into a fist, and already out loud, shouted loudly that this amount was not enough for him. Seeing Dee and the others with the carts into the forest, the boy waved his hand at them and thought that since they were building a new city, he would create a seat detachment exclusively for the territory inside the village, and then the Espada should simply be stunned. Some time later, when Van returned to his work, Kamzan ran up to him and loudly called the boy. Pointing his hand into the distance, Kamzan said that the middle one of the carriage with one horse was Mr. Zar's carriage, after which Wang put his palm to his forehead and joyfully noted that he had finally returned. Kamzan added that the man was still quite far away, and that there were many more carts following him, and Van, peering, replied that at such a distance he still couldn't see anything. While Van is feeling depressed, Till and Arid approach him, and looking into the boy's face, they tell him not to worry, since they can't see anything from here either, and Van, in a frustrated voice, thanked the girls for their words. After a long amount of time, when the carts approached the village, the guys saw the familiar figure of Kesar sitting in the coachman's place, and behind him inside the cart sat a beautiful miniature girl unknown to them. Looking at them with a surprised face, Van asked out loud what kind of girl this was, after which Till, pressing her hands to her embarrassed face, joyfully screamed that this couldn't be. Turning to everyone else, she stuck out her index finger, enthusiastically saying that most likely he saved this girl in the capital from some danger and fell in love, and therefore brought her with him to the village. Aerith picked up her enthusiasm, and looking at the girl with burning eyes, enthusiastically replied that it was simply amazing. And just like in the tales of heroes, but Van did not catch the general wave with the girls, and looking at them with a slightly irritated face, said that it's too good a story to be true. Turning to Mr. Wang Kamsen, with a certain stunned look in his eyes, says that Zara is simply an amazing person. He runs fast, senses someone's presence better than anyone, finds and disarms traps, and although he has a specific manner of wielding a sword, he is simply a skilled swordsman. Hearing all these words, Van jumps slightly in place and asks in surprise that Zara is really so omnipotent. After some time, the four of them gathered in a circle and began to have an enthusiastic conversation about the coolness and uncoolness of Zara. However, the conversation did not turn out to be very long, since after a short period of time Van approached them and loudly called out to them. When they all turned towards the man, they saw that Kesara was standing with a dissatisfied face, his hands folded on his belt, and a girl was timidly peeking out from behind him. Then Kesara, bringing his eyebrows to the bridge of his nose, irritably told them to stop discussing him so loudly, because he heard everything perfectly. Leaving the confused guys behind him, Van began to approach the disgruntled man, and, smiling widely, said that he was very glad that Zara had finally returned, and then asked who the girl had arrived with him. Familia took the hem of her dress with both hands, bowed her head, and bowed down in a curtsy, and Kesara said that they met under a strange coincidence of circumstances, and when the girl told him that she had nowhere to go, he offered to go with him to this village. After he finished speaking, Zara asked if there was anything scary about the fact that there would be a little more villagers, and Van told him that even though the number of village residents had already exceeded 300 people, there was absolutely nothing scary about it. Hearing the words that the number of residents was already more than 300, Kesara asked in surprise that people from the neighboring village had already managed to move so quickly. Till came closer to the girl and, putting her hand on Van's shoulder, smiling broadly, said that this was the owner of this village named Van Nefertio, and the boy, placing his hand on his chest, quietly greeted her. The girl standing opposite them nodded slightly and also placed her hand on her chest, saying that her name was Familia Stratos. Familia added that she was attacked by orcs near the capital, and Mr. Kesara saved her, and then invited her to this place and personally escorted her. When Harut and Till heard this story, they covered their embarrassed faces with their palms and looked at Familius and Zar with shining eyes. And Van, standing behind them with a perplexed face, asked that their fictitious story really turned out to be true. Zara turned his reddened face aside, and putting his hand to his chin, embarrassedly said that he had done nothing wrong, and was not as cool as they say he was. Familia, looking at Kesar with a kind look, said that everything is not at all as he says. Familia gave Zar a radiant smile, and, slightly embarrassed, said that even if he talks about himself like that, but for her he is much more beautiful than any hero from legends. Harut and Till looked at each other again and happily clapped their hands, looking at each other with an enthusiastic look. Van, observing all this with his skeptical gaze, asked slightly irritably if this was all true. Watching the rest of the crew quickly approach the village, Vaughn approached Zara and asked with a hint of confusion who this crowd of people was. After a short period of time, the armor sparkled brightly in the sun. Vaughn was able to take a closer look at those approaching them, and it turned out to be a group of suspicious-looking people, including a stern bald man with a weapon, a man dressed in fur with a mohawk on his head, and a young man in armor and holding a mace. There were also several horse-drawn carriages, and they rode on horseback. Looking at all this, Van froze in silent shock, thinking that it was the end of the world when he came to their village. Zar's face sharply frowned, and when he exhaled loudly, he apologized to Mr. Wang and said that when he reported to the Adventurers Guild about the dungeon, A bunch of cretins came running in, eager to profit from something. Van put a smile on his face in despair when Zara said that it would be bad to scare the villagers, so he asks the master to allow all these people to spend the night outside of it. Van thought that this should not be done to them either, since in the future the adventurers should become local regulars and continued to spread good rumors about the village, and even that formidable man with a mohawk should be pleased with the trip to their village. Approaching the frame of a building built in the city for adventurers, Van said that he needed to wait a little longer, and in the very near future an inn would be ready for an overnight stay, and that he would also need to build a small wall around it. Looking at Zara, he says that the man is probably tired after the journey, so he can calmly go to the others in the village, after which Zara asked where Orto is now. Van replied that the others were now exploring the perimeter of the dungeon, and it seemed that the territory left much to be desired, and apparently it would not be possible to build a stronghold there. After listening to Mr. Wang's story, the man smiled and joyfully noted that it would be his turn here. Waving to Van and the others, Zara turned around and, together with Familia, went to their cart, finally saying that today he would rest for one day, and tomorrow he would show them an example of how to explore dungeons. Familia smiled and, holding the hem of her dress, curtsied goodbye. Van looked at the girl with surprised eyes, thinking that based on her manners, one could conclude that she was definitely from a noble family. Watching Familia leave, Harut noted that this was the daughter of Baron Stratos, and Van turned to the girl, asking if she knew her. Harut replied that she did not know her personally, but had heard that the maids were discussing that Baron Stratos had died, after which the family fell into disrepair and their house was destroyed. Pressing her hand to her chest, Till with a worried face says that this is just a nightmare, and then adds that the girl is about her age, and so many terrifying events have already happened to her. Harut interrupts Till's words, saying that Baron Stratos' daughter is already about 30, and everyone suddenly falls silent, looking questioningly at the girl. Kamzan, with a surprised face, notes that the world is full of miracles, and Van turned away and puffed out his cheeks slightly, deciding that he would leave this topic without comment, although at first he thought that she was a teenager, but realized that it was better not to say anything unnecessary about the girl's age, especially in their presence. Deciding to move away from this topic, Vaughn turned to the others and clasped his palms together, said that they should return to creating a city, and since they would not open shops anytime soon, they could build a protective wall as a temporary measure. Van stood and looked around the area, his hands folded on his belt. Till and Arat stood behind him, and Kamzan was pushing a cart with wooden cubes. Van said that let it be a wall that can stop a medium-sized magical creature, and if someone more dangerous comes forward, then it will be possible to run to the village. A couple of moments later, a large black shadow appeared above them, and someone called the guys in a rude voice. When they turned, they saw 3 tall figures above them. Among them was a bald man with a black eye patch, a man with a fur-clad mohawk, and a man in armor who also had a mohawk on his head. Their faces clearly did not bode well, and Kamzan had already begun to reach for his katana when they opened their mouths, and at the same time, laughing, began to say loudly in their smoky voices that although the village, of course, was nearby, it was dangerous for such kids to be outside. One of the men looked at Till and laughed sarcastically, saying that such a beautiful girl, and even in such an outfit, would definitely be noticed by all sorts of bad people. After he said that he himself would not mind spending time with such a girl, he laughed with a stupid face, and pointing his hand towards the village, in a rude tone ordered her to go home. At this time, Van was looking up at them with a stunned face, thinking that some bandits had come to his territory and were using foul language here right and left. But after a couple of moments he stopped himself and realized that this was not so. Van looked at the 3 men in surprise, and tilting his head, asked the guys if it seemed to them that in this way they were expressing their concern for them. Looking intently at the men, Kamzan replied that it was so, and Till, turning to the boys, said that despite the strange situation now, they did not seem to be evil people. Noticing the stony expression on the face of one of the men, Harut cringed and said that they all still looked scary. Several more adventurers, who were a couple of heads shorter than them, approached the men from behind and, laughing loudly, asked if these big men really scared them. One of the adventurers who came noted that the guys from the White Oath detachment although they look so terrifying, are actually quite good and capable. Van thought and repeated the name of that detachment in his head when the fair-haired one leaned towards him, a man with a small ponytail on his head, and asked what they really forgot here, because if magical beasts suddenly came, then this place would be very dangerous. Wang smiled, thanking the man for his concern, and then pointing his hand towards the village, adding that if they suddenly discovered something dangerous or suspicious, they would immediately go back, so they didn't have to worry. Looking at the fortress wall, the fair-haired man asked, "Is this really that very border village?" He squeezed his chin with his hand and smiled wryly, looking to the side, and then added that judging by the stories he heard in the guild, this village is ruled by a young baron who has enough money and people, and therefore it turns out that such a village is for the Marquis of Furtio is a very important reference point. Van tilted his head questioningly, not understanding who he was talking about, and thinking that these rumors were strange, since there had never been any young and capable baron in his father's faction. The blonde man leaned towards the boy again, and smiling softly at him, asked what he was playing here. Van answered without hesitation that he was doing something like waiting for timber, after which the man, puzzled by this answer, asked what the boy meant. Van turned around and looked at the stack of stacked wooden blocks, noting out loud that they weren't quite the number he needed. Still, approaching them, the boy touched the blocks with his hand, saying that this might not be enough for him, but he would try, and activated his production magic. The wooden blocks began to emit a white glow, which gradually began to spread across the ground, which greatly frightened the adventurers and made them recoil back in surprise. When the light went out, their faces were distorted in silent shock. Just a couple of moments after the start, they saw a high lattice fence in front of them. Not paying any attention to the surprised faces, Van calmly said, looking at the fence, that this would be enough for today, since this was a necessary measure. When Van turned around after these words, he saw a group of adventurers who, with widened eyes and open mouths, were looking at the fence, pointing at it with their finger, asking what is it. Van knocked on the fence and said, a little worriedly, that although it did not look entirely reliable, it was much stronger than it seemed, and then added that in about a week he would remake this fence into a good protective wall. A crowd of men suddenly surrounded the boy, loudly saying that they didn't mean at all that there was something wrong with the fence, but they wanted to know what kind of cool magic this was. There was a loud footstep behind them, and someone called out to Mr. Wang in a low voice. D, who returned from the forest, threw an armful of logs not far from the boy and said that so far he had only brought 30, but would now take care of the rest. Looking at the fry, the adventurers pulled back and loudly called out his name questioningly. The blond man shouted loudly, saying that this little boy could be Van Furtio. Hearing these words, D immediately threw his hand over his shoulder and began to take out his two-handed sword. In one swift movement, he pulled out his sword and held it out in front of him, creating a whirlwind of air around him. D's face darkened, and looking at the adventurers with an evil look, he, in a menacing voice, ordered the one who just said this to take a step forward. All the adventurers shivered and froze in a stupor when D, standing in a fighting pose, threateningly said that he, a knight of the Marquis Furtio family, no, the head of the Seat Knightly Order of D would punish the one who insulted his master. Van, standing behind him, looked at the man with an anxious look, thinking that D was very scary in anger. Several young adventurers stepped forward and began to draw their blades, drawing D's attention to themselves by calling him an old man. A blond guy in a sleeveless shirt came into the center, and holding out his sword against D's, grinning, asked if he really thought he could defeat them. The guy's face frowns at the moment, and he shouts loudly for D to attack. After these words, D swung, and a moment later, a piercing metal clang was heard, and the adventurer's iron sword was cut about halfway. From such a force of the blow, a shock wave of air fell on the guys, and that guy in the center stood with his outstretched hand, holding the stump of his sword in it. A dark aura was swirling around D at that moment, and the man himself looked more like a demon than a human. Seeing this, the excited adventurers turned pale, took a step or two back and fell silent, while the severed sword flew through the air and stuck into the ground. Thus, the name of Dai, the dragon slayer and head of the knightly order of the village of Seat, instantly spread among the adventurers who arrived in the village. They began to tremble with fear, and at the sight of the knight they even began to greet him. Looking at how one of the adventurers held the other two by the backs, bowing them in a bow, and they, in turn, loudly greeted Mr. D. Wang, standing next to him, thought that this was just like in his school days, when the younger ones welcomed the older students to the baseball club. D shot his stern look at the men and said threateningly that they might not expect mercy from him if they commit atrocities. In response to this, the men said in a frightened voice that they would not do anything bad, since they did not want Mr. D to hack them to death. Looking at all this, Van sighed wearily and thought that if public safety was at risk, then he would not be at all against D doing this to them. This is the impression I got. Van, on the other hand, was of great interest to many, as they were surprised that such a small child had already become a lord and owned a village. Wang was sitting on a bench and holding a wooden block in his hand, and 4 adventurers crowded around him, and one of them, looking at the boy with an enthusiastic look, asked how Mr. Wang ended up in this border village, to which the boy calmly replied that he was expelled from houses. A large man, squatting to the right of Wang, bowed his head in his palm, saying that he was very sorry for Mr. Wangy, after which another guy picked up his thoughts and added that, it turns out, aristocrats also have everything in life smooth. Unlike the relationship with D, their conversations were positive, and a good aura hovered around them at that moment. The man who approached them stopped abruptly when she heard the adventurer's praise that the lord knew a lot of words, and the boy's answer that he was a lord. Ordo pulled back a little, and his hand involuntarily clenched as he looked at Van, sitting in the crowd of adventurers, with a surprised and dissatisfied face, and asked irritably, "When did so many competitors appear in the village?" Noticing him, Van looked up at the man in surprise and asked in response when Ordo and the others managed to return. Van got off the bench and walked towards Ordo, and the adventurers who had been talking to him before looked at the boy with sad eyes. Ortho leaned towards the boy and, raising his palm to his mouth, quietly said that they were too carried away by exploring the surroundings of the dungeon, and they literally just returned. Already a little louder, Ortho noted that there were many adventurers in the village, and then asked if this had become so after Czar's report. Looking up at the man, the boy calmly replied that he had already returned. Van sighed and said in a sweet voice that for their information, Zara had returned to the village with a beautiful girl. Ortho, Pluriel, and the others froze after these words, looking at the boy with surprised faces. When Pluriel rhetorically asked whether Zara really came with a girl, the other 2 members of her team unanimously answered that it was all a lie. At that moment, Kesara drove up to them in his cart, sitting in the driver's seat, and looking at his friends, he said that they were so late that he was about to go check how they were doing. Stopping the cart, the man added that research personnel from the guild would arrive in a day, so tomorrow we could go exploring the dungeon again. Familia, who had been sitting in the cart all this time, called out to the man, and Kesara, turning to the girl, said that he had completely forgotten. Pointing his hand at the girl, he tells his friends that this is Familia Stratos, and she accompanied him on the way from the capital to the village, after which the girl began nodding to them in greeting. Then, pointing his hand at the squad, Kesara, smiling, told the girl that these were his adventure partners. Having introduced everyone in this way, Kesara said that he was thinking of helping the guys, but since they had already returned, today he would not go anywhere, and tomorrow they would all give their all together. Smiling, Kesara waved to his comrades, saying that in this case, the 2 of them would stay at the hotel and meet them tomorrow, after which Familia said goodbye and dived into the cart again. Having turned the carriage around, Zara and the girl drove back, and their path was accompanied by flying rose petals, which the remaining Ortho team came up with in their heads, who looked after the retreating carriage with their mouths open in surprise. Turning to the boy, they began to ask in drooping voices what it was just now, and were they really not dreaming about it. Looking up at the adventurers, the boy explained that it seemed that Zara had bravely saved that girl when she was attacked by orcs, and now, as a hero, he could only be a support for her, after which the team jumped back, wondering how it was can Zara be a hero. Van put his hand to his chin and closed his eyes, thinking that since this situation had already happened, he should take it for granted, and then out loud suggested that he and Familia should build a small house just for the 2 of them. After Van said that a house could be built next door to Ordo and the other's house. The three male adventurers screamed even louder in indignation. The three of them sank to the floor, and someone beat the ground, and someone grabbed their head, but each of them loudly wailed that it was he who should have gone to the capital then instead of Caesar. While the men squirmed on the ground, Pluriel looked irritably at this spectacle, folding her hands under her chest, and Van thought that now it would be best to leave them. Approaching Pluriel, he looked at the girl and asked what was wrong with the dungeon, and the girl, tearing her attention away from her partners, said that because of this situation she had already completely forgotten about it. Pluriel waved her hand and said that in its vicinity there were practically no underground magical creatures, and the area at the entrance was located in a rather dangerous place in the forest, not far from a cliff. Imagining in colors the high cliffs hidden from everyone in the depths of the forest, Van asked if the cliff was deep, and Pluriel replied that in her opinion, yes, quite deep. The girl continued to say that its opening is just like a cave, and only 2 people can enter it at a time. Then they went inside to make sure whether it was a cave or a dungeon. The girl added that they went deeper. Then on the first floor, they saw a staircase leading to a massive door, columns at the entrance, magic crystals glowing on the inner walls and ceiling, and without any doubt they realized that this was a dungeon. When the girl finished her story, Van asked her how far it was from the village, and Pluriel noted that the cart ride took about an hour, and then it would take about another 2 to 3 hours to walk through the forest. Van jumped up on the spot and screamed loudly that it was very far away, and therefore very bad. Smiling, the girl waved her hand slightly, saying that all dungeons are similar to each other, and due to the fact that strong magical creatures may appear in its vicinity, settlements are created away from them. Putting his hand to his chin, Van thought that it was really impossible to deliberately build a village in a dangerous place, and although it would be nice to build something similar to a settlement near the dungeon, it was still very risky. While the boy is talking about this, Pluriel looks at him intently. The girl begins to say that almost always around the dungeon, not only do large magical beasts appear, but the environment itself becomes harsh, therefore. Imagining small tent-like tents in the wilderness, the girl noted that therefore, even if it was possible to create a small stronghold, it was usually never possible to build a real village. Pluriel paused, and then, sticking out her index finger with a smile on her face, added that it had not been possible to build until now. Smiling, the girl looked at Van with an expectant look, and he, noticing this, began to think that it seemed that the girl wanted to tell him something. When, a few moments later, Pluriel said that Mr. Wang would be able to create such a wonderful stronghold, the boy was slightly shaken, and with a grimace of his face, he thought irritably that he had hoped that she would not tell him this. But Van realized that despite such thoughts, it was better not to voice them. Turning his head away and fixing his gaze on the floor, the boy began to tap his index fingers against each other, saying in a sweet voice that it would be very dangerous in the forest, and he would not be able to take his ballistae for protection. Taking a step and leaning towards the boy, Pluriel confidently said that they would be able to protect him, since they had already gone to the dungeons many times, and therefore the master would not be in any danger. Frowning his face, Vaughn thought irritably that he didn't want to back down after her words since he wanted to stay at home. And in his head, the reasons, consisting of danger, remoteness, and simply terribleness, add up to one big reluctance to go there. Smiling, Van began to straighten the fingers on his left hand one by one, serenely saying that in this case they would have to carry him through the forest to the entrance to the dungeon. Plus, they owe him a nap and dessert, and he also wants him to till Kamzan and Eret went with him. Van smiles sweetly, overwhelming the girl with his demands, and says that a lot of security will still be needed, since Dee and Espada will have to stay in the village, since they are now building the city. Making a malicious grimace, Van looks at Pluriel from under his brows, mentally asking the girl how she liked his performance. He begins to think that if he were not an 8-year-old child, Pluriel would have hit him long ago, and his eyes would have popped out of their sockets, and then sighs ostentatiously, thinking that he is very sorry. However, Pluriel's loud agreement pulls him out of his thoughts. The girl folded her 2 palms in front of her face, and slightly tilting her head, smiled radiantly at the boy, saying in a sweet voice that she understood all of Mr. Wang's concerns. Therefore, in this case, she would personally prepare everything, and tomorrow at dawn they can go on their way. Van's face showed bewilderment, and looking at the girl with a surprised look. He asked her again, but Pluriel turned away and walked towards the rest of the team members, leaving the boy. Approaching Ordo, she said that tomorrow they will build a stronghold, and Mr. Wang will go with them, so they need to prepare well. Van turned in the other direction and saw Kamzan. Till and Eret gathered together, who had heard the conversation and were no less surprised than the boy. On the outskirts of the adventure town, where there was still nothing but 2 3-story houses and a fence, behind which lay stacks of large logs, a perplexed cry was heard.